I'm leaning towards Trump right now, and I am yes.
Why so?
Well, I think it's very odd to be so one-sided and for sure of something, and I believe that the current nominee wasn't actually voted in.
Christina, thank you for the $3.
Okay, so Kamala Harris steps up given that Joe Biden steps down, and also we voted for delegates. Delegates vote for get to vote for who they would want or who represents the party, and most Democrats right now want Kamala Harris as the presidential nominee.
Did you support Trump before the RNC?
What's the RNC? Sorry.
RNC.
What's the RC? Sorry.
RNC, Republican National Convention.
I don't know who I'm voting for yet. Actually, no. Sorry. That's not true.
Did you support Trump before the RNC had occurred?
Yes, I did. I started supporting Trump in 20.
So Trump hadn't been voted in as the official Republican ticket until the RNC. He was only the presumptive nominee at that point. So why did you support someone that hadn't been voted in?
I don't believe that he's not the popular Republican vote right now, and I believe you could argue that your current nominee is not the popular vote.
Can you give me any poll that indicates that most Democrats don't want Kamala Harris?
The problem is you would never be able to get that true statistics.
Harris is beating Trump right now.
But you don't know that for sure.
Yes, wait, the polls literally indicate that pretty clearly.
But they change. They're obviously going up and down right now. Like if you saw in the last election, sometimes you lead the polls and that doesn't end up being our president. So the point of the matter is...
You mean 2 elections ago?
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is, can you admit that there was some shady business going on when your current nominee was nominated? Because
No.
you guys, you don't believe that our current president, who you voted in and has current issues, should be our president currently today.
I think he should step down, yeah.
So you think your current nominee should step up?
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris should be the president.
So you believe that somebody who wasn't voted in should be the president?
You understand we voted in Biden-Harris, right?
We voted in Biden as our president, not as Harris as the vice
Wait,
president.
and also, if you care about democracy, why are you voting for a guy that sent fake electors to Electoral College to cast fake electoral votes, and then also someone who tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results? You don't really care about democracy.
Was any of that proven in court? You can't say that unless it was proven in court.
Right now, and we will bring you up. Type Maggot in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Check your editor applications, please. I do need to do that. I'm sorry. I've been very behind with everything. I need to do that. But yeah, we're going to start getting some people real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024 and you have not been here before. We're just looking for some new debates. Everyone. Type Mag in the comments section if you want to be brought up. Hopefully we can get some push real quick so we don't have to redo. Do you go live? I go live typical times every day. Like, it's going to be different most days, but I just like know that I'm going to be live for like 5-6 hours during the day. During the weekends, I'm typically speaking later in the day, but today I'm earlier because I wasn't able to see my girlfriend earlier today. Yeah, 6 hours. Yeah, I do 6 hours every day. All right, we're gonna start getting speed. Every day. All right, we're gonna start getting speed.
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Oh, because he's advocating to keep the 1031 exchange.
And is that you're just one issue voter, single issue?
No, but multiple. How do you feel about that?
So what is that?
The 1031 exchange defers your taxes when you sell a piece of property.
Is Kamala Harris against that?
Oh yeah, Biden and Harris.
Where did they say that?
Where did they say it?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where they were when they said that.
Okay. So then why is that the basis of why you're voting for Trump if you don't even know if the other side's against it?
Oh, I do. I thought it was common knowledge that they were against it.
No, I've never heard anyone talk about this. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, Jordan. Never
okay.
heard someone claim that Kamala Harris is against this.
Okay.
Okay, so again, as it relates to that, if you have no time where you can find that, would you like to look that up and find that so that you can then inform yourself? Otherwise, it's not a good reason to vote for Trump.
I mean, listen. I do apologize. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can grab it real quick. If you give me a couple seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Yo, Jamal, join the live.
All right,
Here, I'll mute you while you go find it. Just unmute whenever you're ready. I'll add someone else up to talk to in the meantime. He did join. Oh. All right, Jamal, what's the reason why you're voting Trump? Is it abortion?
I'm just kidding, man. I'm not voting for Trump.
Oh, thankfully.
I'm voting third party, American Solidarity Party.
Who are you voting for?
American Solidarity Party. Exactly. Well, it's a small third party.
You know it's not going to win, though.
I know, but I'm in California, so like my vote doesn't really matter. It's gonna go.
So
it's gonna
why
come
even go
over.
send out the vote? Vote for yourself.
It's just based off of principle.
No, why don't you vote for yourself? if it's based on principle, there's no one that's better suited at representing your views than yourself.
I'd rather vote for Jesus. Jesus.
Okay, then do it right in Jesus Christ.
maybe.
Do it, dude. That'd just be, you'd be doing just as much.
Don't tell me you're voting for Kamala.
I am.
You are.
It literally says.
Goodness. Oh, I didn't even see. Ugh, horrible. Why?
What's so bad? What? She's not a 34-count convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier. Tried to overthrow the government. He didn't call for a Muslim ban, or she didn't call for a Muslim ban. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. Yeah,
Bro.
like a lot of things.
Kamala supports what's going on in Israel, right?
Yeah, so I think that she's definitely been like against it to some degree. Definitely called out like the state of Israel. She's called out Netanyahu to his face. She's called for a ceasefire. So to say that she's totally in support of it, I think is a little bit not correct. But yeah, like that's one of the big critiques I have of the Biden-Harris administration.
And
but like the point of the matter is that that's true regardless of Trump or Biden. If it is the case, or Biden-Harris, but it is the case that Trump does it even more. He has significantly more support for Israel.
Yeah, and
He doesn't
that
support a ceasefire.
Kamala has locked up many black men for nonviolent crimes.
Yeah, how many?
From what I've read, over 1,000 or 1,500.
No, so you heard that from Tulsi Gabbard, who was lying. So there were 1,900 people that were admitted for non-violent related drug offenses during her time as Attorney General. She didn't have any authority of prosecuting any of them.
Yeah, but she oversaw all of that, like what was going on.
What authority did she have over that?
Actually, no. I mean, when she was a prosecutor of
Okay, so how many people did she? How many
San
people did she
Francisco.
prosecute for possession?
No, it's not her like directly prosecuting, but under her watch, innocent black men were locked up in prison. One of them.
Wait. How do you get the racial demographics on this? Because they didn't submit any of that data.
Well, I just looked at certain accounts. Like I think Vice has a video on YouTube about this one black guy. He was convicted for the M word, and even though there was evidence exonerating him, Kamala refused to look at it, and he served a lot of time actually.
Wait! I'd love to see this particular case because I've never heard this.
This is on.
Wait, so this is a possession scenario. So you're saying someone had possession?
No. This guy was convicted of the M word.
Oh, murder.
Yeah.
Oh, and she didn't give. You're saying she didn't give up. What's it called? She didn't give up evidence for like DNA or something.
Well, she could have looked at. I think evidence was brought to her that exonerated him, but she just
no, because the person you're referencing, that person's guilty. That person's DNA was tested, and it showed that they were guilty.
He was found to be innocent. Hold on, let me look at this.
You must be talking about a different case than I am. I don't know who you're referencing.
Yeah, let me look it up again. Yeah, man. She lacks a moral compass.
Is that worse than Donald Trump? You know, saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, saying he likes to walk in and changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place.
I mean,
He said he'd date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He says he has sex in common with his daughter.
Sure. So you want to get into like their private lives? Kamala.
Well, private lives. I'm just bringing up things that they've said, right?
Didn't Kamala like sleep with a married man?
So no. So not only is there not evidence of that. Wait, can you provide me any evidence of that, Jamal? One, because wait. By the way, Trump has cheated on. I know you're laughing. I know. You didn't do anything. Listen. You didn't do anything.
I'm just saying, Kamala's not.
Listen. Be quiet. Listen. Right. You understand that cheating, like sleeping with someone who's cheating on their partner, is not at all the same as cheating on all three of your wives, right? Including the last one while she's pregnant.
It's still
right.
wrong.
It's not the same thing as walking into changing rooms of naked teenage women against their consent. It's not the same as sexually abusing a woman. It's not the same as trying to overthrow the government. It's not the same as any of those things. So even if that was true, which it's not, by the way, right, it still wouldn't be worse.
Yeah, so it's still wrong, nevertheless, right? To sleep with a married person. Would you agree with that?
Knowingly, yes, absolutely.
Well, come on, like she didn't know that he was married.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you knowingly sleep with someone who is married, that's wrong, right? I think it's wrong. Right? But the reference here is that they've been legally separated for it was like a decade before what we're referencing.
What Kamala did was wrong. Then can you say that? Can I hear you say?
You have no evidence that this occurred. They were legally separated.
But he was still married. He was legally married.
Come on. It's not wrong if they've been legally separated.
Yeah, so that's adultery, right? When you're married,
if you've been separated, it's not adultery.
No, you're still technically married, right?
Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's so stupid.
This is atheist.
They've been separated for years, and you're going to call that cheating?
Atheist morality, folks. This is it right here, guys. They don't consider it adultery.
Jamal, was the genocide of the Amalekites okay? Jamal, answer the question. Was the genocide of the Amalekites okay? Because God commanded it. Was that okay?
Listen, whatever God commands is okay.
Yeah, so God commanding the genocide of the Amalekites, that was okay. So
whatever God
talk to me about morality at all. Don't talk about morality when you think that God commanding a genocide of people is okay. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Infants, little kids, babies, all of them were slaughtered because of God's commands. Don't even come to me on that.
And he taketh. Okay.
Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. If God commanded you to rape an infant, would you do it?
You're not God. Are you God?
Wait, Jamal.
Jamal. How long have you been God for?
Jamal.
How long have you been God?
I've never been God.
Exactly. So who are you
I have a question.
to judge God?
Jamal, I have a question. If God commands you to grape an infant, would you do it?
Oh my! See, with these crazy hypotheticals.
Can you answer the question? Because you would do anything God commands you because it's all good, right?
These are
don't even say that, bro. That's too crazy.
Questions.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Listen, right? If God commanded you to grape an infant, would you do it?
See, what he's trying to do, he's trying to clip me.
Wait, Jamal, I'm not clipping. I'm not going to post this at all. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not posting anything.
Parker, how about this? How about you just repent and turn to Jesus, get saved?
Jamal, repent and turn to Stewie. Now answer my question.
No, I turn to the Lord and God, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. Can you answer my question? If Jesus Christ commanded you to grape an infant, would you do it? I'm not going to Parker, like seriously, bro. Like, wait, what's your answer? Tell me, because you have an answer. Do you have an answer in your head? That's clip. Jamal, do you have an answer in your head? The fact that you can't answer this question is ridiculous. You're trying to bait me. I'm not going to. You know what the answer is, Jamal? The answer is fucking no. The answer is no. You wouldn't do it. But you can't answer because you know what you would fucking say. So where in the Bible does it read that God commanded people to do that? I never said God did. I'm exactly. Just saying, so why you ask that question? It's ridiculous. Because you hold to divine command theory, which means if God commands something, it's good. So if God commanded this, it's good. Yes, therefore you ought to do it. And God commands people to love others. That's the second greatest commandment. Christians. Okay, so love you can't. That's a little bit hypocritical. That's a little bit hypocritical to genociding infants and genociding the Amalekites. That's a little bit hypocritical to that. You know where there are certain tribes in those days that were Nephilim, fallen angels. Jesus Christ, that doesn't just wait. Now you're just saying that they're not human. That's what you're using to dehumanize them. they weren't technically.
You see how he
fully human.
dehumanizes people?
No, they weren't technically fully human.
They weren't
fallen
people. They weren't
hybrids.
actually people. They weren't
fallen
human. This is
angel
what they use in
hybrids.
every single scenario to literally dehumanize and slaughter people. It's disgusting.
Parker,
You're literally dehumanizing people.
You're
You're
level.
saying they're like fucking. They're literally like
Dude.
they're off human hybrids. They're not human. Like what?
You have not leveled up on your arguments, man. Like you're still at levels like 0.0.
Jamal, you literally just
What's going
justified
on, man?
ethnic cleansing. You can't answer a question of whether or not you would grape an infant if God commanded you to do it.
Did he freeze?
You can't answer that question.
Oh, I froze. Oh, snap.
He's got some Magna Mobile. Look at him. He's like, what do you mean leveled up? Right? Bro.
Okay, I
what are you
froze for a
talking
second.
about?
Okay, what I was saying is that like you haven't leveled up with your arguments. It's been like a year since
Hold on,
I don't
but
know, like 6
Parker-
months maybe since I last talked to you. You haven't leveled up, man. What's going on?
Leveled up? Bro, you have no clue what you're talking about. Jamal, I'm being
Okay,
totally real with
honestly,
you.
bro,
You know
I
your
think you
view
can-
is logically incoherent. You just literally still hold to it because you feel like it. That's it. I've already talked to you a million times on this app. We've had conversations for years at this point. You literally just believe it because you feel like it. You know your view's logically incoherent.
No,
Every
my
single time we
views
bring up
are
a problem,
logical.
an
They're very
argument,
logical.
you don't respond to it. You say you're going to look into it and never look into it. You never level
No,
up,
my views
Jamal.
are very
The projection
logical,
is
it's very
insane.
consistent, it's very coherent. All right, you just don't have anything to refute it.
You said the same thing. You literally just say that they're not human. You want to know what's crazy?
Well, technically
If
they
they're
weren't.
not human, I'll ask you this question. If they're not human, why did God create the biology of individuals insofar as that they could produce non-human hybrids? Because I
don't
can't,
know.
I can't produce a baby with you, Jamal. Right? So why didn't he make that so that I can't produce, so that humans can't produce babies with angels?
Well,
Doesn't
God
take away free will.
I mean, I don't know, but
Jeez.
it doesn't mean that we're fully human because they weren't.
Jeez. So the creation of those non-human hybrids only happened because God created our biology to work that particular way, which
Parker, I
means
got a
it's good.
question for
So
you.
it was good that he created them, and then good that he slaughtered them. Wow, that sounds so fucking amazing.
It's good. It's
Wow.
good that God
This is a
renders His
little off
holy,
topic.
righteous judgment against evildoers.
and slaughters babies and
Wow.
infants. Yeah, the
Wow.
evildoer infants. You know, the evildoers. Appreciate the hint, thank you so much. Those infants, they were doing so much evil that God had to command them to be slaughtered.
Oh,
Do you
my
hear
God.
yourself? Do you hear yourself? People completely ignore it because it's religion.
Parker.
Do you hear yourself right now? You're literally justifying the deaths
Again.
of infants.
God giveth life and He taketh life. It's His
You
prerogative.
see what I mean? No one realizes
what?
that's
Like what?
insane,
Wait,
right?
if
Is
God
it
wants-
just me? Am I the only one here that realizes that's insane?
How's that insane? Like if God is
What do you mean? How is that
God,
insane for
Bernard,
God to
if-
command the infants to get slaughtered? What do you mean? How is that insane?
Oh,
What the
my
fuck are you
God.
talking about, Jamal? You
All
say
right,
that's
so-
bad in
all
any
right.
other context.
Parker, all right,
Any
so
other
Parker-
context, any other
Parker,
individual does it, you'd say it's
Parker,
bad, but because it's God, it's okay.
you don't care about the
What?
Amalekites, right? You just
I do care about human beings. I
you don't.
absolutely do.
No, you don't. No,
Yes,
you don't.
I do.
Why
What?
don't you have justice for Amalekites on the background then? Like you don't care. This is just you trying to bash God. You're a
Because
God
that
basher.
doesn't because
You're-
it is
you're
the
God
case that I'm
basher.
not talking about religion right now.
Yeah.
I will. Wait, hey, Jamal, I'll make a background just for that, okay? I'll make a background just for that after political time, and I'll debate Christians on that every single day, bro. I can't wait to do it again.
what about all the G-side from atheists in the 20th century?
I condemn all of that. I have no affiliation with that at all as an atheist. You do
mean,
have affiliations with it as it relates to Christianity because you have no way of differentiating your view and
my
their view.
Bible. Listen, you have to concede, all right? Either be like intellectually honest here and concede that the Bible does command Christians to love others. That is the second greatest commandment: to love others as you love yourself. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Would you concede with that?
That would be good, right? In
No, no, no,
typical
no, 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 no.
senses, in
That's what the
typical
Bible
in
reads.
typical senses, if it was
Is
the
that
only
what the
thing in the
Bible
Bible.
reads? Is that what the Bible reads?
Listen. If it was the only thing in the Bible and it was only in a typical sense, I have no issue with it, right? But that's not the only thing ingrained in the Bible.
That is the second greatest commandment. Yes or no? I know you
in
know
the New
enough
Testament, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm not disputing that. That's a fundamental tenet. Wait,
Is
Jamal,
that wrong?
Jamal, I'm not saying every single thing that is ingrained in Christianity is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these things justified by Christianity are so morally abhorrent that you should never hold to the view.
Like what?
That's what I'm saying. Like you just justified literally the slaughtering of the Amalekites because it's listed in the Bible that God commanded them to be slaughtered. And you have to say that God does good in all scenarios, which is obviously morally absurd.
That was for that particular time for that group.
Yeah, no,
right?
no time is it okay to justify the slaughtering of
nowhere in the
innocent
Bible-
infants.
Nowhere in
No
the
time is
Bible-
justifying the slaughtering of innocent infants.
hold on.
Okay.
Nowhere in the Bible is it prescribed for Christians to go out and unalive anyone. As a matter of fact, Jesus taught to turn the other cheek, to go the extra mile for someone. You're shaking your head, but that's what Jesus taught. What are you talking
say
about?
that. No, the reason I'm shaking my head is because that's a pivot from what I just said. I understand that those
No,
other things
I'm
exist
I'm
within the
talk- I'm
context of
telling you about-
Christianity,
this is
but those
Christianity.
are contradicted when God commands the slaughtering of infants.
Listen,
okay?
I'm telling you, God is a very patient God. He's very long suffering, right? When
A patient
when-
God in all
when a
scenarios, the all-patient
nation-
God does not command the slaughtering of infants.
When a nation sins over and over, they commit some of the most wicked acts over and over again for generation after generation.
And did the infant do it?
Their sins are going to reach a threshold, and then that's when God is going to mete out his righteous, holy.
Why couldn't God?
wrath.
Why couldn't God just literally teleport them to a different time period where they would have been socialized, in a better manner?
Or how about God just renders his holy, righteous wrath on an evil group
You
of
see
people?
what I mean? Slaughters infants. You know what I mean? So there you go. You'll keep justifying the slaughtering of infants,
hey.
which is literally fucking insane. Your God is all-knowing,
Wait,
all-powerful, all
do you
good. There are
think-
no limitations other than logic that would limit
Do you
them from being able to
think? Do
do
you
that.
think in any circumstance is there any justification to unalive someone?
I don't think there's a justification to unalive innocent people. If someone is like acting in aggression towards you, if they're trying to kill you, yes, in self-defense you can defend yourself.
What if a nation is
Like, what did
going
an
to
infant
attack-
do? Like, you name me
Well,
one
wait,
context where slaughtering an infant's okay.
Listen,
Name me one context where
listen,
slaughtering an infant's okay.
I think a case can be made to collectively.
Mogul, I'll ask you this question. Can you name me one context where slaughtering an infant's okay?
If the infant is going to unalive the parent during pregnancy.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So the only way is if it is in the context of self-defense. So there's no context of slaughtering an infant where they are not actively engaging in harming someone where you would say that it's okay to slaughter that infant, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So no context. That is this scenario. This infant, right, is literally not hurting anyone. It's not killing anyone. It's not doing anything. In that context, you don't see that to be justified. Yet you still hold to the view that your God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, right?
But here's the thing that you're asking me to do, to read the mind of God. Which I can't obviously do, and obviously you can't read my
So you
mind.
think there are some contexts where slaughtering that infant is okay then? So it has to be
don't-
logically possible.
You want the real answer?
What?
I don't know. In my mind, in my rational mind, no, there's no situation. Even during pregnancy, there's no situation. But here's the thing: I can't read the mind of God, and neither you can't read my mind. I'm just saying. That's my
But
honest
just think
answer.
about it for a second, right? You're talking about the slaughtering of an infant. If you can't foresee any scenario where that's ever okay, right? Doing that in that type of scenario when the other things could have been done because they're all knowing, all powerful, all good, why would you say that you hold to this given that clearly, if you read the scripture, it indicates your God did something wrong?
Listen, I can't read it. I can't read the mind of God. That's all. This, and I can't even try. I can't even fathom of reading the mind of God. And that's what you're asking me to do. I don't know why he would say, yeah, that's fine. I don't know why.
So let me
Just
ask
like-
Parker a
Yeah,
question.
you can say, I don't know why, but that means that it's logically possible that it's good. And that's the issue.
Wait,
Is that I know you don't think that.
well, do you think would it be justified? I'm not saying I believe this, but I'm just asking you. Would it be justified to like collectively unalive children if you knew that these children will grow up to unalive millions of people through war or dropping some A-bomb on cities or whatever? Like, would you think in that certain scenario would that be
What?
justified?
Like slaughtering a group of like are they all
like
the ones
like a
doing
large
it? Like,
group
what?
of people. Yeah.
No, no. Right? Because they're infants and other things could have been done. Like you can socialize
you
them
know-
in
but
different
you
ways
know
where
what's
that wouldn't
absolute-
happen.
but you know with absolute certainty that when they grow older,
you know with also absolute certainty that you can teleport them to a different time period,
No,
and you can ensure
you're
that doesn't
dodging.
happen.
You're dodging.
No,
Just
I'm
answer
trying
the
to make
question.
I'm trying to make it comparable.
No, if you knew with absolute certainty, like let's go with the whole scenario with Mustache Man from Germany, right?
No,
If
because
you-
again, you
no,
have to understand.
no, you're dodging.
No,
Don't
Jamal, I
dodge.
want
Come on.
you to listen. I want you to listen. You have to understand, God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good. The only thing that limits him in terms of his actions is logical possibilities. Okay, so if the only thing that limits him in terms of this is logical possibilities, there is an infinite set of things that he could have done that could have allowed for him to get them to do good things without killing them.
Okay, great.
Right?
But you're still
All he has
dodging
to
the
do is
question.
set up the scenario,
But you're
like
still
everything
dodging
around
that.
you to be in a particular way, and it will get you to do the
Would
right
it be
thing.
justified to unalive Mustache Man when he was a baby, knowing with absolute certainty that he would become a dictator and unalive millions and millions of people?
So I'll answer this question. If it is the case that there is no other way to limit those types of events from happening, then I think it would be justified in that context. To
Okay, thank you.
slaughter baby Hitler. Now, the point I'm making is that if you could pull them out of that scenario and you could socialize that baby in a different way, which is realistic, right? They wouldn't do these actions, then that would be preferable. Okay, because again, the amount of people that would be slaughtered due to them later on would be significantly more, and that would be an issue. But again, if you have other options, then that's what you should do. Okay, given that God has other options, he's clearly not doing what he should do.
Yeah. How do you know like God didn't exhaust his other options? Maybe this was the way he went
Because
about
there's
it
an
was the
infinite
best
set of
option.
logically possible other
Yeah,
alternatives.
but you're not God. You don't have infinite knowledge. So like, how would you
So
know?
then, what is the logical impossibility?
The logical impossibility pertaining to what?
Yeah, you're arguing that this is logically necessary.
It could be. I don't have infinite knowledge, so I can't answer
So if it
that.
could be, then you're saying this could be good, right? To slaughter these infants and do.
I mean,
other
if God
things.
commanded it, obviously it
Okay,
was
obviously you just think it's good.
because God is
That-
good
that's-
and He knows
again,
everything.
Again, Jamal,
Like, yes.
you assuming that, right, is also compatible with the devil doing the same actions, okay? And you being able to justify the devil's actions because it is the case that he knows better, right? But you don't know it's the devil; it's actually God. He's telling you he's God, right? But he's doing all these bad actions. You don't know how to differentiate between
Well, how do
what's
you
good and
know?
what's
How do you
not.
know it's bad?
Wait! You look at the fruits.
Yeah, so you look at the fruits of the Amalekites, and you're like, Dang, he's got-
Jamal, you look at the fruits of your God, right? So in the same way that you say that that's the ability that you
Yes.
can judge character, if you have no
Sure,
ability
sure.
of judging your character of your God as it relates to
So
the fruits,
I look at the
then how
fruits of
can
my-
you?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
look at the fruits of my God, and I see that my God is good. He's righteous. He's holy.
Chat. By the way, we will
he's
get to
just.
politics. Like, give me like a minute. Like, I
Yeah,
just
because-
wanted to go through this.
Because Parker keeps taking L's on this, and he wants to get it like finally get it done.
There's no L. You're literally just justifying like morally abhorrent things. Okay.
No, I think if you don't have the mind of God, so you can't really like.
You keep saying that, but what does that mean? Tell
Yeah,
me what that means.
that means you
that
just
there's
don't-
a
you don't-
scenario where killing these infants is justified, and doesn't make any sense given that they're all knowing, all powerful, all good. You cannot make sense of that. I'm serious,
Parker.
dude.
Hey, just real
Okay,
quick.
wait. I have a question for Parker. We think it was justified for the United States to drop the atomic B
no,
on
not
Japan?
at all. No,
Really?
no. I don't think it was necessary at all.
Even though they say that if they would have
I don't think there's good reason to
land
believe it saved
invasion,
lives.
it would have resulted in millions and millions of lives
Hey,
lost.
just
I don't
take
think
it-
there's good
just
evidence
take it what
substantiating
Parker gave
that you
as
had to go
answer.
through a full land invasion.
Okay. But anyways, I gotta get going. Y'all take care. Turn to Jesus, Parker. You have a good day.
All right, later, buddy. All right, Mogul. Let's get back to politics. So why are you voting Trump?
Energy independence. He's a strong advocate for energy independence. I understand that he talks about drill baby drill, right? But there's more than just drilling and reducing restrictions from policy from the EPA, for example.
Yeah, so did you know that we actually produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history or of any country ever, and we have the largest investment in renewable energy ever?
Yeah, no, I understand that. Which that's just one factor. There's other factors that are being held back by regulation.
Okay, like what regulations?
Regulations through the EPA that affects.
Yeah, tell me like the specific regulation that you're referencing.
Well, there's so many of them. I
Can you
can't
just
just
name
tell
one?
you. Well, I honestly I don't. I can get them, but for example, just last month the EPA pulled out 10 new regulations. Are you familiar with PFAS?
So you just say that you're against all regulations. It sounds like because you don't
No,
have
no,
like a
no, no.
specific one that you're referencing.
Okay,
If you're not
listen,
against all regulations, then how do you know which one you're against?
Parker, you got to let me finish, brother. So I'm not against all regulations, but when the regulations stricts companies from, let's say, starting an LNG plant. Look at all the LNG projects that were put on hold just due to all the EPA regulations. And so there's so many regulations and red tape that holds back America from being energy independent. If you look at ExxonMobil, there's a ton of projects that have been placed on the back burner due to EPA regulations.
Yeah, so you just want to gut all environmental regulations, right? You want to get rid of them all, or which ones do you want to get rid of? How do you know which ones are good and which ones are bad?
They've got to be evaluated, but when they're being pumped out left
Okay,
and right,
so Mogul, I think everyone agrees with getting rid of unnecessary red tape. Okay? No one's disputing that. But the reason why regulations exist is because they're effective. They're not inherently bad. They're like, you need to provide me a reason why this one's particularly bad. Otherwise, typically I would say that they're effective.
not all are effective. No,
I never
because
said all. I said typically. What does typically mean?
generally,
So again, I don't disagree with getting rid of unnecessary red tape. That's what Kamala Harris has said. She wants to get rid of unnecessary red tape as it relates to housing, right? And she wants to do stuff with that as well. Now, everyone is okay with that, but a lot of these things, as it relates to the context of like drilling and stuff like that with ExxonMobil, now that could cause disastrous impacts on the environment, which could affect us. You understand that those regulations are meant to protect like people.
I do. But most of those regulations is also to protect aquatic life as well. And there's some silly ones that are rolled out. And I think it's logical if you're going to roll out a new policy, you take away other policies that are redundant. If you look at, for example, OSHA came out in December 29th on 72, right? But a lot of their regulations are outdated and people are harmed from those outdated regulation. Instead of adding more regulations to OSHA, for example, you revise the regulations instead of putting so much red tape you can't even do business.
What do you want me to respond to there? I mean, you just kind of just said again, like there's these bad regulations we don't like. Okay. What am I supposed to take from that?
I don't know. I mean, take it for whatever you want or however you want. I'm just stating my position on the regulation. I mean, and then you also look
You
at
didn't give me like a specific regulation. You just said
I'm
that you're
saying
against
general.
like certain regulations.
You know what general means, right?
Uh-huh.
What does general mean?
Like in typical.
There you go. But I think it's silly what Harris is doing about the $25,000, just giving that away. I think that's pretty silly, don't you?
Why?
Because have you owned a house yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so when you own a house, there's maintenance that goes in that house. So if you take that $25,000 that you've never had before and you put it down on a house, great. Pat on the back, you get a house. That's just the beginning of it. You have your mortgage, right? You have your taxes that you pay. But what happens when your air conditioner goes out? How much does it cost to replace that air conditioner? right? If your boiler goes out, how much does it cost to replace that boiler?
So let me get this straight. You think someone having $25,000 extra is worse for them?
For what they're using it for, yes. Yes. Instead of educating people of, how to make money, right? Or anything like that to set them up for success.
No. So to clarify, them having more money is going to negatively impact them. You're saying that? Are you saying due to what reason?
All right. So you ever heard the term teach someone how to fish instead of just giving them a fish? Right? You are setting someone up for failure.
Yeah, so do what the Republicans want to do and gut the Department of Education. Yep. Incredible. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
What do you
Gut
mean?
the Department of Education, am I right? Like, get rid of it, right?
We're not talking about the Department of Education.
We got to educate people, but let's gut it. Appreciate the hinder. Thank you so much.
Do you think that's logical? Just to give someone money to purchase a house instead of setting them up for success. I mean that I think that's
I think we should educate them. We should increase social mobility. The countries that have the greatest level of social mobility are going to be countries in the Nordic countries, like in Europe, which have social democracies and broader access to social services. So yeah, it's not going to get them the whole house, but it's going to help make things more affordable for people. Now, would you like things to be more affordable, or would you like them to be less affordable?
Obviously, having things more affordable.
Okay. So what's the issue with making it more affordable for first-time homebuyers?
I think that you missed my point. The point is, if they can't afford a down payment for something, what makes you think that they're going to be set up for success? If their AC goes out and they've got to have, let's say, $10,000 to fix the AC, or they're sitting out without an AC, right? You think that's smart?
Dude, I don't know why you're assuming that their AC is only going to break if they get this $25,000.
I'm asking
Yeah, you understand it would free up $25,000 extra
payment
for that maintenance? That would help them with the maintenance? Like, let's just be reasonable for a second. It would help them with the maintenance. Because they got money.
We're talking about a down payment.
Yeah, but they got money, right? So it helps them because they didn't have to use the rest of their money.
Down payment, that money goes bye-bye.
Yeah, but you didn't have to use your other money. So you have other money that you wouldn't have had otherwise if you had to use that as a down payment.
What kind of house do you think you're going to get with 25 grand down?
You understand? That's just helping. It's a subsidy. Do you know what a subsidy is?
Yeah, it's helping to get them the purchase of the house. So when you use your personal assets, liquid assets, which is cash, and you use that $25,000 subsidy, you still have to pay for closing costs, taxes.
Yes, you understand that,
etc.
Okay, cool. And you have $25,000 to help you do that.
And then when you're left with $0, right, and you're paying your bills, you have maintenance. You got to have funds to cover things such as your AC going out, your boiler going out.
Would you like $1,000 a month? Like, if someone just were to give you $1,000 a month right now, would you do it?
No.
Because when you spend it, it's gonna be gone, and you're gonna have to pay for other things.
Would
you like the $1,000 a month?
You're obviously missing the point, bro.
No, Mogul. I'm just asking you. Would you like the $1,000 a month? No, because once you use it, you're gonna have to spend money on other things.
So why would you want to?
You want the $1,000? You can't answer the question.
I just told you no 3 times.
You don't want the $1,000? Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. He's the only person that would have turned down a free $1,000 a month, dude. Holy shit, bro. The only person. Jesus Christ. Dude.
Bro, listen, I don't like to owe people money.
He's like, once
right?
I
If
use,
somebody
you know, you don't owe me anything. You owe me nothing. Okay? Would you take the $1,000 a month?
What do you think, Parker?
Obviously, right? But you were just
Yeah.
saying that, oh, once you use up that money, you're going to have nothing left. And you're going to have to spend your money on other things. Okay, well, you had to spend your money on that anyway, so you're just getting a subsidy, a help. The subsidy isn't taking away from you, it's benefiting you. You don't know how a subsidy
Parker?
works. Micah, thank you
Parker.
for the $1. Thank you so much.
Hey, listen, I'm not insulting you, right? Or like, you know, I'm not acting in any way. I'm just speaking to you directly and truthfully. Listen, if let's just say a car, right? Would you, if somebody did not have a car, would you just give them a car without having a job, or a means to pay for the insurance, or a means to pay for oil changes, no, you shouldn't. Why? Because you're setting them up for success. I mean, for failure.
I think everyone, I think you need transportation. So we would have public transportation, right, under my worldview. So people, like, if they didn't have a car, would be able to use the public
Okay.
transportation. But given that we
Great.
don't have that now, yeah, I would provide someone a car. Like, as through government, yeah. Because you need it to be able to, like, work and do things. The only way they'd be able to be successful is if they were able to, like, get from point A to point B there.
If they don't have an income to cover the insurance on the car or cover the maintenance on the car,
That's what social
What-
safety nets are for, Mogul.
so what social safety net are they going to have once they purchase that house?
What social safety net are they going to have once they purchase that house?
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying is that if you do not have the ability to pay for basic amenities like being able to do that so that you can work, well, then I think that the government should step up and help people.
How much a month is it going to take to cut their grass?
Okay, so you could talk about cutting grass now? Like, I don't see how that was relevant to what I was referencing.
I'm telling you that it's setting them up for success. If they can't afford to have a down payment for a house, right? I think that the country would benefit to utilize that $25,000 for that individual to set them up for success. For example,
So what would
For
what would you
example,
rather use that $25,000 for?
perhaps education, teaching people a trade, right? Anything, but just giving them money to get a house. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, you're not telling me. So you said put that money into trades?
No. Education, like
So
teaching
for free
people.
public universities?
If I were to choose to spend that $25 on a individual,
Why can't we do both?
how are we gonna pay for it, Parker? How are we gonna
we
pay
literally
for it?
added more to the debt under the Biden-Harris administration than the Trump administration. So if we can spend billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on weapon of war, almost $1 trillion a year on weapons of war and destruction, then we can spend money here at home on people, you know, needing fucking help with a house, first time getting a house, or starting a
by
family
the
with a
way-
child tax credit.
Yeah,
Get a grip.
and by the way, we're leaving out the fact of all of this that home buyers still have to get a loan through a bank or through a company to be able to buy the house. Like anyway, and the bank is going to assess your income to see whether or not you can afford the house. The money that the government may give you in the form of $25K is just to help
It helps,
offset some of that
subsidy.
down payment. But the bank is still going to look at your income, all of your assets, all those things when they're going to give you the loan.
That is true. But do they can take in consideration of failures of the mechanicals of the house?
Well, hold on. Well, those are, yes, actually they do, because when you look at when you buy a house, they say, okay, here's the down payment cost, here's what your monthly mortgage is, but then based on your income, can you afford all these other things that may happen?
They don't take that
may
into
happen.
consideration.
And so banks do whenever they have to give you the full loan, because they want to say, can you afford the loan payment plus the interest and everything? And then if you have a total utilization that is higher than say 50% or 60%, that bank will probably say no.
It's 45%.
Okay, so 45%. But that bank would probably say no. Like that bank is not going to give you a $300,000 loan when it's over 45% of your total utilization, right? The bank's not stupid. But the whole point of the 25K assistance is that it helps first-time buyers buy new houses. Okay, that's important. This can only be used to buy new houses, and that 25K can help offset a down payment. And even though 25K is actually lower than what the normal house payment or down payment actually is, because the average down payment now is like 30 or 40K.
Are you so? That's new information to me. It's for a new home. It has to. It's
Yes,
required to be
yes.
new.
In her policy proposal, it has to be for a new home. So you can't buy one that has been up for, say, like 50 years. And the reason why is because this has dual purpose. One, to help people buy a first-time home, but also to spur people to build new homes, thus
Yes.
to help to alleviate the
The price increase.
housing shortage that we had.
Okay.
So that's the whole point of the process, because people, because
also
one, we
creating
don't have
jobs?
enough homes. Yeah, and jobs, and we don't have
Construction
enough
jobs?
homes. So we don't have enough homes, and the people that do have the homes are selling them at really high rates that people can't afford. So you say, we'll give you 25K, but only if you buy it on a new house. And that new house then is going to spur house contractors to then build those houses, thus allowing people to take advantage of those houses.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if she wins because that's that'd be interesting. Okay.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming up, Mogul.
Okay, I'll head out too. Thanks for having me on, Carter.
Of course, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, bye.
All right, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run up to 150,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. Let's get to this next individual, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, your volume went way down.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah.
Why so?
We've discussed this before.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm going to look for someone who hasn't been up here before, but I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are just looking for people who have not been up here before, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump.
And why is that?
Shit, really, bro. Just values, bro, and his views.
Like what specifically?
Shit, you know? You know? Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah,
Tell me.
shit, really, bro. Just like, you know? Shit, I don't trust Kamala, bro.
Why not?
I just don't, bro.
But
You know?
you trust the orange man?
Yeah, that's my peoples, bro.
Are you trolling?
Nah, dead ass.
So why do you trust the fraudster, the election denier, the literal cheater, the adulterer,
Bro,
the
I ain't-
person who sexually
hey.
abused a woman?
He flooded the hood, bro.
Okay, you're definitely
We got
trolling,
all
bro.
Drake.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, probably, man.
Why so?
I don't really want to. Really, the only reason I requested was because when you were talking to the mogul dude, you were really hitting on the $25,000 and saying, you know, why wouldn't you want that? But how is that going to help you afford things when that's going to raise the price of everything?
Okay, so how is it going to raise the price of everything?
Because that's how basic inflation works. More money means less valuable money.
Okay, so do you not want to raise wages? Like, if you had a policy that could allow for you to, like, raise wages in this country, would you do it?
I mean, yeah, theoretically,
Yeah,
but that does the
but
same
more
thing.
money means more inflation, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like the inflation is going to be marginal comparative to the benefit.
How would be giving every American $25,000?
It's not giving every American
Marginal.
$25,000.
What is it?
It's specifically a 25,000 subsidy for first home buyers on new homes to spur the production of new homes.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, to be honest.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? I mean, theoretically, nothing, but that's just, you know, it's inflation. Regardless of how many
How do you
people
feel about
qualify
Trump's
for that, you're
tariff
still giving out a lot of free money, you know?
How do you feel about Trump's tariff policy where it would cause, inflation? Like, is it an increase on taxing on goods coming into the country on imports?
I mean, yeah, it definitely would increase inflation, but I don't know. I feel like that would be marginal compared to the amount of money you would give out to all the first-time home buyers.
What do you mean?
I mean, realistically, there's obviously a lot more first-time home buyers than, you know, own properties already. So how
Okay,
much
so if
money
you're like
would
a-
you
are you
be
like a
talking
deficit
about
hawk?
giving out?
Do you really care about the deficit? Okay, if you care about the deficit, well, Trump added more to the deficit than under the Biden-Harris administration. It was 8.4 trillion for Trump, 4.3 trillion for Biden, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related Trump, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related Biden-Harris.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Obviously, I know what that has to do with what I'm talking about, but I just want to know how it's not going to make money less valuable giving those people $25,000. I mean, the stimulus checks made money less valuable.
Because it's not applicable to the overall economy. Like, for example, right? Like if you look at like subsidies we have for farms, do you think that would cause an increase in the price? Because we subsidize farming? He left. What a runner. What a runner. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No,
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
For sure. Because I think the best thing to do is you have to lower prices, not increase wages. Because there's more people that, you know, can gain a little bit more money or a little money and make something happen out of it instead
Thank you
of
so much,
gaining
Keith,
so
for the
much.
T-grade. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm just going to let you know. It's not going to happen. Under
Well,
either
that's gonna happen
presidency.
if Trump-
Under
if
either
Trump's
presidency,
gonna be
there's
in
not
office.
going to be like a massive decrease in prices with the overall economy. That would cause a massive recession.
Well, I don't think so. I think that's the best thing to do.
Understand my session. Thank you so much. Well, you don't understand economics.
I probably don't.
So like the point I'm saying is that you have to increase wages, right? You can't just like be like, oh, we're gonna cut prices because that's gonna cut wages too. You want a lower wage too?
Yeah, if the price is
You're
is
willing-
good,
you're willing
we
to
need
take-
make hella money.
So are you willing to take wage cuts without knowing whether or not it's gonna lead to you being better off?
Well, if everything's around me is cheap, it doesn't matter. I mean, everybody
Well,
thinks
yeah,
differently.
that's if everything else is cheap already. Thank you for the goose. Thank you so much. But who's gonna reduce their price first?
Well,
Who's gonna
that's what I'm
cooperate?
saying. They're presidents, man. They can force this shit.
That's not how it works. Danielle, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the gooses, everyone. I appreciate it. That's
All right.
not at all how it works.
Thanks for having me up, though.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. What's up, Dean?
What's going on, man? Looks like both of our streams got cooked.
Yeah, I think it was just my conversation with Jamal about religion. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you for the goose.
How old are you? Okay, this person's like.
You're talking to me?
here. Yeah.
Oh, me? Sorry.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm 24.
Babs, thank you for
I'm
the
not-
galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure yet, but I've seen your lives a bunch. So I just
Okay.
wanted to. What were you talking about?
Would you vote for
25K?
someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
See, it gets washy with stuff like that, man. Because there's stuff on both sides that I don't really like. But
No, just
I
like
wanted
in
to
general,
talk-
would you?
well, like theoretically, no.
No, so then like
But then
Trump
again-
has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman, so you wouldn't vote for him, right?
Well, civilly liable doesn't necessarily like.
Well, you said you wouldn't vote for someone who's held civilly liable, so you would?
Well, you can't just like put people in boxes, though. I mean, like I'm sure there's things that you like morally disagree with, like that Biden has done or Kamala. I mean, you can't really like put things in a boxes like that, man. I mean, politics is much broader than that. But I
So
wanted
would
to talk
you
to you
vote
about
for
the
someone
25 Go ahead.
who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Are you just going to keep asking that question? I mean, I guess I would if everything else was okay with like, because I'm not familiar enough with like policies. I mean, I know a few, but not enough on both sides to really like.
So would you vote for
like
someone
vote.
who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Well, no, no, I would
No?
not.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Well, a child is a whole different ball game.
So
I mean,
any
you have an
each of
adult.
them makes the grape worse?
Most definitely.
So
'cause there's a lot
raping
more that
women
can
isn't
entail with
excessive?
a woman.
So raping
Well,
a woman isn't
that's
excessively
all-
bad?
I would need to know more about that case specifically, but I mean, as a kid, a non-consenting kid, that's totally different. 'Cause there could have been a
Non-consenting
lot more
woman, though.
factors.
Yeah, why is raping an adult woman like not bad enough?
I'm not saying it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that at all.
You're saying
trying
it's
to
not
put
bad
this
enough.
box yet again. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's not equally as bad to a child. But what I'm saying is a child is a child. I mean, are we talking a 17-year-old child? Are we talking a 16-year-old child?
Well, I
Or are
mean,
you
if
talking
they're
a
equally
9-year-old
as
child?
bad,
I
well,
don't
if they're
think it matters,
equally as-
right?
And yeah, and if they're equally as
Well,
bad,
I
why would you
mean,
hold a different standard
context
insofar?
is key.
Well, Jason, if they're equally as bad, why
Yeah,
would
go
you hold a
ahead.
different standard insofar as you'd vote for them in one scenario but not the other?
Because as an adult woman, I'm sure there's a lot more that went into that prior, other than just like, because if it's like a child, right? Like again, context. So if it's like a 9-year-old kid, I mean, where are the parents? You know, like why is an adult hanging out with a child alone? You know, why is an adult grooming a child? That's totally different than a 30-plus-year-old, 21-year-old plus woman who the context is totally different.
So
I mean, I
what's the
don't-
relevant
if-
difference in the context that justifies you holding a different standard?
Well, like, what's the situation? I don't know enough about that specific case that you're talking about, that civil case. I don't know enough about it. I mean, there's a lot of cases that are against Trump.
I'd say that we gave you enough information to make a determination here, right? He
That's not true at
inserted
all.
either his PP or
That's
his
not true at
fingers
all.
into her vagina with against her will without her consent, forcefully so.
Okay, well, that's all hearsay, right? Is that not? I mean,
So
like,
you'd
what
be
was
rejecting the
context
standard of
beforehand?
evidence here. So why would you accept the same standard
Well, I
of
don't know.
evidence when it
What I'm
pertains
saying
to
is
a
I don't
little girl?
know. I don't know enough about the evidence about that case to say yes or no. I mean, if you could provide me with more
Really,
context
really.
as
So
to
like, no, but like
what
I think
transpired.
I think it's ironic that you say that as it relates to the civil case with the woman, but you don't say that with the civil case as it relates to the minor. So again, they're both
Well, 'cause-
civil cases, yet you accept one but not the other. That tells me
Okay.
you're not judging that based upon the likelihood of it being true because they're both civil courts. You're judging it based upon your perceived severity of the crime, which tells me that you
That's-
just don't think that raping a woman is bad enough.
Dude, you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting me in a box. It's not true. What I'm trying to say is, if you're sitting there on the couch and
I
you're
did put
having
you in a box.
if you're having contact with a
Whopper.
minor off the bat, that's wrong.
So you say you
If you-
needed ice.
But having unconsensual contact with an adult woman isn't?
Who's saying it's not say that though, I need to know more about the case. You can't just, again, it's just hearsay. I mean, I don't know enough about the case or anything. You're saying all this stuff, but people like may take you at face value and believe you, but they can't do the, like, do you have all of the evidence from that specific civil? Like, do you have everything that you can prove right now?
You didn't listen to me. Yo, I'm sorry, Jason, but you did not ask for the evidence with the child. So the only differences between the case were the age of the victim. So that's what tells us that you're judging it based upon severity. Because if you were judging it based upon the likelihood of it being true, well, then you would have asked that in the scenario with the victim being the child.
Right, because both of the two scenarios would be using with the same standard of evidence, right, that would be conventionally upheld in civil courts, right?
So you're saying basically based off evidence that I'm like wrong. So with the child thing, if I feel like the circumstances would have to be drastically different. So if you were, let's just say
But the circumstances are different between graping an adult woman and graping a little child, right? It's implied that the circumstances would be different, but the evidence to prove that those circumstances had occurred wouldn't be different.
Well, again, the child thing is a hypothetical. So, I mean, if you're saying that the evidence on both playing fields are the same, then of course neither would be okay. But you're using a hypothetical as like,
right. So given that both of these two civil cases, right, would be proved given the same standard of evidence, right, would you vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for graping a little girl?
Most definitely not.
But
okay,
you
so
would
why
if
would
he
you
was
vote for a woman then?
Because no little girl. Again, this goes right back to the child's a hypothetical. Were they? What was the case? Would she happen to be in a room alone with a man and he forced himself upon her? Versus the grown woman
they were at a party where they were having orgies. And she was 13 years old.
What?
wait,
that's
Kyle.
what she said.
I don't know how that's funny, but I guess. But anyways, so like if the context, what I'm saying is like if you have
Kyle,
a grown
are you
woman,
MAGA?
Yep, sure.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him.
The context, if it's like a grown woman and you were, I don't know what the party, I don't know who that was, but if you have a grown woman and you guys are having some sort of, I don't know, something going on, right? Like you guys are both feeling something for each other and you do something that you thought was appropriate at the time, but she didn't. And she didn't give you the cues that it wasn't okay until afterwards. That's a totally different ballgame than being alone with a minor, a young girl who can't defend herself.
So his argument here is that it was her fault? So your argument here is that it was a victim's fault?
I'm not saying it was her fault, but are you a mind reader?
Well, I mean, your argument here is that it just wasn't that severe?
Honestly, Jason, I just think this is the craziest shit ever because, again, we've already told you the only difference is the age of the victim. Okay? And you're sitting there, you're trying to...
Age makes a huge difference. Context matters. Age makes a huge difference.
Tell me, what difference does the age make?
Difference.
And whether or not you think it's severe enough. So it's not as severe with the women. He just thinks it's not severe enough. That's disgusting.
Well, no, both are severe. You're like putting... No, both are severe, but context matters yet again.
What do you mean? Context matters for what?
For each case. So you're using, again...
Why?
The
Tell me why.
Child.
Why does the context of grape matter?
Why? Because, again, are you a mind reader? Can you read a woman's mind? Let's just say the roles were reversed and it was a woman...
Wait. Are you just saying a woman is more likely to lie?
I'm pretty sure what he's saying is that Trump thought that she probably wanted to engage in intercourse with him.
Who groped a man...
That's still essay.
Yeah. Not only is that like essay, but what you're engaging in is called victim blaming.
And
essentially saying
and it was actually what was used in the case to show that he likely had a state of mind which would lead to this happening. So you're like proving the point.
Yeah, like you're saying that maybe Trump shouldn't be held accountable to the same degree as we would want to because he thought that she had consented to the actions. Right? But he left.
He's like, I don't know. I don't know who I'm voting for. Yeah, someone who doesn't know who they're voting for wouldn't say that.
All right.
That means he just didn't want pushback on voting for Trump. Dude, I've gotten my career player up to 86 overall. Yo,
Dude, you've been grinding that game.
Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
I could help you out here if you'd like it.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And chat, I didn't even buy any VC. I felt so tempted. I felt so tempted. But we grinded, chat. We grinded. All right. Holy shit, we have so many people connecting because this shit sucks. Yo, Sean, how old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
Not 100% convinced, but there's a chance, yeah.
Okay. Why so?
Sean, you're on pause. We can't hear you, man.
Chastain, are you voting for Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he doesn't support child molesters like Kamala Harris does.
What? When did she do that?
Look up Jessica's Law, Kamala Harris. Type that in Google and it'll show up where she wanted to lighten the things against child molesters.
Wait, didn't Trump call Jeffrey Epstein a phenomenal guy?
Do what?
Donald Trump
called Jeffrey Epstein a phenomenal guy. He also said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Also, again, let's look this up. I'd love to see this.
The whole thing that gets me is how.
Because I would definitely disagree with her doing that.
Okay. Well, the thing with they're trying to say that parents or take the child away.
Wait, so what'd you say to look up? Dean, did you look it up?
Kamala Harris, Jessica's Law.
Kamala Harris's, yeah, I'll read it right now. I'll read through it right now.
All right, for sure.
Talk about something else.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, with the whole thing where they're trying to take the right. Basically, if the parent is against their child making a life-changing decision, if we can't buy alcohol and stuff like that, why would you allow your kids to make that kind of a decision for a sex change before?
No one's able to get it's not typical for kids to get sex changes that you're referencing, the surgeries, right? Can you give me
why in Minnesota is it like that?
No, wait, there's nowhere. Wait, can you give me a source? Because I have no source of that. What? Sean, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you voting Trump?
I'm not 100% convinced, but I just genuinely don't think I know enough about Kamala's policies in order to be convinced to vote her yet. I'm not saying I'm 100% not on board with her. I wouldn't identify myself as a Democrat or a Republican. But I'm curious as to where you would. She hasn't really been. Well, I wouldn't say I'm super active in looking at it either, but I haven't been seeing any, sort of interviews or anything like that where she's portraying her views and policies and whatever. And I don't exactly support, Agenda 47 either, but there is a couple things in there that I'm not completely against at the same time. So.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
No, but I also don't think that all politicians are morally sound in their own right. You could say the same thing. If I could go back 20 years and vote for Obama again, would I vote for someone who's committed multiple war crimes in the Middle East? Not particularly, you know what I mean?
Trump has committed war crimes.
Yeah, exactly. But if he would be a better president than
so
the other
you
person,
would vote for someone who has committed war crimes. Now, can you?
Yeah, if it was Obama, yeah, I would.
Okay, so would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
If I believe the other candidate was just genuinely worse for the country, then yeah, I guess I would.
Okay, so what makes you think that Donald Trump is not as bad as Kamala Harris?
That's what I mean. I can't say for sure that he either is as bad or is going to be worse or better.
Okay.
I just generally.
Would you vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Yo,
Bobby, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Bobby. Thank you so much.
So I've kind of read up on what Chastain was talking about. If you could hear me right now, Chastain, you're not in the app right now.
Oh,
Feel free to come
what's
back.
called? Matt wanted to join up and address it. Actually, hold up.
Yeah, I'll let Matt address it. He knows more than me.
Matt, go for it.
Oh, no. I think he's talking about the lack of enforcement of sex offenders living near parks and schools. The reason why Kamala Harris had to stop enforcing that because the state Supreme Court said that it was unconstitutional. So she basically was decreed by the court to no longer go ahead and enforce it. And the California Department of Corrections also stopped doing parolee type of things when it comes to that too. So and this happened in 2015. So that's when it came about.
Actually, what I'm reading right now would suggest that
She couldn't do anything anyways. Like unless you're advocating that she like go against the courts.
What I'm reading right now is that the Supreme
sorry, go
Court
ahead, Dean.
of the state of California only made that ruling for offenders living in San Diego County, and then they stopped enforcing this for 54 other Californian counties because of an opinion from the AG, which concluded that the restriction had been held unconstitutional in every county under her jurisdiction, which I think would follow from the ruling of the Supreme Court. But there's definitely some discussion.
Are you reading that from the Free Beacon? I'm assuming. You're reading that from the Free Beacon. I'm assuming, right?
This is coming from Criminal Justice Legal Foundation.
Yeah, so I think that organization, like the Free Beacon, is against the idea of this, and I think probably in the suit itself that the court probably did apply it only to that one county, but my guess is that the reason why they applied it to all counties because eventually someone was going to sue, say from Los Angeles County, and they would have to, by logic, say, well, that's also unconstitutional because there's no difference between that county and LA County. So
good argument.
I think what she was doing is she applied it because she didn't want to get sued again. Because more likely than not, she probably would have got sued again.
That actually makes sense. Yeah.
Desta, thank you for the $1.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, because I can think of no other reason why a sex offender in one county should get better rights than a sex offender like in another county. That doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I didn't understand. I didn't understand that you would want to lighten the restrictions on them. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and you can disagree with that, like, idea, and that's fine, right? You can disagree with the idea that you shouldn't live near parks or schools, but then your critique should be towards the state Supreme Court.
Bobby G, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then also, like, I think that if we don't want someone who has a violent sexual violence, in terms of their history, to, be around schools, why should we want, them in the Oval Office?
Right. Like, even if we just accept your conclusion that Harris supported sex offenders, well, we could say that Donald Trump is one. So, still a difference.
Is he not on the sex offenders list, is he?
Right. So this is going to be like an opinion based on disclosed fact, right? So what we're going to be saying here is because of the disclosed facts presented in Trump v. Carroll.
I mean,
Justin,
I can look it up.
I'm really explaining this to you if you'll listen to me.
Okay.
So this is going to be an opinion on basis of disclosed facts, right? So we're basically looking at the facts disclosed, right? And like Trump v. Carroll, right? Looking at the jury's determination that he had like sexually abused her, entered into her vagina without her consent, and we'd say that this would be right, like synonymous with someone on the sex offenders registry, and like in fact they should be. Right? Or we could even use the term sex offender colloquially speaking.
Compared to a criminal case.
What's that?
Do you know how many jurors are on a civil case compared to a criminal case?
9 versus 12, I believe.
Well, wouldn't it be 13 in the criminal? Or does the judge not get a say-so in that, too?
I'm not aware.
In a civil, the 9th is the judge, correct?
No, I'm pretty sure they had 9.
The judge doesn't vote. The judge doesn't vote. The judge can nullify the jury only if he finds that the jury acted in blatant disregard to their overall instructions. So let's say that like someone's on an M charge, right? They have a charge against unaliving somebody, and the jury comes back and says that they did it, but they used some random, totally non-instructional thing for why they found it. Then the judge can say, you didn't follow the instructions by the law, therefore your vote is now gone, and then they'd have to declare a mistrial and have to do a whole new one over again.
Okay.
But that barely happens.
It's just really the timing of that shit.
So Dean's right, they're all 12.
Like, you could say it's victim blaming or whatever, but it's just like the timing of it. Like, why between 1990 and now? Like, why in 2022 after 2019 or whatever, or whenever she did it? Like, why wait till then?
I mean, we can
Many
give you
victims take a long time to come out with these sorts of things. I don't think that you should be saying, "Oh, a victim should come out on my timeline."
Right, and like I just don't like the rhetoric of you saying that if someone was truly raped, this is how they would respond, and if any victim of rape doesn't respond to the way that you've conceived in your head, right, they're somehow like invalid or their experiences don't matter, right? It's like I don't think that we should be placing like a standard of how we would expect victims of rape to respond, because this is ultimately like blaming the victim of the events in comparison to like the committer of the events. Like I think that we should be looking at Trump and you know condemning him for raping a woman instead of looking at the woman that he raped and condemning her for waiting 23 years.
Parker, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Parker.
I'm just saying, I didn't say he didn't do it, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people, that's the hardest time they're having to deal with.
Dean.
It's because everything else they've done or tried to.
You got $5 to kick me?
From Parker.
Oh, dear God.
Sorry, you were saying, man?
I was saying, like, it's just the timing of it that's kind of, like, along with everything else they've tried, it's just kind of, you know, it just seems off to me.
My question that I would ask almost anybody, and I would ask you too, is that if these same facts, if the same fact pattern was applied to a non-famous person, a guy named John Smith who just lived down the road, would you be more inclined to accept it? Because my guess is that if this was not Donald Trump, instead this was just some Joe Schmo from the block, right, and he had the same fact pattern, right, would you be like, okay, yeah, he probably did it?
Well,
that all makes sense to me. I think like allowing this because it's Donald Trump. Like if this was anybody else, you probably wouldn't be so skeptical.
Well, as far as rape goes, there's always been a lot of cases that's kind of like a faint line right there, where like when there's been plenty of times women have come out later and said that they didn't do it or whatever. But I'm not saying that's the case with this. I don't know.
I mean, we could think of that. We could think of more like times where this has happened with like murder, right? For one, like one would be Emmett Till, right? Like the infamous, the case of where Emmett Till, a black man, was accused of like murdering someone, and then I think he was even like murdered himself with like the woman that had accused him of like, touching her. I think it was. Sorry, guys. For history.
It was.
Had been later said on her deathbed that it never happened.
Actually,
right?
Dean, it was worse than that. He was accused of whistling at her.
Whistling at her. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So Emmett Till was accused of whistling right at a woman, and which then led to him being like essentially publicly like
lynched.
Killed,
yes.
Lynched.
Lynched.
Right.
Yep.
And like, but we'd say like even though there's like these incredibly sad and drastic scenarios of people being falsely accused of these things, or even being held like criminally being criminally convicted of murder when they're innocent, right? That doesn't mean everybody in jail for murder is innocent, and that doesn't mean everybody that's been accused of sexual harassment is innocent either, right? Because that's incredibly like atypical to occur, right? And you'd have to give special reason insofar as why the ruling of this jury was incorrect and she was a liar.
Yo, Jakari, thank you so much for the $5 for Keep Dean. And Gabrielle, thank you for the $47 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Gabrielle. I really appreciate that. Can we have some W's for Gabrielle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Gabrielle.
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jojo.
All right.
And why did Biden like reverse everything day one, like as far as the border policies and stuff?
They didn't reverse all border policies. Some border policies, right? There were things that he definitely reversed, but nothing that I think would have caused this, as those things didn't exist under the Obama administration, and there were significantly less people coming to the country.
What was
Natalia? Thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Natalia. Thank you.
What was the one that Trump got to imply whenever it was because COVID was going on?
Title 42.
Title 42. Did Biden lift that?
It was lifted because there's no longer a public health emergency, so Title 42 can
There
only be
wasn't a
enacted.
public health emergency in 2021?
It had been officially declared. It had been
that.
officially declared as over by the time that Title 42 had been removed, right? And it was just like legally
Not over.
required.
Hell, they were still pushing the vaccines, and that's another thing. Like they scream "my body, my choice," but they wanted to mandate vaccines, which is your health too.
Well, I mean, I'd like to clarify here on your first point real quick, right? Like we could like push vaccines, push for people to wear masks, and like take social precautions.
People lost their jobs about it though.
Do you mind if I talk without you interrupting me?
Stephanie, thank you for the $5 for leave Dean alone. Thank you so much. And Parker sent another $5 saying kick him.
Do you mind if I respond to you without you interrupting me, Chaz?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Title 42 can only remain in effect, all right, like when there's an official public health emergency declared, right? And by Title 42's expiration date, there was no longer an official public health emergency declared, right? And you could say that they're like still pushing like for social precautions such as getting the vaccine, wearing masks, but this doesn't discount the fact that by that time, the official public health emergency, right, as published by our government, had been declared over.
And I just want to say, there was no federal mandate that all people of all employees must actually get vaccinated. There was a strong push to convince people to do it, but largely what you're talking about is private employers on their own going out of the way saying, hey, we want you to get vaccinated. And so, like, I don't know of any order or policy that the Biden administration put in that actually mandated that all people who work in the private sector must get the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, it wasn't all people. It was
had
businesses with over 100 employees. Pretty sure. Robert, thank you so much for the $50 for Keep Dean. Can we get some W's for Robert in the comment section for Keep Dean? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Robert with the $50. Thank you so much. Let's get some W Roberts. Louis, thank you so much for the $5 for Keep Dean. We love him. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Lily, thank you for the $5 for Gays for Parker. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lily.
And I see people talking about vaccines affect other people, but they never prove it keeps you from getting it or keeps you from spreading it.
Yes, it does. Right? There's literally a bibliography in my bio set up by Matt that literally shows that, like 30 plus pages. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
It doesn't completely stop you from spreading it.
It doesn't completely stop it, but it reduces your likelihood.
No vaccine does that, by the way. No vaccine does that.
But that's why I didn't get it. And I've never.
Chastain, do you brush your teeth?
Huh?
Do you brush your teeth, sir?
Of course I brush my teeth.
Even though toothpaste doesn't completely stop you from getting cavities?
But still, man, they had zero stuff. It was not, it come up out of the blue. Like they didn't just have years of study to show this stuff. And a lot of people's coming out with health problems and all.
Oh,
and of
also
course,
someone wanted me to say that Emmett Till was not a man. He was only 14.
Danielle.
Was it Danielle? Nobody's going to come out and blame it exactly on the vaccine. But like I've seen in the UK, they're coming out with studies, especially the Moderna one, where people are coming up with heart problems and it's killing people. I mean, you can't. Of course, they're not going to come out and say that here because it'd be like a big issue or whatever, and it make them look like they were all wrong. But I mean, and I know people personally. Like I'm in my 30s. Or whatever, around my age, perfect condition and all, and like the only thing outside the blue is they got the vaccine or whatever. I mean, they'd be in perfect health, no problem, and just drop like flies.
Yeah, I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk about, her admin?
No, that's fine.
Mickey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to kick Parker.
Yo, crazy.
I'm just saying, it actually said keep Parker.
Great.
And Elizabeth, thank you for $25. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'll go ahead and drop Parker. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, man. Ramses, thank you for the $3 for unofficial petition for y'all to do a TikTokers for Harris fundraiser. That'd be cool. I would love to have her on the platform. And Gonzalez, thank you so much for the $2 for Keep Dean. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey. All right, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest of your MAGA. Let us know in that comment section.
Yo, what's up, Holiday?
Turn it off. Oh.
Thank you. You scared me really bad.
I'm pretty sure we just saved 5,000 people's eyes.
I hope so. All right. They shouldn't allow you to do that. They should make it so that you have to invite to be able to turn on your webcam.
I fucking know. For real, bro.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Dude, holy shit. It's like TikTok needs to like actually fix their shit that you have to like click a button every 2 minutes to make sure that you're there. So I don't have to like sit here and add up people who don't add up because they're like AFK.
I know, they should just have... Oh god, sorry.
Wait, was this the same person we just had on? Or?
Yeah, I was here.
Okay. I'm so confused.
Guys, if you're MAGA, honestly, just let us know in the comment section. Yo, Elizabeth with a $25 on Venmo to kick Parker. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Yo,
Nicholas, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting for Trump, I think.
And why is that?
Well, I'm actually, I'm a Christian, so, I believe that Trump will probably accomplish the goals for Christians better than Kamala will, and I think that
Kamala?
Yeah, Kamala. I think that we're fighting an important battle, and I think that we're losing our way, kind of, in what's important to our country, what's important to prosperity, what's important to life, and then freedom, and what our country was founded on. And I think that
I very strongly reject
all
that
with Christianity.
from the Christian worldview that Trump would accomplish the goals of Christianity more so than Harris would. I mean, like let's start off with a couple like concepts from Christianity, right? Jesus sat down at the table and dined with people that were considered to be outcast by society, by people like the Pharisees and people like the Romans, right? And now let's compare this, right, to how Trump instituted a Muslim ban, saying that if you are Muslim, you shouldn't be able to enter into our country. What would Jesus do in a situation? Would he invite people of a different religion, people with different ideologies, to sit down at the table with him and dine, or would he tell them that they couldn't even come in through the front door? He'd invite them in to dine, right? Also in the Bible, we could
Parker,
reference
think
John
of the
when it
$5 for I guess majority is spoken. You can keep them.
Hell yeah. Then also we could reference John when it says that a rich man is just as likely to enter into the kingdom of heaven as it is for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, right? Who does Trump fight for? Who is he? He's a billionaire that fights for the rights of the top 1% and has increased income inequities, right, due to a lack of action through policy for the low and the middle class, right? We see Ephesians, right? It says to care for your neighbor, to care for the less fortunate, right? And these are all things that the Republican
Thank you so much,
platform
Robert.
has conventionally, traditionally, and currently has never stood for, right? True Christians vote for Harris.
No, so I would say, I'll start with the Muslim ban and everything like that. And I think you're right. Christ did accept all people and wanted everyone to come to the table and kind of, come to him. But he also wanted us to change, and to change the way we were living, to change the way we saw the world, and to accept, his truth and accept not just his truth, but the truth, and repent of our sins and live a life that glorifies him. And I think, that's kind of the Western way of thinking that we've had for the last, I think that's what led to Western prosperity. And I think that's, that's written in the speeches of our presidents. If you go over and you read them, you look at like George Washington's old speeches, you'll find that
Chelsea, think of the $10. Thank you, Chelsea.
George Washington even says,
I don't even think that it matters what the people thought like originally were. I don't care.
It does matter, I think, because
I don't care what I don't care.
It's about
like,
it's about
think of the $5
what America's about, and also just the nature of humanity.
No. What it's about is what's going to lead to people being better off.
Yeah,
that's what government's about.
That's what I'm saying. So wait, I'll just say this quote from Washington, and then we'll keep going. Well, basically, Washington said, that he says morality and religion are indispensable supports to political prosperity. And then he says, in vain would that man claim, right, the tribute of patriotism, who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, right? These firmest propositions.
I'm so sorry, but this is right?
I don't know why you're on my live, giving me a George Washington quote.
Guys,
I really don't care about a George Washington
quote. This is the truth.
You understand that my rebuttal to your claim, right, wasn't that Christianity's false, right? I obviously think it is, but more so my rebuttal to your claim was that any true Christian would vote for Harris over Trump.
Okay, well, right? I disagree with that as well. And so I'll go into
what do you expect this guy to do, right? die on the cross, raise 3 days later to bang another P star. Trump is the least Christian man I fucking know of. He's broken 10 commandments. He said on a C-SPAN interview in 2018 that he'll never ask for forgiveness for God for a thing. Cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a P star. He sexualized little girls. Right? He's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls because he wanted to respect them. He also boasted about grabbing women by the P word, right, for no good reason. Then if we look at the policy,
that makes it okay.
Yes, that makes it different because people change over time.
I wasn't even done, bro. I wasn't even done with what I was saying. You just rudely interrupted me.
Okay, but even then, let's say, what is he standing for today? Right? What does he stand for today?
Greater income inequities, right? More religious persecution, more subdivision, right, of people in America, pointing the finger at already marginalized groups, saying that they're not as good as the rest, right? I mean, we could talk about so many different things here, right? The Bible vehemently advocates, right, for the better treatment of those that are worse off. What does the Republicans stand for? Anything but that. The Bible vehemently advocates for the inclusion and the acceptance of all, to set aside differences, set aside ideological splits, and become better people together. The Republican stands vehemently against that, right? The Republican platform today, right, stands right in a hateful demeanor, right, towards members of the LGBTQ plus community, towards all 107 million American women and girls, with hateful demeanors towards low and the middle class, right? And the thing is, you're continually and incessantly interrupting me, making my point worthless because you're not listening.
I'm listening to you. I'm just disagreeing with you because I don't think that, I think, well, I mean, I listened to it. You said a lot of things there, right? You mentioned a lot of different points. You talked about the economy. You said that he wants to, prop up the rich and screw over the middle class. I actually believe that helping, the economy, helping corporations, letting free trade happen actually helps our whole economy, helps everybody in the economy. And that's an economic.
Letting free trade happen is definitely involving tariffs, right?
Well, I think that there's a balance to it, but that's not necessarily why I want to vote for Trump. I think I want to vote for him because he's standing more for what Christians stand for and what God would stand for than the Democratic Party as a whole. I think on social issues, I'm conservatively, culturally conservative. So
there's no way we can have a conversation with you without disputing your belief in God, and it would turn into a religious conversation.
Well, that's
thank you for the $10.
You're just basing your entire worldview on being religious.
That's how people base their worldview. We all have our own religion.
Yeah, but you're never going to turn away from your religion, so there's no point of even engaging any conversation about what you believe because you're not willing to change. You're going to hold the same view either way.
And so maybe I'll change you guys, right? Maybe you guys will start to see what the truth is and what's important in life, and how you build a society. And you fall into the Western understanding of the world, and then you'll see that the way forward is through Jesus Christ.
And Eric, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Eric. Yo, it's a Paladin.
I was getting ready to run the world's most insane internal critique there.
Yeah, no, it's just like I can do it. We'll have religious conversations after the election time. It's literally like insane view.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm more so
to
like
use that to like restrict people's rights, like is crazy. When that's not even what Jesus fucking advocated for, bro, under their own worldview. Like, dude, actually insane. Yo, it's a Palladio?
33.
Are you voting Trump?
I just want to say that y'all changed my mind. I was going to vote Trump, but after listening to you and Dean specifically, y'all really changed my mind with all the facts y'all point.
Evan, I love you, man.
I really
You're
appreciate
awesome.
that, Evan. Thank you so much,
Hey,
man.
but at the same time, I'm just fucking with you. I just wanted to hear sweet nothings. Trump.
Bitch.
Oh my god. If for y'all that have seen the show The Good Place out there,
I'm literally never going to be able to believe someone again. I have no trust. Now.
For those that have seen The Good Place show, right? Evan just gained like 1 million points to get into heaven, right? And then lost them all.
And he went negative.
5 seconds. Yeah.
Yep. Unbelievable. These conspiracy nuts, dude. If you want to... Oh my gosh, bro. Why am I so white? Jesus.
Yo, we got Casper.
Thank you for the relax. Thank you so much. Yeah, how old are you? Yeah, are you voting Trump?
That's a fetus, dude. Oh.
Base. Oh, well, you should probably swipe out of the app because you're still connected, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh my god, finally the first time we've had someone glitched in that was cool.
Yeah, I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? I am 55 years old.
Are you driving?
No. I
Are
just
you
got
voting
it on
Trump?
my account because I got a hearing aid in.
Yeah, are
So
you
I gotta
voting
do
Trump?
my fears. I am voting Trump. I got a lot of, I like the points that you guys both are talking about. First of all, I wish Parker would run for president. I probably would vote for him. But I just wish the Democrat Party could come up with a better candidate. Because, I mean, Trump has his major bad points, but Harris also has the same thing. Why doesn't the Democrat? Yeah, why does the Democrat pick a better candidate?
I don't know. I feel like she's actually pretty good. Like, what would you say her major bad points are?
I don't know. The last couple. I mean, now hear me out. Maybe it was bullshit that I heard. Sorry, maybe I heard some wrong connection on one of the internet thing. But like, she went to Africa and she was voting for transgender rights, and then now her platform is saying we're going to be the first black woman voted. I mean, to me, 2 months ago we didn't even know what a woman was, and now all of a sudden now we run down there. Is that wrong? Did I get wrong information?
Wait. Saying trans people have valid identity is not knowing what a woman is. I know what a woman is, and I believe trans people have a valid identity.
Correct. I mean, I agree on that. I agree on that. I'm just like confused about how they go about it. That's why I wish the Democrat Party can pick a better candidate.
Oh, someone that's like transphobic?
Am I transphobic?
No, like denying trans people's identity without reason. Yeah, I think that's not a good thing to do. So I'm just like asking.
I'm not saying to deny it, but I'm just saying she was wrong. Now, like I said, I probably got wrong information. That's why I'm asking so you guys to help me with this.
Like the diplomatic activities of the Biden-Harris administration pertaining to the LGBTQ plus community in Africa was to try to stop Uganda from giving gay people the death penalty. Right? I just want to clarify that. What is the issue there?
No, I just like I said, I'm glad you correct me on that because maybe I got wrong information. Like I was saying, I mean, and again, I'm probably repeating myself. Is I thought that was what she went to Africa for, and then now all of a sudden she says I'm going to be the first woman black president, and then it's like, okay,
how is her being the first black woman president have anything to do with diplomatic attitudes and behaviors surrounding the acceptance of the LGBTQ plus community? I see no correlation between those two things.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. That's why I'm on this thing to learn this. But like I said, I don't know. The stuff that I hear, and trust me, Trump ain't no saint. He's got his issues, but I'm on the fence with it, and that's why I like hearing from you guys because you guys got a lot of great points, and I don't want to vote for him, but I'm an old guy, 55, and I'm like, okay, which president's going to do the less damage? And that's definitely to me not the right way of going about it, but
sure. Here, I'll ask you this question: would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No, I would. No.
Okay, so then that's reason enough not to vote for him. There's people like Mitt Romney who have made this calculation. He said that there's a line in the sand for him that he's not willing to go past, and that's sexual assault. Right? He said that he's not voting for Trump because of that.
Okay, now I got a question to ask. Like he was accused of it. He's going to court for it, but he hasn't been charged with it. I mean, don't we go back on our own?
Trump was held civilly liable, but unanimously by a jury.
Okay, so he was found guilty.
Yeah, he was found guilty in a civil court. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I didn't know that. I thought he was still going through court for it because they acted like how was he found guilty? He ain't in jail, and then he's running
because it's a civil court, so he had to pay millions of dollars. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court was because of statute of limitations.
Okay.
Which means it's been too many years since the events happened to try it in a criminal court, which is a messed up law that most people I talk to believe shouldn't exist. Retro, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
No, that's why I said I like hearing you guys out. Guess what? I'm not voting for him.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
then I mean, thank you. All right, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Thank you for the meerkat. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. We got Jesus. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Jesus fell asleep on the live, everyone.
Don't worry, he'll wake up in 3 days.
Well, let's let him chill. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We need Jesus to be with us, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Just remember, Jesus is with you in the live.
Yeah, Jesus is literally with us.
Jesus is literally with you in the live.
Yo, yay for all the MAGA Christian fans out there. If you wanna, do a meet and greet with Jesus, make sure to hop in the queue, y'all.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you voting for Trump?
Jakar, I think $5.
I'm leaning towards Trump right now, and I am yes.
Why so?
Well, I think it's very odd to be so one-sided and for sure of something, and I believe that the current nominee wasn't actually voted in.
Christina, thank you for the $3.
Okay, so Kamala Harris steps up given that Joe Biden steps down, and also we voted for delegates. Delegates vote for gets a vote for who they would want or who represents the party, and most Democrats right now want Kamala Harris as the presidential nominee.
Did you support Trump before the RNC?
What's the RNC? Sorry.
RNC.
What's the RC? Sorry.
RNC, Republican National Convention.
I don't know who I'm voting for yet. Actually, no. Sorry. That's not true.
Did you support Trump before the RNC had occurred?
Yes, I did. I started supporting Trump in 20.
So Trump hadn't been voted in as the official Republican ticket until the RNC. He was only the presumptive nominee at that point. So why did you support someone that hadn't been voted in?
I don't believe that he's not the popular Republican vote right now, and I believe you could argue that your current nominee is not the popular vote.
Can you give me any poll that indicates that most Democrats don't want Kamala Harris?
The problem is you would never be able to get that true statistics.
Harris is beating Trump right now.
But you don't know that for sure.
Yes, wait, the polls literally indicate that pretty clearly.
But they change. They're obviously going up and down right now. Like if you saw in the last election, sometimes you lead the polls and that doesn't end up being our president. So the point of the matter is...
You mean 2 elections ago?
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is, can you admit that there was some shady business going on when your current nominee was nominated? Because you don't believe that our current president, who you voted in and has current issues, should be our president currently today.
I think he should step down, yeah.
So you think your current nominee should step up?
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris should be the president.
So you believe that somebody who wasn't voted in should be the president?
You understand we voted in Biden-Harris, right?
We voted in Biden as our president, not as Harris as vice president.
Wait, and also, if you care about democracy, why are you voting for a guy that sent fake electors to Electoral College to cast fake electoral votes, and then also someone who tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results? You don't really care about democracy.
Was any of that proven in court? You can't say that unless it was proven in court, sir.
So actually, these are court documents where he's pleading immunity. So why isn't he saying it didn't happen?
Doesn't matter. You can't.
Wait, so if he doesn't even dispute that it happened, why are you disputing it? Trump doesn't even dispute it. He's just asking for immunity.
What I'm trying to say is the Democratic Party right now wants to put somebody in charge who wasn't elected president.
Jesus Christ, dude. She's going to be elected president, and she's going to be nominated at the DNC in a week. Thank you, I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate the confetti. Or less than a week, literally in a few days.
You do not believe the current events that have happened over the last 3 months prove that the Democratic Party is not for democracy?
No, they don't. Not at all. You're fucking delusional, honestly, believing that and not believing it's true for the fucking Republicans. You guys are voting for a candidate that tried to overthrow the government. Like, get a grip.
I got raptured. I literally got fucking raptured for misinformation.
You got banned? That's rough.
Yeah, it was quick.
I didn't even see that.
I know, dude, it was quick. Anyways, Cole.
So, what happened, Dean? Sorry, I didn't understand that.
He got
kicked.
I got raptured. But Parker was talking about Trump. Yeah, so this guy like tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, like sending fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be certified as real, making him the illegitimate president. And he's arguing that he did break federal law. He's arguing that he did partake in these actions, but he should be immune from it as it was an official act of his presidency.
I think the problem here, guys, is most Americans are in the middle. It's not really Trump versus, your nominee. I think most people are in the middle, and we're just trying to figure out what is going on. Day by day, things are changing, and our democracy.
Did we elect Kamala Harris as vice president in 2020?
Biden nominated her as his nominee. That's how that works.
Can you answer the question?
The presidential candidate elects his vice president. That's how that works.
And we elected them, right?
You elected Joe Biden as your president. We all did, right? The United States people did. We can't argue that. Supposedly, he got the most votes.
We elected Joe Biden and
States.
Kamala Harris.
Joe Biden got the most votes in the history of the United States, right?
You're also treating like this private political party, right, the Democrat Party, as if it is a government organization. It's not, right? It's a private political party. You could go out tomorrow and start your own if you'd like. But come November, everybody has a right to vote for whoever they want. You could vote for Harris. You could vote for Trump. You could even write in my name, write in Parker's name, write in anybody's name. Right? So please don't conflate, right, a private political party functioning as it is supposed to, right? When a person drops out of the primaries with delegates that already have signed on to them because of votes in states, right? That person will then tell their delegates to endorse somebody else.
When was the last time a president stepped down as president? When was the last time a president stepped down as president?
I don't know. I can't really think of any.
Probably Nixon. Probably Clinton.
Yeah, then also like Biden didn't step down as president. He stepped out of the race. Then he just delegated his.
It was Nixon. It was Nixon. My bad.
He told his delegates.
I appreciate you listening.
1968.
Right, but like, that's a private political party, right? It's not anti-democratic. That's a function of said political party. It happens in every single primary. When the losers of the primary drop out, even if they win in some states, they'll just tell their delegates to endorse another candidate, right? Just like Joe Biden dropped out of the race and told his delegates to endorse Harris, right? There's nothing unconstitutional or anti-democratic about
you mean
this.
like drop out before an election, not like okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Hey, day by day, things can change. Maybe you guys
You're not responding to anything here.
But I believe that we've had something that was really wrong happen 3 months ago. And
Which was?
That's what I'm bringing up. That's what was when Joe Biden stepped down. I don't think he should have done that.
Yeah, because you wanted to win?
Because
you're a fucking weasel, dude. Like, literally, get the fuck out of our democratic politics. Literally, no one gives a shit that you have that thoughts. Get the fuck out of this. You're voting for a literal guy that tried to overthrow the government. Stop virtue signaling about democracy and about all this bullshit you don't give a fuck about.
We could talk about the $25,000 house.
It's actually unbelievable.
Well, actually, you know what? I want to bring up this. Last night, you talked about how you believe that Elon Musk should be taxed more because he's making more money, right? You said that last night.
Yeah, I believe in progressive taxes. You don't?
Yeah.
You think that a poor middle class family should be taxed the same rate as Elon Musk?
No, but the real reason why the middle class is hurting right now is because of government spending. It's because of the M2 money supply that's expanding at a rate that we haven't seen
M2 increased
before.
more under the Trump administration.
No, but not at a rate it's increasing currently. That's not true.
No, you have no clue what you're talking about. It is not increasing at a high rate right now. It is staying constant.
If you put the chart in log format, it is gone outside the brackets right now.
Ishana, thank you so much for the $20. No, it hasn't. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ishana. Go to St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look at M2.
Also, not to mention that it's the feds that control the M2. Jerome Powell is going to be the chairman of the feds, and Trump wants to keep Jerome Powell.
Yes, because they're going to start cutting rates, which is good. But
you literally look at M2. I'll tell you specifically. So M2 under Trump's administration. So under Trump's administration, went from when he went into office, 2017, 13,000 to about 13,000 234. The end of his administration, it was. Let me get this. January, 19,384. And then that's when it was 19,384 under Biden at the beginning. And then right now it's at 20,947. So the rate of increase was significantly lesser under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration, where it went from 13,000 to 19,000, which is an almost 6,000 increase.
Not to mention there's more federal debt-related spending under Trump than Biden.
Literally, that's crazy for you to sit there and you to act like that's like an issue of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when it's not an issue of Trump.
Okay, I'd like to debate that point. The reason why that what you said is correct is because we had a global pandemic that happened in 2020, and the government had to spend money to keep people afloat and keep the system going.
Before the pandemic, it was at 15,600. So it went up like 2,000, which is more than what it went up under.
Time. So right now,
the rate of increase under Trump, even prior to the pandemic, was higher than under the Biden-Harris administration. Also, this is the Federal Reserve, not the president. I just want to let you know.
And once again, right, Trump wants to keep Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, who would ultimately be to blame if we saw an unprecedented increase in the M2 money supply.
Yeah, but it's all about increasing the total debt that we have. So right now with policy, we're spending money on certain things
So actually, we had more debt-related spending under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. 8.4 trillion for Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, 4.3 trillion Biden-Harris, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay. The point that I was trying to make about last night when you said that Elon Musk should pay more taxes, the way you guys are describing how business works is you believe that the government should control everything. The government has more of if they had $40 million, Elon Musk wouldn't spend it more efficiently than the government would, which I think is a terrible take. We need to put the power back in.
Okay, so again, what you're saying is that we should decrease taxes on Elon Musk. Get a fucking grip, dude.
No, I'm saying we need to.
Oh my God, Elon Musk.
We need to use tariffs to strengthen the U.S.
Tariffs increase consumer products prices. You have no clue what you're talking about.
No, it will change the way we produce goods.
It absolutely increases prices.
To certain industries, but that is
across the board. Trump wants to put tariffs on all goods coming into the country. Now that is not capitalism. That is literally restrictive. 1, 2. That is quite literally going to cause inflation. And you're like, Trump's like, I'm going to lower the prices.
NASA isn't. It's just like things are changing. We need to put money into private citizenship. It's very clear to see what has happened over the last 5 years.
With an advocate for subsidies.
Did you just use SpaceX existing as an argument to privatize everything? That was quite literally one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
No, just one industry. I'm giving you an example.
Wouldn't you just want to advocate for subsidies here in comparison to getting rid of our progressive tax system? You understand that we could have a progressive tax system that taxes people who are making more money more, right? But even further yet on top of that, you could still advocate for government subsidies to benefit these private companies that would serve as a benefit to the world without making life harder for the low and the middle class.
Government subsidies work in certain situations, but then you look at the campaign like Got Milk in the early 2000s where we subsidized milk because we needed to keep the loans going for the farmers. And, there's certain things like food, for instance, where subsidies don't work. It ends up driving the cost of the goods up. It ends up not allowing an actual economy to operate because it's all reliant on the government spending the money. That's why it doesn't work. We've seen it happen.
So what would you advocate for? Lower taxes on rich people?
No, a flat tax on everybody. And if you're importing goods into the U.S., we have to put 10 to 20% taxes.
Do you understand how this will absolutely disenfranchise and maybe even disintegrate the low and the middle class? Because proportionally speaking, the low and middle class spend more of their income on the bare necessities to live. Right?
The way you destroy the middle class and the low income is by creating more dollars, by increasing the M2 money supply.
Wait, Cole, without pivoting back to your first point, could you please respond to mine?
And he literally was wrong on that. Dude, it's actually hilarious.
Yeah, so you were wrong about that first point. We proved you wrong by giving stats from Fred. But now on your second point about you supporting a flat tax, right? Well, if I'm considering spending $3,000 on a graphics card and I see people starving on the street begging for money, there's no way in hell that I should be spending the same amount of my income proportionally speaking as them on taxes for our government. I think that it's okay for us to say that the more money you make, the more you should pay in taxes through a progressive system. Because
Elon Musk should pay the same as a family of 4 that needs to put food on the table. What?
Right. like the low and the middle class spend more of their income proportionally speaking on the bare necessities to live, when the top 1% spends more of their income proportionally speaking on things like trips to Italy or like a yacht trip for 3 weeks or a cruise around the world. Like, I'd be
Oh my God, one less BMW, one less BMW.
You guys
How
are using
terrible.
emotions to argue with math. So
Math? What? Wait, name one country around the world that has the economic model that you're referencing that is more beneficial.
The United States for the last 200 years has been
Is
the
less
powerhouse.
economically free than the Nordic countries, right? So if you care about economic freedom, you'd look at the Nordic countries that actually have broader social safety nets or are more in line with what I'm arguing for.
Okay, well, the tax thing, when you guys are talking about families and the middle class and all that, when it comes down to math, when you add more to something, it lessens the value. So
Trump
what is
lessened the
happening
value.
right now is we are spending too much money and we are devaluing our currency.
Wait, you literally just justified a progressive tax system. When you add more to something, it decreases its value, right? What is that called? It's called like decreasing returns on the value, like individually speaking. So the more money you have, the less the value is of each individual dollar. And this is why we should have a progressive tax system, right? Because when we tax the people making less money the same amount proportionally speaking as people making more money, well then we'll see that the people at the bottom are spending more, are like paying more value to the government in comparison to the people at the top because of the diminishing returns on the dollar, right? And because of the diminishing returns of the dollar, the value of each additional dollar you have absolutely justifies a progressive tax system.
Yeah, Cat disagrees with you.
Oh, can I not turn my video on? I wanted to show the cat.
You're good.
Okay. Besides the point, yeah, I mean, I don't believe in the progressive tax system. I believe that it's better.
Literally, the justification for it came out of your own mouth. You said the more you have of something, the less valuable it is. The diminishing returns on the value of the dollar. The more dollars you have, the less valuable each individual dollar is, right? That's why we shouldn't have a flat tax rate, because what it's going to end up doing is going to tax people at the bottom more valuable dollars, proportionally speaking.
Okay. I disagree with that.
What do you disagree with?
This is your argument, bro. I literally took his argument. This is literally your argument.
If you give, first-time home buyers $25,000, if you try and control food prices, if you try and do these things, it prevents what America was built on, which is free capitalism. And that's why we are,
You understand the Nordic countries, like I just referenced, have freer economies than we do have in the United States.
But you can't compare us to the Nordic countries. That doesn't mean
Wait. So do you prefer their economic model to ours?
No, I never said I did.
So why don't you?
Because I don't believe in more government control. I believe in putting the power in I believe that the citizens should hold the power. I believe that private business is the way we built America, and that's why we were such a successful company, such a successful nation.
So can you give me one model that you're trying to recreate around the world that has been beneficial?
I want to keep the United States as the United States has been thriving over the last 200 years.
Thank you so much.
I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in these things, that why we are here today is because of these things, and you guys don't believe in that any of that helped us get to the point we currently are at.
How do you feel about Trump putting saying that he wanted to put the Constitution on pause and saying that he wants to federally imprison people for a year for burning the American flag when that has been protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution, right? Particularly by a Supreme Court ruling in 1984 of Texas versus Robinson.
It's a very unique point you just made, and I don't know much about that.
I mean, you said you're like pro-USA, pro-Constitution, you're a true patriot, right? Why would you want to vote for the guy that tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, said he wanted to put the Constitution on pause, and says he wants to violate the First Amendment? That's pretty antithetical.
On the staged coup, I just have a quick question for you. Were you able to, did you see the video of Nancy Pelosi on that day, what she said on January? Did you see the video of what she said when she was on the phone?
Yeah, you're talking about like her not wanting to send like the National Guard to the Capitol. She didn't control the National Guard, the DoD did.
Okay.
But completely irrelevant to the coup that we're referencing here. But how can you be, right, a true patriot, real pro-Constitution, pro-USA, right, with all the points that I just brought up about Trump?
I don't know enough about January 6th, and I don't think the general public knows enough about January 6th to make educated.
We know that Trump wanted to
What?
put the Constitution on pause. He literally went on Truth Social and talked about it. He said that we need to limit the power of the federal government, even if it means putting certain articles of the Constitution temporarily on pause so he could steal the election. That is literally what he tweeted out, bro. Like, dude, come on, really?
But that doesn't indict. That doesn't prove
That
that
doesn't
he told
indict him.
those
Thank you for the
people.
sunglasses. Thank you so much.
That doesn't prove that he told those people to go inside the Capitol. Like, I don't believe that that was the right thing to do, and I don't really want to talk about that day because I'm more focused on the current events and where we are today and what's going to happen over the next 3 months. And if I believe
True
Trump isn't elected, what the outlook of the United States looks like versus, you're not.
Yeah, and can the outlook be worse, especially if you vote in someone who's done
And
this?
I also want to say this. I think a crazy thing that might happen, I think you guys might change your nominee between now and Election Day.
Jesus Christ.
So I just want to say that right now.
The head mustache, thank you so much. You're like Trump. Do you believe seriously that we're going to have what's it called? We're gonna have Biden back?
Wait, yo, someone says that they approve or paid for by the DNC. Could I invite him
Add
up?
him up. Go for it. I doubt they do. What's your proof?
All right, let me break this down real quick. Dean, can I see your wrist real quick? This is serious. Okay. Other one. Are you affiliated with Pallet Media like the rest of them?
Why do you need to see my wrists for this?
I'll get to it. Hold on. Are you affiliated with Pallet Media?
We're not affiliated.
Neither me or
with Pallet.
Parker are affiliated with them.
No, you're not. So, and this, you don't have to answer. Is this your full-time gig?
Yes.
Yes, we both only have one job, but that's true.
Cool. So how'd you afford that Rolex that was on your wrist when you were doing your live with Magic Tricks?
Oh, yeah, it was. I got it from my grandpa.
Did you?
Yeah, it's a family heirloom.
I didn't even know Dean had a Rolex.
You're gonna stick
I do.
to that.
I got it from my grandpa.
You're gonna stick to that, aren't you? Why don't you give us a serial number on it so we can see when it was made?
I don't think
crazy,
I have
bro.
it with me right now, but
Hey man, y'all are living lies. I'm gonna point out y'all's lives. Y'all always want to just beat Trump to shit, but y'all will
Do you
never.
want to give me any evidence that I'm paid?
wait, what was that supposed to
I don't have
do?
evidence against you right now. Dean's just maybe not smart enough to hide his evidence.
Bro, Evan, I
Parker,
literally
thank you for
spoke
the
about
$5.
this.
I am paid by Parker. Thank you so much.
I literally spoke about this on my live like a year ago, right?
Did
Like
you?
maybe
Okay,
some people
give
in my
us-
second
give
account
us a
live.
serial
It was
number.
an heirloom. It was an heirloom from my grandpa.
Give us a serial number.
Sure, yeah. I think it's like at my
Leave it,
mom's
thank you
house
so
right
much.
now. When I get
Yeah.
back to it, I'll do that.
Anyway, I'll
Anyways.
let y'all go.
Wait, what's the evidence that we're paid for by the DNC? Pointing out
He
the
doesn't have
family
any.
heirloom.
That was just
Doesn't
my
do
point to
anything.
get on the live.
Yeah, they just do that.
Hey, but real talk, I appreciate what y'all do, but y'all are wrong and y'all are soft.
Pocket watching, pocket watching, pocket
Y'all are
watching.
soft. Y'all are soft, and y'all need to stand up. For
How am I soft?
Because you're soft, dude. You refer to your girlfriend as a partner. Everything's soft about y'all's generation.
I refer to my girlfriend as a partner, and that makes
Just
me
soft.
soft.
Just
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, do you think that when like two individuals are in a relationship that they shouldn't be partners within the relationship? Like, what do you mean?
It's a lot different when you say I have a partner.
Jesus Christ, dude. I can't believe you just said something so dumb, dude. That was crazy, dude.
Evan, is your
one
girlfriend
example.
not supposed to be your partner?
You're missing my point. So you're taking my words and spinning them. That's
No, answer
what
it.
y'all
Like,
do.
if you have a girlfriend, is she
Lane,
your
I push the
partner,
dollar.
or is she not your partner?
Wait, what is your girlfriend to you?
I feel like you're gonna pull some misogynistic shit out, like, oh, they're supposed to be your inferior. They're supposed to be submissive.
no,
and follow
why
what
would
you
I say
say.
that?
How could you ever consider a woman your partner?
Why would I
Dude,
say
like,
that?
like, yeah,
So
because
tell
that's
us,
exactly
what
you're
is
alluding to.
your girlfriend to you?
My girlfriend is my girl. Not even my girlfriend. She's my wife.
Okay, so what is your wife to you? Is your wife your partner?
My spouse.
Thank you so much. Is your spouse your partner?
She's my spouse. There's no There's no
but they do
problem
too,
with
but-
saying.
Yeah, but she's your partner.
There's no problem with saying partner, but when you
Oh.
see that, the conversation was about pronouns, and you referred to call her a girl, so you referred to her as your partner. All this pronouns, he, she, they, them bullshit. It's just
Wait,
soft.
Evan,
Y'all
what are
are
your
so
pronouns?
soft.
Evan, what are your pronouns?
I'm a goddamn American man. That's my fucking.
Wait, would you say that you have pronouns, Evan?
Of course, I have a pronoun, but I don't fucking flaunt them.
Oh, pronoun? You only have one?
What,
It's
Wait,
grammar.
wait,
I mean,
what are your pronouns?
A goddamn American man.
Goddamn American man.
I didn't know that was a pronoun.
So where's the pronoun in that long phrase?
Man.
Man? So your pronoun is man?
Yes.
Man's not a pronoun. Man is a noun.
Would you capitalize the M in man and then make it a pronoun?
No. No, the word man is a noun.
So what's the pronoun in that sentence?
There was no pronoun in the word man, right? You didn't give me a sentence, you said a word.
What I said, what was the pronoun?
I. What you just said, the pronoun was I.
Yeah, I. That's my pronoun. Man.
Wait, that's my pronoun? Wait, there's another one. You just said my. So now your pronouns are I and my?
Oh, man. Y'all, hey, look, again. There's no hate toward y'all. Y'all are just soft. Y'all are soft.
No, you just have fragile masculinity.
You just didn't know that you had pronouns and you thought your pronouns were American man? Like, that was pretty interesting.
And spinning it.
I like how you tried to say that to, like, act like you were, like, this, like, really tough guy. But then it made you look really
I don't have to sit there and say I'm like,
yo, Ashana, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the pronoun lesson. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ashana. Thank you for the $20.
We need that.
Look, when there's a civil war, y'all want to play with y'all's fucking anal beads and dildos.
Are you mad? Do you need a baby bottle? Can we get some baby bottles for Evan in the comment section right now? He's gonna run away because he needs to run away.
Fragile masculinity.
We can sit here and talk.
Oh, okay. Don't run away.
Actually, I do want to make a point. Actually, hold on. Y'all take Trump's cases, right? About how he was found guilty, right? And so you take those as, let me think, law, right? Written black letter law that he is guilty. So therefore, you think he's guilty.
I think that because because the jury indicated that he more likely than not did it. I think that's good reason to believe he did.
Okay,
Cassie, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Stick to that, right? Think about O.J. Simpson. Jury found him not guilty. What does the rest of America think happened?
I don't think that matters. The point I would say is that like the civil court is likely to be accurate unless we have some good reason to believe otherwise.
Wait, a civil court found OJ guilty. You seemingly trust the ruling of the civil court here, so why wouldn't you trust the ruling of the civil court in the context of Trump?
Everyone knows OJ did it.
Oh, so you trust the civil court?
Huh?
So you trust the civil court?
Did a civil court find OJ guilty?
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah.
What was it?
They found
it was
him
like,
liable.
It was like I call it murder. It was like some more technical term.
A civil court or a criminal court?
A civil court.
Found him guilty for murder.
It was like a more technical term of murder, but that's like for
wrongful death, unlawful death, or something like that.
Yeah, some shit like that, exactly.
But he walked free. How is murder a civil case?
Cassie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Super irrelevant question.
No, it's not. It's 100% relevant. How is murder a civil?
It's wrongful death.
Yeah, there we go. Wrongful death.
But you're not listening to my point.
Appreciate the court.
A
Thank you so much.
can make a decision.
Civil courts can do this. By the way.
Why do you think people go to jail for 50 years and then they're found guilty or not guilty? I don't know, 20 years down the road.
A fringe minority of cases, right, that are brought through our criminal justice system are ruled on incorrectly. But just because some murders are innocent doesn't mean all murders are innocent, right? So if you'd hold to that same logic when we're talking about Donald Trump and his grape case, you'd have to give us a special reason, right, why you would reject, right, the evidence put forth. So what is your reasonable?
Yo, Ronnie, thank you for the $75 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Ronnie, for the $75. Thank you so much. Create some W's right now for Ronnie in the comment section for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He said he's not helping this case for MAGA being weird. So real.
Hey, Ronnie,
Lily, thank you for the $5 for the lesbians. For Parker, thank you so much.
Make your money go a little bit farther, because if you keep sending these more.
Oh, Cole, you're so mad. You're so mad. How does it feel to be so mad? Push that mustache. Thank you so much. You're mad.
I can't be mad at y'all for getting.
Can we just address the fucking room and look at the two men like fucking babies on the live right now? Evan and Cole, y'all are two of the most fragile men I've met in the last month of my life. You hop up in here, you start talking about pronouns and how Parker referred to his girlfriend as a partner, and then you start making these like really like homophobic insults about if a civil war starts than something to do
Who
with
said
anything.
Yo, Brenda, thank you for the $50 on Cash App so that I can get a Rolex. Yo, thank you so much, Brenda, for the $50 on Cash App for the Rolex. Thank you. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Holy shit. Yo, W. Ronnie, W. Brenda going crazy on Parker.
Go for it.
Whoever just said that.
What'd you say?
Anyways, do you guys want to whine some more or like what?
No, I'm just saying that court cases can be false.
Is this your first time voting this year? Are you guys legally?
I voted in 2020.
Nice.
So Evan, court cases can be false, but it's also possible that 9/11 could have been an inside job. Just because they're possible doesn't mean they're probable. Could you give us an argument to justify that the court case was probably false by like telling us what evidence you'd reject?
But no, and don't fucking call me stupid or whatever. But hear me out on this. When did the grape supposedly happen?
I didn't say it. You did.
I said grape.
No. Don't worry.
You being stupid. Yeah, don't worry.
When did that happen?
96.
96. Why does she just now come forward with it?
Oh, people, I voted for Biden in 2020.
We could have that conversation. We could give you reasons why she waited, but I feel like all we have to understand here is that typically speaking, 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetimes. So why would we be shaming one that came out 23 years later?
Thank you so much for the IC. Thank you.
All right.
Altruis, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Altruis.
I mean, y'all can't deny
Coal Matter.
that,
thank you so much.
You can't deny that from the moment Trump even started running for politics, it was a complete and total.
Tracy, thank you for the $5
No, I think you're just looking into it because you want to find a way to grasp for straws and still hold on to your candidate.
No, dude, I don't even like Trump that much, but I
you do. We can tell you do. We can tell you fantasize over
like him a lot more than Biden or Harris.
I can tell you fantasize over him. So, why are you voting for him?
He goes to the fucking ice cream parlor, and everyone thinks it's so funny.
Parker, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for schooling the.
Never a hard day.
Men. Thank you so much.
The media loves Biden. The media loves to just ice cream. What flavor? Trump fucking.
Wow, he had an ice cream flavor, and that's your biggest critique. Good job.
Wow, the humanization of the person sitting in the Oval Office is such a big
Oh my god, he had some ice cream. He likes ice cream. What a terrible guy.
Do you realize that you've been conned? Evan, real quick, do you realize that you've been like conned here, right? So you're telling us right now that since like Donald Trump has been in the media, been running for president, and been serving as president, that like, everybody's been attacking him. The media, the criminal justice system, maybe they're attacking him because he's done a lot of bad things that he needs to be held accountable for, both socially and like criminally speaking, right? Like essentially, I know now that if ever I want to run for president, I just have to do some of the most morally abhorrent things known to mankind. So then when I get held accountable for that by the media and by the criminal justice system, I can turn around to my voter base, tell them that this is the deep state attacking me for wanting to be your savior and to turn America right back around and make it better, right? When in all reality, I just did a bunch of fucked up shit. Like, do you understand how you're like being actively conned by him?
Do I not think that Biden's done actively fucked up shit?
Biden's not even running for president, nor has he done anything nearly as bad as what Trump has done.
All right. I'm going to let y'all go because we're just going to go round and round.
You're just mad and you have no arguments, it seems.
All right,
Brenda, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for a second Rolex. Yo, Brenda, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's in that chat for Brenda. Thank you for the love, Brenda.
I do want to leave on one point. Remember when y'all whispered those sweet nothings in my ear?
What?
I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah, this is the same guy that came up, said that he was that he had changed his mind.
I appreciate that. I really appreciated that. So I'm gonna end on that.
I don't know. I honestly still don't remember, but
that's crazy. You're getting egoed by Parker, Evan. How does it feel?
Kathy, thank you so much for the $34 for 34 felonies. Thank you so much, Kathy, for the $34. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Hey, my Venmo's Evan_Shipley if anyone wants to buy me.
No. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right,
I can help you out here, guys. If you're MAGA, let us know in the comment section. We're going to go and pull our next guest up, y'all. Everybody just give
All
us
right,
a minute.
this next individual. All right. Yo, Megan, thank you so much for the $5 for a Temu Rolex. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Dylan, thank you for the $5 for soft pronouns and partners for Parker. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I think both individuals that's running, but I don't really think they're capable of.
Okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 35. Forgot that for a second.
Yo, Ben, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Ben. Thank you. Are you voting for Trump? Why so?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I think the reasons have changed. We all kind of gotten our sides now, but I think initially it was because I didn't vote for him initially, but I saw how the elites kind of attacked him. I think the narrative in some of the more like deep thinking Trump supporters is that he was not supposed to be in the presidency in 2016. I mean, I really hated the Republicans for what they did to like Ron Paul in 2012. And I just saw how everybody on the left and the right really, really hated him. And I didn't see that he was purchased by any major company or corporation for that matter.
Hey, I have a question. So when you're in like middle school and everyone hated the bully, did that make you want to be friends with the bully?
No. I mean, certainly there's no full truth to like the enemy of your enemy is your friend. But, it was when I started, like I did a test on libertarian and I did a test on my political stance. And I was shocked to find that like 75% of my ideas aligned with Donald Trump's. Now, the thing is like the dude is obviously shooting from the hip and talks so much crap that you can't even understand half of his stances. And so I was like, I didn't even know. I was like so shocked. And then, you hear him over 4 years, you start to get the idea that he's all about states' rights, and he's definitely a nationalist, just simply meaning that he cares about the nation of that he's the president of over globalism, over, trying to do things that might be against the interest of the United States. I really liked that he actually treated COVID the way he did, because when he didn't do authoritarian things, we started to learn about like Andrew Cuomo and DeSantis and Newsom in California. And I think that's really important for us to like focus more on governors than try to put our savior in the presidency. And I think he's a lot more small government.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yeah.
Given all those things, would you vote for someone that would help you on those things, but has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Man, yeah, that's such a tough case. I started looking into that, and I like certainly think that's the perfect case to talk about in regards to like, when does like the character of the person you're voting for like not so much matter, because you can get pedantic about, well, he did this and she did that, and each of the candidates, minus Harris, who's been pretty quiet, and you have to go pretty far back to see if she's done anything that would be anywhere near great.
What's your answer to the question?
Basically, I think that you'd have to look into that case. I personally think that there is a little bit of evidence to put some scrutiny on that case. Of course.
Can I have an answer to my question, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. If he was what of grape? What was the question again? If he was what?
If someone was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, would you vote for them?
I think that if the woman was civilly liable for lying, then it would be a little tougher.
Jean Carroll has not been civilly liable for lying. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman. Would you vote for him?
Well, but the thing is that she actually said that he did more. He actually, because grape was what she said he did. What they determined he did was, using his fingers. And so
no. She said that he couldn't tell, or she said that it was either the case that he was using his fingers, his male member, or both. right? And under New York law, that would be considered as sexual abuse, right? Which we clearly know that forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against their consent is rape.
No,
so do you agree with me that's rape?
No, she said that it was.
Yeah, Philip, I would love an answer to my questions, please. That would be great. I've asked you a few questions and you haven't responded to them. You sound like a politician.
Okay, so the question.
Hey guys, I don't think we should talk about a woman's body or a woman's case that was included here. I think we should move on.
Okay.
Okay, Cole. Later, buddy.
Oh wait, was he? I don't know who called.
Yeah, I kicked him.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that I think there's a lot of question was whether or not he did it. If he did do it in 1996. I think that there's still a case to be made that if he's held civilly liable, that the justice system should be served, but that you should still vote for him, considering the seriousness of.
So you would vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think, given if there are other cases, if there are other facts that are true, then I think that you're in a really tough position, but. I guess my question would be...
Yeah, I still have yet to hear a direct answer to my question. Tone Grace, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I think you know what you're doing at this point. So I'm going to give you one more time to answer my question, or I'm going to kick you from my stream. So answer the question.
Yeah, I already said, man.
No, you didn't.
I said...
Yes, or is the answer no?
I said that if there are other situations that are at play here...
Okay, I asked you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. I don't want to hear any other answer other than a yes or no. I have given you a multitude of minutes at this point to answer my question. You still haven't done it. Okay? I'm sick of asking you the same question over and over again. It's a yes or no question. Would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? As it relates to Donald Trump, would you vote for him?
Yeah, if it's New York City... I think
yes, you would. So would you vote for someone if he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I mean, who was? Are we talking about?
If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you still vote for him? Ben, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much, Ben.
No.
What's up? No? So why would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
So this is just a game that you're trying to play. What is clear here is that there is a political attack. This is the most politically attacked person. You have to hold this case to more scrutiny. The guy does have a good point, what he said before, which is, there's some scrutiny to place on the most politically attacked person in the 21st century. Why would she come years later? That's a wonderful question. And your case that maybe all the attacks.
I understand that victims all the time take decades to come out.
Right, I understand that. They don't typically talk about the R word as a good thing, and they also don't typically.
When did Eugene Carroll talk about the R word as a good thing?
On the show with on the CNN show with that sort of thin gray-haired guy, Anderson Cooper.
His name is Anderson Cooper. So she actually didn't talk about grape as if it was a good thing with Anderson Cooper.
Well, she said that some people think that it is.
Some people think rape is sexy, yeah, which is exactly an issue that exists within our system, which we think is bad. That's what she was saying.
Yeah, I think that. Okay, well, that's a good point. Yeah, that she would think that it's not good that some people think that it's sexy.
Right. She actually went on to say that it's not sexual. It's violent.
Yeah. No, that's really helpful. I actually didn't think about that because they cut off the segment and they went right to break because he seemed like he was kind of uncomfortable about the question. So I would totally go back on that. I mean, I'm certainly not banking it on that, but I mean, I think I would if you guys felt that.
I'm just going to ask you a very clear question.
Yeah, sure.
So I'd actually say that the evidence provided in the Trump v. Carroll grape case was strong enough to meet the threshold of evidence required by criminal courts. Right?
Oh, really?
It's true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And I'd just ask you if you can contest this by providing me one moment.
Okay.
By providing me with your reasonable doubt to the evidence Eugene Carroll and her lawyer submitted to the court case.
I don't know enough of that. What I know is that there was testimony, and that there was no circumstantial or actual evidence. For example, camera recording.
Actual evidence. So camera recording is the only thing you accept?
No, I mean, so other evidence would be, for example, DNA. would be another
I
challenge.
just want to go back to my question here, right?
Okay.
So
He didn't give up his DNA in time, by the way.
Grape is proven, right, in criminal courts all the time without videos or pictures, right? So,
Right.
that's not going to be
There's a
sufficient to
reason that
say
there's a
that you have
statute
a
of
reasonable
limitations.
doubt. One
So-
moment, dude,
they lift
please,
the
one moment,
statute.
please.
Okay, all right, you know what? Go for it, go for it.
Philip,
Go for
Philip.
it. I'm saying go for
Stop
it. man.
Stop interrupting me.
I said
right?
go for it.
Right,
Jeez.
so grape is proved all the time in criminal courts without like video evidence, so
Uh-huh.
it's not going to be a reasonable doubt to the case. So what is your reasonable doubt to contest some or all of the evidence submitted in the Trump v. Carroll court case?
I'm sorry. I think I already said that if this was, you're trying to go to criminally liable. Yeah. So sorry. Say the question again.
Say that the evidence submitted in the Trump v. Carroll grape case, right, was strong enough to prove that it had occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
The same evidentiary standard that would be present within a criminal court. So my question to you is, if you disagree with this, right, what reasonable doubt do you have to contest the evidence put forth in the trial?
So what I understand from that is that basically it was just testimony, and that's
So do you not have a reasonable doubt, or like could you?
Well,
detail to me what
testimony.
your
I mean,
reasonable
testimony
doubt
is plenty of reasonable doubt.
So just saying that it was just proved on the basis of testimony shows that you're not acquainted with the court case, as that is wrong.
Okay, so the testimony and what else?
Right, we had medical records from the 90s, right, that indicated this had occurred alongside the testimony of 7 witnesses and the testimony of herself.
Oh, what were the medical records?
Medical records, right, therapist notes from her telling her therapist in the 90s that she had been raped by Donald Trump.
She has her therapist records from the 90s saying that she had been raped from Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a state licensed therapist, and that's all kept in a state database.
I mean, yeah, that's like some big evidence. I didn't know about that evidence.
Yeah. So why would you vote for someone who has done this?
Well, thing is like you got millions of people's blood on the hands of people who are propagating war. Like, it's so tough, man. I'm dead serious. Like, I didn't think that I was going to
You don't
jump.
think Donald Trump propagates war?
No, he didn't have any wars during his presidency.
He did. There's a self-proclaimed war on ISIS. He increased military drone strikes by 450%. He supported Saudi Arabia and their literally genocide of Yemeni people. 85,000 Yemeni children were starved or bombed.
No, I don't think you're going to get anybody on this one. What everyone knows is clear. I mean, there's whatever happened in on the war on ISIS, which ended very quickly, pales in comparison to the war that we're experiencing now within the last 4 years.
With everything I just mentioned, no, it doesn't.
And saying that like the wars that are going on today are worse than the wars that were going on under Trump.
In terms, I would say in terms of number and danger.
One moment, please. One moment. Saying that the wars that are going on today are worse than the wars that were going on under Trump, right, is a shift of the goalpost away from your original claim that there was no wars going on under Trump. So which one is it? Was there no wars going on under Trump, or were they just simply not as bad as the wars going on now?
No, they were ended by Trump. So they were ended very quickly, and despite the fact that Obama said that he couldn't do it, and so yeah, I mean, again, you guys, I think that you make. I would really love to see that Eugene Carroll.
Justin, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
As a criminal trial, and ideally outside of New York, I do think that the case that was against him with him being criminal 34 times is completely.
How did Trump end the Turkish-Kurdish war?
What's that?
How did Trump end the Turkish-Kurdish war?
I don't know. I'm
But
not.
you said he ended it.
War. No. The ISIS war.
Oh yeah, but see, Parker referenced the Turkish-Kurdish war, the proxy war with Russia and Syria, the Yemen genocide, then Trump's self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
I didn't hear about the Turkish-Kurdish war. No, I mean, and I think that like in terms of size, number of people in danger, and obviously, of course, the amount of billions of dollars that we're putting into it as a government, these things pale in comparison to what we're experiencing now. What we're experiencing now is not just that there are issues around the world that we have to unfortunately engage in. It's clearly that there is a financial tie in the government to war. So it's going to keep happening, right? And I think he's proven that he's not financially tied for war purposes. And so we're actually not going to see if there's any.
You understand that Tim Walz quite literally has an anti-war history. He's also doesn't have money ties as well. And Kamala Harris hasn't shown any indication that she wants to go to war. Can you give me any indication that like a Kamala Harris presidency is going to lead to like say a greater level of war?
Again, we have only very recently found out that she's going to be the candidate. And so I think that's a great indication that there's probably people who are not her who are actually running the country right now. And that's scarier to think about because you have now a lack of responsibility and recognition for who's making the decisions, which means that's just a breeding ground for power-hungry, narcissistic people who want to make money off of terrible things like war. I mean, that's just so terrifying to think that we don't even...
Wait, can you give me any reason to believe that a Kamala Harris presidency is going to lead to a greater level of war?
Because of that. Because she's not...
Because she's not in control. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
What evidence do you have that she's not in control?
So who's running the country right now?
What do you mean by running the country?
Who is doing the active duty of the president right now?
Joe Biden.
Okay. That's hilarious.
What's so funny about that?
Because he himself has like said that he does work between like 9 and 4. I mean, what happens when the
That's
president...
still him doing work of the presidency.
Okay,
you
so what
understand
happens,
that the administration does...
when something...
Hey, Philip.
Okay.
Philip, you understand that the administration does the rest of the work, right? That happens under every presidency.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is...
Wait, who was running presidency when Trump was golfing?
When Trump was... What are you talking about?
Trump had like almost 300 circumstances where he golfed during his administration. Who was running the presidency while he was golfing?
There's a big difference between...
Can you tell me who was running the presidency while he was golfing?
When there are not...
Who was running the presidency while he was golfing?
He was running the presidency when he was golfing. You know why?
Jesus Christ, that makes no fucking sense. And you know it makes no fucking sense. You're just saying shit because you fucking got caught. You got caught. You look dumb. You look silly, right? And now you want to fucking say something stupid to make yourself look less stupid.
Is there a difference between incompetence and inability to do a job? And
now, can you answer the question? Who was running the country, genius?
Is there a difference between taking...
Answer the question. Who was running the country, Philip?
Yeah, I don't think you understand the concept.
Philip, who was running the country? Tell me.
Okay, I think everybody...
He can't do it. He can't tell me.
Does the president get weekends?
Can you tell me?
Does the president get weekends?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Why would you expect Parker to ask your question after you've been pivoting around his the entire time? He's asking you who is running the country.
I don't think so. Like what?
For over 300 confirmed days, which is close to an entire year of his presidency. Who was running? Who's running the country?
Yeah, man, it's a really beautiful thing when you don't get into perpetual war. It's a really good...
He's really not answering the question.
Oh, okay, I already told the answer. Was that Trump is running the country because he has a...
He's not doing it while he's golfing.
Wait, if Trump could run the presidency while he was golfing, Biden could run the presidency while he was sleeping.
No, he clearly is not capable of running the presidency. Everybody
Trump is not capable of running the presidency.
Okay, when he was campaigning in 2020, he went to 8 different states over the course of 3 days before the election, and he spoke for a total of I think it was 19 hours while Biden was doing nothing. He was in his basement, and clearly it's because we know now he was not capable of doing the job. This guy...
Why do you make all your arguments
So you're just
about
saying
Biden?
He's not capable. I don't think that Trump is capable.
Right, then also do you understand...
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand how you've been running these arguments on repeat for the last 3-4 years, and now you're at a point where Biden has stepped out of the race for the presidency, right?
Because...
A very competent 59-year-old has stepped in that blows both Biden and Trump out of the fucking water, and you're just still hyper fixated on Biden. And then there was another point that I did want to make, right, about the war effort. Right, so you said that Trump is going to end wars, Harris is going to cause them. So Harris has proposed a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Palestine. Meanwhile, Trump went on live news the other day in New Jersey and said that he wanted to continue to fund Israel with everything that they need until they could end the war by destroying Palestine.
I do not believe a single thing that Harris has said. Right, she's crafting her campaign as the rocket is flying there.
So he believes everything the convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, guy who lied about having an affair with Stormy Daniels to his wife that he cheated on while she was pregnant. That guy he's going to believe, but Kamala Harris he's not going to believe.
Did I say I believe anything he says? I just told you. I really you.
Wait. Why do you think that Trump is going to end all the wars?
I just said that you brought.
Yeah. Why do you think Trump is going to end all the wars?
I just said you brought a good evidence, and that you should.
Philip,
why do you think Trump is going to end the wars?
I'm just responding to the 5 things you said before. You can't just plow over me. Nobody wants to hear that. Okay.
Why do you think Trump is going to end the wars?
We'll move on. Why is he going to end the wars? Because he has a proven track record of not going into new wars. And as I said, there is a crap ton of war going on right now that he has to inherit in November. And yeah, he's going to end it, not by some ceasefire so that you reward the people who are still holding.
His track record is not lack of war. His track record is perpetual war.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree on that. And everybody
agree to disagree on facts.
And everybody who's listening,
yeah, you understand that his track record is
between
objective.
the years of 2016
we
and
could actually look at the wars
where the worst news that we had in the 4
2020.
years was a fake Russian collusion narrative, followed up quickly by
Says the one who believes in a fake election plot, election claims.
Wait, that's actually another good claim here. Real quick, Philip, how could you expect Trump to be anti-war, right, and to continue world peace, right, when he can't even do so on the domestic scale? Like, we do understand in 2020 that he launched the biggest internal attack on our federal government since the Civil War.
The biggest internal attack on our federal government? Are you kidding me? Are you talking about January 6th? Are you
I'm talking about his attempt to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government
and January 6th, the 2 days that shall live in
about
infamy, along with
maybe
Pearl
you could
Harbor.
maybe you could ask me instead of just rambling bullshit. Are you ready?
Okay. All right, go for it. Yeah, tell me why this is the greatest attack on American soil since, I don't know, whatever, since Pearl Harbor or whatever, 9/11.
No, since the Civil War, right? Yeah, because he tried to stage a coup over.
Okay, one person
you're not here
was
to
shot
listen.
by the police.
You're not here to listen, are you?
Okay, go for it.
Right, so it's the greatest internal attack, right, on our federal government since the Civil War, right, for the reason that he attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government with the use of violent insurrection in an attempt to rig the election, right, to steal the vote, to steal the vote away from Biden. He did so by sending fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fraudulent certificates of ascertainment into Congress to be certified as real, making him the illegitimate president of the United States. This started with him calling the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by to intimidate voters at the polls. Then this ended on the day of the election with him calling it early, right, saying that they shouldn't count any of the mail-in ballots, right, specifically because they were all illegal and he wanted to maintain his presidency. And this was a narrative that he perpetuated from early August until January, and specifically still speaking today, tens of millions of American citizens still believe the big lie propaganda that the 2020 election was unrightfully stolen from Trump, right? And this was all in an attempt for him to steal, right, the checks and balances away from our federal government, to ignore the Constitution and to ignore every single American citizen that voted in the election because he wanted to stay in the Oval Office. And that's why that was the biggest internal attack on our democracy and on our federal government since the Civil War.
And I think what most people who have questions about everything that you said would see that and, recognize it as a deliberate attempt to keep him from being able to run again. Because he didn't incite that. He clearly did not incite that. And so the idea
clearly did. Wait, he admits
you're trying to connect him to it is
he
really
admits that he
good
did.
evidence.
He's arguing that he did.
He's arguing that he did incite that.
Yeah, he's arguing that he did try to stage a coup.
Is
he's
that
arguing
he
that he
says
did send
that
fake
Pelosi
electorates.
was responsible because of the inability to call on the
he sent
National
the
Guard.
fake electorates to 7 different states. He called the Justice Department and told Bill Barr to announce widespread voter fraud when there's no evidence. He tried to call the election on the night of the election, and we knew that he was going to do this a month in advance. And he's currently arguing that all of these
Supreme Court cases were not dismissed based off lack of evidence. They were based on standing.
Continue. I would like to continue here. And he's arguing that all of these things were an official act of his presidency, therefore he should be immune from criminal repercussions.
He says that the reasoning for what you call the insurrection was because of Pelosi, and the evidence that we see is actually incitement, entrapment.
Do you even know about the fake electorate scheme? Because you're not even talking about that, and that's what I'm referencing here.
Okay, what we were talking about was January 6th, and then
on January 6th, a fake electorate scheme, not like the riots outside of the Capitol.
Okay, tell me about the fake electorate scheme.
I literally did. Parker, did I tell him about the fake electorate scheme?
Okay, you did. So I think this is a huge gaslighting thing because
what?
Because
tell me what gaslighting is.
Gaslighting is a deliberate attempt to make someone feel like they're going crazy while you're deliberately doing something to change their circumstances that they don't realize.
You mean so it's lying with the explicit reason to manipulate them into believing that what happened didn't.
Right. Yes, exactly. So
yeah, how are we doing that?
Well, there's a half the country. I think it was something like 48% of people actually don't believe that was a legitimate election.
Okay, so people don't believe that it was a legitimate election. How does that make us gaslighters?
That actually just justifies my claim more.
Because the notion that you couldn't ask questions about it, that there's some
We never said you couldn't ask questions about it. We just said that you don't have good reason to believe it.
Oh, there's plenty. Okay, so if I could convince you that votes were counted after they said that they stopped voting and counters left, if I could convince you that happened, would you be willing to say that those votes that are counted shouldn't be counted?
Wait, say that one more time.
Okay, so they need to count when there are vote counters there. I forget what the names of the vote counters are. You know, they're able to.
You can prove to me that what?
If I could prove to you that votes were counted after they said they were stopped counting, and people who were supposed to be watching the vote left, would you acknowledge that those votes that were counted should not be counted?
I would acknowledge that. I would acknowledge it if the courts indicated that would have been restrictive towards our ability to get accurate results.
Right. Well, we have.
What did the courts indicate?
We have the courts.
Yeah. What did the courts indicate?
There is video evidence.
Okay, prove it in court. Where's the proof in court? Tell me.
We're talking about Georgia here.
Wait, tell me what court case specifically indicates that there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election. I'd love to hear it.
I'm talking about video evidence. I'm sorry.
Wait. So, if there's video evidence, that's proof you can submit in court, correct?
Right, but
so tell me what court.
Georgia.
So tell me what court case. Tell me what court case justifies your position here.
Why do I have to tell you a court case that
you don't know a single court case?
You know, most of the people on the call.
So you couldn't submit it to court?
Aren't going around quoting court cases when they watch.
Wait. So you have a video, you haven't submitted it to court, and you could prove election fraud.
What most people experienced on election day was they went to sleep feeling one of two ways.
Yeah. So there's literally mail-in ballots that they had to count.
Or they were devastated by the fact that Donald Trump was going to be president.
I was not devastated. I knew that it was going to be counted.
Right. And
yeah, everyone knew this was going to happen except for you, apparently.
Yeah, right. No, what clearly happened was that overnight, if you recall, the announcement of him taking the lead was essentially 8 a.m. Eastern time. So if you do the math on that, the counting happened overnight, which is illegal.
So again, can you show me the court case that indicates that?
Okay, but if I showed you the court case, unfortunately, I can't get off my phone right now, right?
Oh, I'll give you time. I'll give you time to go look it up.
I can't. I can't leave the phone.
Oh yeah, you can. You can scroll onto Safari.
No,
you can then look it up on Safari. You can see the title. You can memorize the title. But you can click back on TikTok and you can tell me the title.
But what I'm telling you is that if you okay,
you know the only proven voter fraud or attempted voter fraud in the state of Georgia. Do you know what it is?
The proven. Okay, so again, dude, we're talking about Georgia here. Has you guys ever heard?
I know. Do you want to know what the only proven attempt at voter fraud in the state of Georgia was?
No. Let me guess. It was.
It's yeah. So what it is Trump calling.
Okay, here's an example of the justice system.
Okay, why are you interrupting me?
Because you're just.
It is Trump call. Okay, dude. What are we doing? So the only attempt at proven voter fraud in the state of Georgia was Trump pressuring Georgia's Republican Secretary of State to quote unquote find enough votes to overturn Joe Biden's win. That's the only proven voter fraud in the state of Georgia. Everything else was speculative bullshit, and what makes it hilariously funny is Trump said he was going to start this conspiracy theories that they were counting the votes after the vote should have stopped and it was all fake and all illegal a month before the election happened. He literally said October 9th and October 34th to his chief strategist and chief of staff that this is exactly what he was going to do a month before the election happened. And I know that this is real because these articles that I'm referencing here came out before election day. We had leaked audios with Steve Bannon and his chief of staff about this, right? That's the only legitimate voter fraud that took place in 2020.
Right, but what we all experienced was that while we were sleeping, and this is the universal experience of everybody on that day,
It was not a universal experience because I did not experience this.
The tide's
Aisha,
totally
take the
turned.
$5 on PayPal.
The tide's totally turned. I'm not going to say.
Do you want to know why? It's because the mail-in ballots were counted. That's why Trump wanted to call the election on the night of it. It's because the mail-in ballots were democratically favored, and he had this plan long before the election occurred.
And you can't count them in the middle of the night when people aren't watching. That's my point.
No ballots were counted in the middle of the night while people weren't watching.
Give me a single source.
Okay.
I could give you a source. USA fact-checked, right? Catherine County, Georgia, stopped counting votes when staff ran out of ballots, right? It talks about how no votes were counted in the middle of the night. They just roughly take about 3 hours to process. We even have a quote from Sterling, right, one of the representatives of Georgia in the area, saying, quote unquote, there's a lag of about 3 hours. We're not going to make our staff sit around for 3 hours and wait for you. We're going to come back and do it in the morning. There's nothing suspicious about it.
Yeah. Well, what there is evidence of is the 2,000 mules that were used.
Oh my God, that was submitted in court and shown as no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. You're a joke, dude.
Okay,
2,000 mules. Dude.
It's a
It was
documentary.
debunked by every media outlet on the face of the planet,
Every
including Fox
media-
News,
every
and that's
media
why and that's why Trump said that Fox News is just as bad as
so
CNN.
here's
Ben,
what
thank you for the
wouldn't
galaxy.
platform
Thank
that
you so much,
bullshit.
Ben.
Here's what Fox News did.
Why did Tucker Carlson lose his job, sir?
Because when he showed that the Capitol Police entrapped the protesters on January 6th and let them into the Capitol building, he got canned.
No, it was because of a near $1 billion lawsuit proposed by Dominion because they were claiming the same claims that had been made in 2,000 Mules, which were false and have been debunked time and time and time again. They literally pulled 2,000 Mules out of the movie theaters because it was speculatory misinformation.
Gerard, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for give this guy some baby bottles. Thank you so much, Gerard, for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Gerard and some baby bottles in the chat, everyone?
Like 63 courts. Like, it's just so funny because the only proven election fraud was by Trump. How do you feel about Trump calling, Bill Barr, right, the head of the Justice Department, and telling him to falsely announce voter fraud when there hadn't been any proven?
I know. I listened to the whole phone call.
How do you feel about that? How do you
Listen
feel
to the
about
whole
that?
phone call and still doing this is crazy.
Gerard, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Gerard in the comment section. Thank you so much for the love.
Matt said 2,000 mules. If I drink every time I brought that up, I would have liver failure.
I mean, yeah. If they have one video where they're like, look what's happening here, and then someone comes and says, well, no, that one video actually was me submitting some papers, some ballots to the ballot box for my sister.
How about Trump sending fake electors? Like, dude,
Yeah, exactly. Trump sending fake electors. Trump telling the Justice Department to falsely announce widespread voter fraud. Trump calling Georgia, telling them to find the votes for him somewhere, even though Joe Biden had a lead. Sending fake electors into 7 different states to cast literal fraudulent certificates of ascertainment to Congress. Pressuring Mike Pence through the use of Republican representatives in the House and the Senate, as well as himself, as well as the writers outside of the Capitol to certify the false certificates of ascertainment as of real. These are all things that have been proven. Steve Bannon, chief strategist, and the chief of staff in the White House.
Sam, thank you for the $25 for Harris Walls 2024. Can we get some W's for Sam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for this $25. Thank you so much, Sam.
And Trump telling those two people his script for the night of the election was to walk up to a podium, announce that they needed to stop the count and that he had won the election even if he wasn't in the lead, and then going on Fox News on November 9th saying any vote for Biden is illegal, and if you only count the legal ones, I win by a large margin. This is the proven voter fraud in 2020, and it's all done at the hand of Trump and his administration.
Yeah, the reason that he started to predict this was because you see the laws change over the course of literally like a couple of months from September to October into November. Despite the fact that these laws should have been changed by vote, they were just administratively changed over a course all of the swing states to allow for a lot of really, really unorthodox voting patterns, which allowed for votes to be counted that were from dead people, which we know for a fact, and votes that were counted for people who don't live there anymore, in the case of Michigan,
There was one piece of legislation proposed to Congress in the year before the election. One second. No, Philip, I really have to clear up this miscommunication.
All right.
You're saying that the laws changed to make voter fraud to elect Biden easier. No, there was one singular bill introduced to Congress that would have changed the laws about the election in the months leading up to it. Do you know what it was?
I'm not talking about. No, I don't. So go for it.
It was when Senator Rick Scott, a Republican from Florida, introduced a bill that would disqualify any ballots that aren't counted within 24 hours after polling locations on the day of the election.
Thank you, Sidar.
The only one piece of legislation introduced, right, to discount or like some votes inside of the election or to sway the outcome was the one proposed by Rick Scott, a Republican representative from Florida. That would essentially require all ballots to be counted and reported within 24 hours after the polls, right? Saying that all the mail-in ballots that were democratically favored, right, would be thrown out the window. Even more evidence of Republican perpetuated voter fraud and legislation.
States have their own voting laws. So I'm not talking about one senator for the federal government. I'm talking about the laws across Pennsylvania and Michigan and Arizona that were adjusted and changed supposedly for the ability to vote out of not being in person in concern for the pandemic, but we're actually just loosening all the laws which were utilized in Arizona, where if you see it in this, there's an audit in Arizona and you can look this up. The audits,
none of the audits indicate sufficient evidence. I think it's hilarious that you'll like cite an audit and you won't look at the court cases.
Can you not cut me off? Because the audit shows that there's a percentage. They took a picture of every single voter envelope and the signatures that have to go on the outside.
Ben, thank you so much for the money gun. Holy shit, with a diamond gem gun. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Ben.
And Kirby, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for my payment for your vote in 2020. Thank you so much, according to Philip. Thank you so much, Kirby.
Hey, guys, Parker deserves, he deserves your money. Like, this guy's been doing this for a long time. I've seen him. He kicks butt on this. Like, we can disagree, but I hope that you're saving this money and you're able to fucking turn this into $1 billion.
I have the world's easiest question.
I don't know if that's possible. Bal,
I have the world's
$10. Thank you so much.
Bal, thank you for the $10 as well. I have the world's most simple question. Name one Republican and any local, state, or federal legislator that advocated for legislation to make mail-in ballots safer prior to the 2020 election.
Mail-in ballots safer.
Thank you, Ben.
I think that the push to make ID required for ballots was a safety measure. I don't know that applies to mail-in ballots, but I think also there was a big push by Republicans to clean up voter rolls, which is a huge part. Like when you submit your mail-in ballots, it goes to people who are on voter rolls, and those things were just totally embellished with.
You didn't answer my question.
Oh, I said
name one Republican in Congress that advocated for legislation.
But nobody's voting because they can name a Republican congressman.
Exactly. It's because prior to the 2020 election, Republicans on the local, state, and federal level did not advocate to make mail-in ballots safer. It's because they knew that they were already safe. They advocated to ban mail-in ballot voting because they knew that they were democratically favored.
No, come on. It's because it's dangerous to vote mail-in ballot.
Then why didn't they advocate for legislation to make them safer?
If it's dangerous, why did Trump vote that way?
He voted by mail-in ballot?
Yes.
Why did he say why he did that?
I'd never heard him talk about it.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, there's certainly cases for mail-in ballot, but I mean, but
bro, this conversation is so worked at this point. I just asked you to name one Republican that was advocating to make mail-in ballots safer prior to the 2020 election. Not one did. They only advocated to ban them because they were democratically favored.
I don't know. I don't know one. Man, that's what I'm trying to say.
No one did. The answer is no one.
Okay,
right? They only advocated to ban them. Right. Rick Scott, right, Republican from Florida,
I know you
said that all
that.
votes should be counted in 24 hours. Trump tried to call the election on the night of the election so we couldn't count the mail-in ballots. The only widespread voter fraud that was attempted to have been committed in the 2020 election was at the hands of Republicans.
Right, except that you have an audit that clearly shows in Maricopa County, Arizona, which was a major swing state that surprisingly was called for Trump on Fox News at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which was insane before any other network called it. It was so weird. And we found that there were signatures across 200,000 ballots that were all the same.
Thank you for the gooses. Thank you.
All
really? What? Show me the source. Thank you for the handout.
I will pull up the Rumble. I'm sorry, it's like 3 hours long.
Oh yeah, go find the Rumble video, please. Yeah, I'd love to see the Rumble video. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, this is a Senate hearing that's in Arizona, and the person who did the audit in Maricopa County. Maybe I can just describe this. It is a man who, I wish I remembered his name, but he led the audit in Maricopa County, Arizona, and he says that this should be heavily investigated because the 200,000 ballots proved that there is essentially a dash where all of these mail-in ballot signatures belonged. The same dash. And not only that, but that some of these ballots were proven to have been approved.
Why are you lying out of your ass? I just want to clarify that there wasn't an audit done that provided. 1 second, Philip. There was no audit done in Maricopa County that provided any evidence for what Philip is saying. So it was a company called Cyber Ninjas, and Cyber Ninjas just simply made these claims about the election, right? But they provided no evidence of election fraud and manipulation or of the election process.
So
and then specifically speaking, Maricopa County. What, bro? Philip, be quiet, bro.
They didn't take pictures of the mail.
1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna finish talking. Right now, I'm being interrupted. Just 1 second.
All right.
Maricopa County themselves has refuted the findings of Cyber Ninjas. Maricopa County came out and they said that no, these findings are false, and they've presented no evidence for them. But you know what has been proven?
What is the Georgia?
That Arizona's top prosecutor concealed records debunking these claims made by the Cyber Ninjas that election fraud. Yeah, you want a source on that? Go to Washington Post and just look up what I said. Literally, state officials, their top prosecutors, concealed the evidence for debunking the claims of election fraud.
Do you recognize what we're talking about? We're talking about the election of state officials. So why would you point me to the state official in Arizona who got in by what I'm saying is election fraud? Of course they're going to do that. Like, duh, man. You can't be like, hey, you know what? Arizona said they didn't cheat.
No, we have these newly released documents that showed how, how this Republican Mark, when he publicized like an incomplete account of his office's probe of the 2020 election in Maricopa County. It was incomplete. It provided no evidence for what they believed in, and it's been debunked by the Attorney General. It's been debunked by top prosecutors, and it's been debunked time and time and time again.
Right, man. But the debunking, it's like when people debunk stuff, it takes about a year and a half for people to realize that the debunking was debunked.
You understand that the same guy... Wait, you understand that the same guy that claimed that there had been election fraud, right, in the state of Arizona, the guy that you're referencing, affirmed that President Donald Trump lost the state of Arizona?
Are you looking this stuff up? Dude, this is so unfair. You got a computer, don't you? Dude, are you like looking this stuff up as you look, and you're like, hey, man, let me tell you, I've got some evidence
can I argue you?
Okay.
Yeah, are you pro-life?
On a political level, I believe that states should have a choice, and they should vote.
Really?
Yeah.
So it should be up to the states. Do you think it's murder?
I personally think that it is killing a life. I mean, murder is, it's like a deliberate, premeditated evil act on these kinds of things. So if I was to attribute murder to someone, it might be the abortionists, because they're doing the actual act. But no, I mean, I don't personally think that should be something that should be a federal law. And I think that's what's critical about this.
So you don't think it's murder?
Like I said, I think that if it is considered murder, that it would probably be for someone who, is an abortionist. But obviously, this is a case that should be done in the States. We have.
Can you answer my question, please? Do you not think it's murder?
I don't. I think that we'd have to create another word for the killing of an unborn baby.
Abortion?
Right.
Abortion's not always the killing, though. But okay, so I don't know what your point is. So you don't think it's murder? So why should it be illegal in some states? Why do you want to restrict people's access instead of federally protect it?
I'm not saying that it should be illegal in some states. What I'm saying is that
if you want to leave it up to the states, that means that it should be illegal in some states because those states will make it illegal if they determine it.
Right, and some states should make the choice based off of the votes of the people that that would not be something that'd be punishable, but it would actually be allowed, and it could be funded as it has been through the federal government.
You can't fund abortion through the federal government.
Right, but you can
that is
fund
strictly
nonprofit
illegal.
Organizations.
It is
like
strictly
Planned
illegal to
Parenthood.
fund Planned Parenthood or abortion procedures through the federal government. That was a ruling from the 70s.
I think the evidence that Planned Parenthoods that have been shut down in states that don't allow abortion is evidence that they primarily do abortion. Otherwise, they'd be doing fine because they have a bunch of other things that they do as well. But Planned Parenthood primarily, even though their numbers show it's 2% of what they do, no. They piecemeal all of that, all of their procedures and all of their services to make it look like 2% is abortion, when in reality, if you restrict abortion,
You're literally just lying.
if you restrict abortion, then turns out Planned Parenthood's shut down.
He's like literally lying.
So Planned Parenthood don't shut down.
Do you get like paid to lie or something, or like what are you doing that
No,
for?
that's your job, my friend.
You think I get paid to lie?
I'll tell you what though.
Wait. Who do you think I get paid by?
These cool people who are listening to us, man.
Okay, so I get paid to lie. So when do I lie?
I think that you're not telling the truth now.
How am I not telling the truth?
Buddy, didn't you just deny the election for like 2 hours?
Yeah. He also what am I not telling the truth on?
That the election was a free and fair election that had no voter.
No, it did not have sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election. That's not a lie. That's literally just like acknowledging reality, dude.
Okay,
you think I'm paid to lie because I literally don't say that the election was stolen because I'm not a MAGA cultist?
All right, so then do you believe that it was a free and fair election without any corruption?
I think there was no sufficient evidence of sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election.
All right, okay.
Sidar, thank you so much for the diamond gun. Thank you.
All right, I hear you. You know what? That was a quip, and I appreciate that you avoid outright saying things that could be determined.
They got the $5.
Philip, no, the reason that he's not saying that there was strictly zero corruption or voter fraud is because who the fuck knows? Maybe like Nancy living down the street.
Yeah, I had someone admit on my live that they did it as a Trump voter.
You make a great point. It is very difficult to prove voter fraud when you have actual legitimate ballots being submitted, isn't it?
No, the point I'm making is that that's not what I said at all. You're completely misinterpreting what I'm saying. I said specifically, I know there are certain Philip, shut up.
Okay, go for it.
I know there are specific circumstances where this has happened, but it's not at a sufficient rate to overturn the election at all.
Well, I mean, it was under 10,000 in some states.
Can you give me evidence that it was at a sufficient rate to overturn the election?
Well,
oh man.
Oh.
He got flagged for civic and election integrity.
Good. Quite frankly.
All right. I'm gonna make a prayer. We're gonna get a better guest.
Hey guys, if you're an old man that thinks we don't have a job and you support Trump, let us know down below.
If you're like a raging lunatic, send a guest request right now.
Low key. So real.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, it's a pal to you?
I think they're driving.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
That was a mistake. I didn't mean to. Thanks. Bye.
You're good. Don't worry. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, 57.
Are you voting for Trump?
I sure am.
Why so?
Well, your daddy just bailed out on us because he couldn't handle what was going on, and now he's got this Kamala Harris or whatever her name is, and she's not going to be fit to run this country.
How is she not fit to run the country?
I mean, she don't have no common sense.
What do you mean? She doesn't have any common sense.
Just like I said,
more common sense in the grapist, fraudster, felon election.
Whatever, Dane.
Why do you want a grapist in the Oval Office, Mr. Frog?
He's not a rapist. all
He's
that.
been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman.
They just said all that. They don't have the.
Here, I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Would I vote for someone? Vote. Run that by me again.
Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm gonna vote for Trump because all they done was just lie about him.
So would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'm voting for Trump.
So would you vote? So if Trump was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child,
you said if he was held liable, but
so
he was held. He was not
so
held
Trump has
liable.
been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Would you vote for him?
I'm gonna vote for Trump, like I said.
So you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He's. I don't understand if he was in. Let me think. If he was accounted for in that, then how in the world can he be in the president part?
What?
Are you saying like how can he run for president if he's been held civilly liable for this?
I mean, if he was held liable for sexual assault to a woman.
Yeah, in civil court. Because civil courts would force him to pay money. He had to pay tens of millions of dollars.
Tens of millions of dollars.
Yep. For sexually assaulting a woman.
I'm already telling you, if Harris gets in there, we are doomed.
Do you think she's a communist?
We are just doomed.
Yeah, do you think she's a communist?
I don't know what she is.
Okay, so why are we doomed?
I just think this country was a lot better shape when Trump was in it.
Okay, so what did Trump do? Can you name me one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
I can't think of none right off my head. I'd have to get on the computer. I'm sure there's a lot.
Okay. Can you name me one thing that Kamala Harris has done that you dislike?
She just opened her mouth. That's one thing. She just opened her
my God. What? So wait, open her mouth?
I just don't understand.
Donald Trump opens his mouth. You dislike Trump?
I don't understand.
Hey, Frog, could you give me a reason to believe what you're saying?
Wait, hold on. Frog. Do you think that Donald Trump opening up his mouth is bad?
Okay. He at least he's a speaker.
No, do you think that's bad? Do you think it's bad that Trump opens up his mouth?
I've watched your live for a long time. This ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah, so this is called misogyny?
Now you're like, I'm voting for Harris.
So Frog, this is called misogyny because you would not apply this to a man. You would never say this about a man who opened up their mouth. You're simply just saying this because she's a woman. Okay?
Not exactly. I'm not.
Not exactly.
So what is the reason? What is the reason then?
I'm just for her. I just hope she don't get in.
Why not?
I hope she don't get in because I don't think she's not. I think she's gonna bail out before it even gets started.
Okay, so you have no good reason to believe that. It's literally just something Trump said. Like Trump literally just said that it's going to be the case that Biden's coming back. Do you think that's going to happen too?
Well, Biden's not gonna come back.
Oh, so you think Trump was lying?
He's not coming back. I mean, what I don't understand is you said, I'm voting for Harris 2024.
Yes.
What happened to Biden?
He dropped out.
He dropped out of the race.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, based. Good. I'm happy he dropped out. He saved this country.
I don't see how he saved it.
Because we're going to beat Donald Trump.
The
Tristan, thank you for the $5 for the liar fund. Thank you so much.
Hey, Frog, I just want to ask you a question based upon.
Yeah, do you think I'm paid by the DNC, Frog?
Yeah, exactly.
You think?
Yeah.
You think you were paid by the DNC?
You and Dane both.
Okay, what's your evidence for this? Okay.
You wouldn't be on here live
if we weren't paid by the DNC.
Okay, so what tells you that? Oh wait, so you wouldn't be here live if you weren't paid by the RNC?
I don't know what RNC is. Sorry.
Hey, Frog, I made an acute observation on you.
Wait, actually, can I ask one question? What does DNC stand for?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. I've just seen it so many times. I'm not a dumb ass. I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Now you're trying to get me in trouble with women on here is what you're trying to do.
So your answer is
You've
yes.
already done that by saying you're voting for a rapist.
There has never been a woman in presidency.
Wait, you're literally voting for
Never.
you said you don't want to vote for him because she opened her mouth. You literally are voting for someone who's trying to restrict women's access to abortion. You're voting for someone who has a history of violent sexual abuse towards women.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's a violent man. He's
Wait, I
violent.
just want to cook real quick. Frog, you literally just said that you think men are better at leading than women. Frog, you just said that you think men are better at leading than women because we've never had a woman president. So would you say before 2008, when we'd only had white presidents, that white people were better at leading than black people?
Now here you go. Now you can't do that, bud. You can't make me a racist. You can't.
I can't take your logic.
He didn't need to make you one because it already was the case.
Well, if I answer that question, he shouldn't even ask me that question because I am not a racist, woman-hating guy. I'm just making a state. Has there ever been a woman president?
No, just like before 2008, we've never had a black president, but that doesn't discount a woman's ability to lead. That just portrays the state of the patriarchy and the limits on the opportunity of women.
Well, I guess we'll see in November. My question is what's going to happen to your station when Trump wins?
We're going to talk about how Trump is a terrible human being and he's not going to win. Push the magic rhythm. Thank you so much. Harris is up by 5 to 7%. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You're going to get on there.
How are you going to feel when you are crying that Kamala Harris won?
I am going to be crying because I'm at the...
Madam President? Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
All this food and stuff so high, I can't get out.
No, it has nothing to do with it. So how did Harris cause prices to go up?
Inflation.
How do they cause inflation?
Put money in the Democrats' hands.
Putting money in Democrats' hands? What? That's not what. So what policy caused inflation?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. So Trump caused inflation because he advocated for tariffs. And they passed tariffs.
My question is that, I'm an older feller. I'm a lot older than you are. You got a lot more books. You got a lot more book sense than that, right? But if they bring all these illegal aliens over to America, our money's going to be going to them, like the...
Why do you refer to them as aliens? And also, by the way, the Congressional Budget Office indicated that immigration, undocumented or documented, actually leads to the economy becoming larger. So it is the case that all the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. That's what the Congressional Budget Office indicated. By 2034, our economy is going to be $7 trillion larger, $1 trillion larger in federal revenues, largely due to immigration.
I just don't think they should bring them over here because, we're going to have another 9/11.
Whoa, why do you think that? Because there's... why do you think that there's going to be another 9/11 because of immigrants? Immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens.
They're going to get some of them terrorists over here and they're going to blow something up.
Bro, what?
Yeah, they will.
No, so you understand that, immigrants coming to the country, they commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. The main issue with terrorism in this country relates to white Christian nationalist men.
Have you ever heard an undocumented migrant advocate to put the Constitution on pause, sir?
No.
Who's the real threat to our democracy? Because that's something Trump's done.
I just don't think they should bring them over here.
You don't think that? What? So why are you against immigration?
I think we should take care of our own people.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Did you know immigration helps us take care of the people here at home because it's going to help us with the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare, which means that we're going to be more likely to be able to pay for it because we're going to have larger federal revenues and we're going to have a greater ability to pay down the debt. So actually, immigration benefits us.
Can I ask you a question? Frog, what do you think is worse? 3,000 immigrants entering into our country through legal processes, or Trump raping a woman?
Y'all just can't get over that. I think they lied on Trump, just like they did before. That big trial they had before on him, he was proven not guilty. He went through 4 or 5 days of that.
So no, that was a Trump appointee that just didn't want to follow through with the charges related to the classified documents case.
I can't remember what that trial was. He went through that years ago and was found guilty.
Oh, so he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He's trying to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He said he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place.
What?
Right, do you think that's okay?
I don't
Him
think.
bragging about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You think that's okay?
That's your tale, and I'm a setting on mine, bud.
Appreciate you're amazing. Thank you so much, Sam. What are you saying?
I said that's your tale, and I'm a setting on mine.
What? Sailor, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Sailor in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sailor, for the $40. Thank you so much.
Frog, if you had a 10-year-old daughter...
Wait, what did you just say, Frog?
I said you pay your rent money now.
Appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. What are you talking about, bro?
I don't even want to hear that question, Dean. All right.
Are you mad? Wait. Do you need some baby bottles in the chat for Frog?
Your mouth.
I think we need some baby bottles in the chat for Frog. He's really mad.
I'm not mad.
Then why'd you say that?
What'd I say?
He got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Rip.
To be fair, he sounded a little bit more lost than mad.
I don't know, man. He's both ways.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, you know. It's how old are you?
I'm pretty sure he's driving.
Oh, I'm 48.
Yo, Maze, thank you for the $57 for 57 years that Frog has lived under a rock. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Maze in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Maze, for the $57 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yo, Fletcher, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Okay. I'm not really about...
Yo, Matthew, how old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Why so? Let's see here. Kamala Harris has no actual policies. 90% of her policies are stolen, including...
Wait, that's a contradiction.
That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, 1 second. Matthew, that was a contradiction. You said that she has no policies, but her policies are stolen? How could her policies be stolen if she has no policies?
Yeah, look at California where she left. They hated her.
Matthew, listen.
Against
Matthew.
anybody.
Matthew, I live in California. We don't hate
So do
Kamala
I.
Harris here.
And I'm telling you right now, she put people in prison for things.
Wait,
that
listen,
they
Matthew, listen. You contradicted yourself. The reason why you contradicted yourself is because you said that she had no policies, and then right after that, you said that she
doesn't.
copied
She has
all
no
of her
experience.
policies.
She copied every policy she's got from
okay.
Biden.
Okay, so she has policies then, Matthew, and also her policies are distinct from what Biden had originally. But calm the fucking down, Matthew. Calm the fuck down. He's got an angry guest on the live. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well,
Yeah,
everyone.
somebody
Baby
calm the
bottles
fuck
in the
down.
chat for Matthew.
Breaks off of your ass.
What?
What did you say, Matthew?
Don't ever fucking tell me to calm the fuck down. I'm telling you
Matthew.
exactly how it is.
Calm
you
down.
guys wanna fall for the
Calm
chick
down.
that literally suck dick to get to the top.
You have
The
no
one that
evidence of
could
that
have
at all.
removed-
You just made that up. Baby bottles in the chat for the misogynist, literally propaganda.
Hey, Matthew, real quick, buddy. If women could sleep their way, hey, Matthew, buddy. If women could sleep their way to the top, why is there not more women at the top?
There's plenty of women at the top. It's just the difference of that you guys are more worried about a female president than somebody who can actually do some kind of change.
No, the specific reason we'd be voting for Kamala Harris here is because she's not a felon. She's not a she's not a womanizer. She's not a misogynist. She's not a rapist. Specifically speaking, she wants to preserve our democracy. Meanwhile, Trump tried to undermine it by saying that the 2020 election was stolen from him.
Originally misdemeanors
Gerard,
and
thank you so much for
infractions
the
that were
love.
trumped up
No,
charges.
Matthew. The reason why it wasn't a
Name the felony.
the falsification of business records.
I'm sorry,
with
that
the
was a
predicate
misdemeanor.
crime.
Would you like to check the law books
Would
on
you
it?
like to shut up so I can explain
Would
it to
you
you,
like
or do you want me to
check
mute
the law
you?
book?
Yeah, look at the fucking law books. It's a first degree falsification of business records with a predicate crime of election interference, which makes it a Class E felony in the state of New York. You have no clue what you're talking about. You read a fucking argument off of the conservative note page on fucking 4chan. Get a grip, dude.
Hated. 8. 4
I'm
plus
not
4.
a conservative. I'm an independent that actually knows how to read. And
You don't, because then you would have known that was a Class E felony. Think of the goose.
That was trumped up. That's literally
No, it was not
did.
trumped up. It was at a predicate crime of election interference. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Which his literal documentation proved that his business manager filed it incorrectly. They admitted that on the stand, and yet that was their charges. You probably should have read more into the documentation instead of just the conviction.
Wait, he just
But again-
accidentally filed it incorrectly and sent money to Stormy Daniels?
At whose fucking request?
Yeah, whose signature
At his lawyer's request.
Who's Oh, okay. So who
literally
signed it?
signed the deal
Who signed
to
it?
get out of
Who
prison.
signed it, Matthew? Who signed it?
Trump didn't sign it.
Trump did sign it. You
Look up
fucking
the
genius.
signature. He did not
Trump
sign
did sign it.
His
So
lawyer
there was,
signed
there was
it.
there was 3 checks, right? So on one of the checks, it was his lawyer's signature. Then on the 2 other checks, we had Trump's signature, and this was also from Trump's
his
personal
lawyer
estate.
signed it. Nothing came from his personal estate. It all came from a lawyer's fund, which they proved as well.
Thank you.
But again, like normal, you guys will whine and cry. And when he wins,
No, like normal, you're
lie
going to deny
again.
reality.
And they'll
Hey Matthew,
offer you
you're acting
guys-
very rational. You're quite very emotional. Did he get banned?
Yeah, he did. He must have. It just said he went offline.
TikTok
I
is
think
quick
it gave
with
me
it.
like yeah, they've been on it today.
Yeah, bro, for real.
Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much, Jessica. Literally can't even get like 5 minutes with the fucking baby bottle man-childs, you know?
I know. Honestly, the baby bottle man child's kind of stressed me out. I like how you handle them. I really do. You have a good way of
Honestly, yeah.
talking to
Let
irrational
me talk to them, and I'll take care of them for you. Don't
yeah,
worry.
yeah. I've kind of learned that. Right when I'm up here co-hosting with Parker, right, he handles them better.
I'm really good at dealing with the man-childs. Thank you for the elephant. Thank you so much.
Wait, Granite? Wait, Granite is in here? Yo, Granite, if you're in here, please hop in the queue. Granite, if you are in the live, hop in the guest request.
The hug. Thank you so much.
Yo, this guy that said I was paid, that I was secretly Republican, and said that he'd pay me $100 if I could disprove him, is apparently in the live right now.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Yeah, Granite.
Yo, what's up?
please
How
hop
old are
in
you?
there.
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you voting Trump?
Well, I am not. I'm not an
When
How old
the
are you?
glass is taken out, then the other things in the
Nice. On to the next, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
And if you do want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio, y'all.
If you see anyone, you can add them up.
Bet I'm helping you out here, trust.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to
looking for
find
some good
someone.
guests.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey.
How old are you?
Shit.
Hello?
Yes.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm 46. I just wanted to say something. Do not hang up on me, please.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Everybody thinks that Kamala is president now. All of these Trumpers think.
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, it's Granite. Granite.
Is he here?
Yeah, Granite. What's going on, man?
What's up, Dean? So you think that Dean's secretly Republican? What makes you think that?
Well, what Dean said wasn't really true. I didn't say that if I proved him wrong, I would give him $100. I said, hey, Dean, bring me in. Give me $100. And we had a debate, and he said I wouldn't send him the $100, and I did. Right, Dean?
He did. Granite was a man of his word.
Wait, no. So but you said that he was secretly Republican.
Well, I said, I love what you guys are doing. I think it's amazing how you go in, you're completely one-sided, you bring up people, and it's a capitalist way of making money off of a certain narrative. So I said, how you guys were, 100% Biden, never mentioned Harris's name ever when it was just Biden.
Actually, I did. I actually did. You want to know something crazy?
Well,
Granted,
even like now, you don't say-
I actually, before Biden stepped down, was advocating for Kamala Harris to be the one to step up and be our president. I actually did. I actually said that she was a better alternative to him. And I asked people questions
haven't really
explicitly,
listened to
like,
it
would you
live
vote
that
for
much.
Trump or Harris? And that was before it was even, like, brought up like that.
Well,
So do you think that like me and Parker are like secretly Republicans? Is that still a belief that you hold to?
No, I'm just saying. I think what you guys are doing is great. You're making money. I think it's awesome. I think that.
No, but you think it's like a money grab, bro. Like, no,
Well,
I came up here and I'd say these things because I believe them.
I really listen. I don't. If it is a money grab, I'm for it. I'm on your side. If it's not a money grab, then a lot of the views that you guys are saying, I just don't agree with.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. So what do you not agree with?
Okay, so let's say it's not a money grab. Well, I don't like this new policy or promise that Harris is coming out with this $25,000 to give to people for first-time home buyers. I think that's never going to work. I think it's insane.
Why is it not going to work? And it's for new homes, so it's to spur the development of new homes.
Terrific. If I got to go and give somebody has to come to me and say, hey, do me a favor, lend me $25,000 because I want to buy this house. Right off the bat, it's telling me, well, you know what? If I give you the $25,000, yeah, you're going to get in the house. But then you got to support the house. You got taxes, you got insurances, you got repairs, you got a mortgage, which is at these ridiculous interest rates. And all it's going to do is lead to more foreclosures. Then that person's going to be back out on the street again with a home that's in foreclosure. You know, you just can't give money to people just for a political promise.
No, so what this is going to lead
to? A lot of consequences after you give.
No, you have no clue you're talking about. So the reason why it's going to be totally fine is because it is the case that it's a subsidy, right, for people buying homes that are new. So the point of it isn't just to provide people homes, it's to build more homes so that we can decrease costs long term because of the greater supply of housing because of the new development. That's the whole point. It's meant to bring down costs.
What's meant to be and what the reality is going to be are two different things. Okay, everybody can have a wishing well and say, you know, hey, let's get taxpayer money to give somebody else $25,000 that they don't have to buy a house that they can't afford.
I see no issue with it. I'm a taxpayer. I see no issue with it.
Of course, you're not going to see. You know, people always say that. They always say, I have no problem with it, but there is also a limit. Okay, so if they were to turn around to you and say, okay, Parker, on top of your taxes, you need to give $25,000 to the government for this house. Whoever's going to get it, you got to give the whole $25,000. Is that a limit?
Like, would I provide $25,000 more in tax revenue?
Yeah, you pay your regular
taxes. Yeah, if I have the money, yeah.
But if you don't have the money and it's forced on you, would you pay sooner or later it comes out to be a limit?
That's what taxes is. Did you not know that?
Right, but what I'm saying is once it comes to something that goes over your limit, then you turn around and you're going to have to say,
obviously there's a limit of taxation. Obviously, we're going to acknowledge that we don't want to be ridiculously taxed. But what we're arguing is that we want to tax people that have more money. Trump doesn't. Trump wants to reduce taxes on those people, which effectively speaking is going to lead to middle class people having to take up the burden. So I like how you try to act like, oh, we want what's best for the taxpayer, but what's best for the taxpayer is not tax cuts for the large corporations and the ultra wealthy.
No, but what I'm saying is, again, okay, this whole program is to give first-time home buyers the opportunity to buy a home. And basically what it's really saying is we're giving first-time home buyers who cannot afford to buy a home on their own the ability to buy this home. Okay. Home is a low-income house or whatever it is. That's number one. Number two, where are you going to put these houses? Okay. Where is this federal land coming from?
They build them. Due to the incentive of more people buying these houses, there is an incentive for businesses to build them in areas where people want them.
Yeah, but where are these lands coming
Kurt,
from?
thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Kurt.
I wouldn't know everywhere where that's going to happen. How would I know?
Exactly, but
do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you it's going to be on this street, at this location, and it's going to be built at this particular time? Like, dude, what the fuck do you want me to tell you? It's a market response. There's a market incentive, and then their businesses will fulfill the market incentive.
Yeah, you understand
that's how it works.
You understand that there's like $1 billion
shortage right now.
What's up?
Why is there a housing shortage right now?
Well, there's a housing shortage because there is particularly a lack of building, right? Due to
Why?
the fact that there is particular zoning regulations, due to the fact that there is like lack of places where you can go to build where people want them. There are plenty of reasons.
Increased costs. Increased costs on like the
now let's say
importation of wood
it's
and
all
other
three of
construction
those.
materials.
Exactly what you're saying. We have a zoning issues. We have cost of product issues. And now what we want to do is say we're going to leave it up to the federal government to deregularize the zoning in certain areas to say, in this area, we're just going to put up these types of...
Yeah, actually, Kamala Harris said she's down to get rid of unnecessary red tape.
Well, it's insane. The red tape may be there for a reason. And there may be reasons.
That's why she said unnecessary red tape.
Yeah, unnecessary.
Wait, so you don't support deregulation of the market?
Say it again?
Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
So you don't support deregulation of the market?
I don't support deregulation of the market for a campaign promise or something that is just not going to work. I don't believe you're taking this right back to the 2008, crash with mortgages. If you want to handle affordable housing, then reduce the interest rates. Get those back down again. Now, I'm not talking about, I understand during COVID when it's 2.3%, but if we could get 30-year fixed mortgages back under 5%, then you'll start seeing housing.
You understand that interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, not the President of the United States.
Yeah, I understand that, but it also it also reflects to inflation. Now, you could turn around today and say, well, inflation is 2.9%. Yeah, but you had to raise interest rates to get inflation back down.
Yeah,
and
that's what the Federal Reserve does.
Right, exactly. So the point being is when interest rates are so high, that's what's stopping people from the harm. That's what's mainly hurting the housing industry. Giving people $25,000 is not going to solve the problem. It's going to cause a problem.
No, it's going to cause more development. That's exactly what we want. We want to incentivize there to be more development of these types of houses. The best way to do that is to subsidize it.
It's not to subsidize.
We could use very basic principles of economics here. Would you agree that a 25?
Yeah, and you would know that more people are incentivized to build if there is subsidization.
Not to subsidize the person who is buying the house.
Granted, we could just think about it this way. Would you agree that the $25,000?
No, because it increases the likelihood that they're going to demand that.
Listen, the price to build a house today went from, in the last 3.5 years, went from about $350 a square foot to over $600 a square foot to build a decent home. You need to get that down, that $600 per square foot to build, not giving somebody $25,000 to put them into a house that they can't afford the long run of the home because your taxes are still insane, the insurance is still insane, the electric is still insane. Those are the things that make people foreclose.
Granted, what percentage of the goods that you use to build houses are imported?
Say it again.
What percentage of the goods that you use to build and develop land, build houses, build housing, commercial or personal, are imported?
Maybe 30%, mostly interior.
Yeah, right. There's a huge reliance on importation for the production of housing, right? We get wood from Canada, right? Steel from Mexico.
There's domestic wood, there's domestic concrete, there's domestic machinery.
Right, but you said that you get about 30% of your goods imported. So Trump wants to replace the federal income tax with tariffs, which would be inflationary and would only serve to further drive up the price of those imports, right? Because that extra tariff is going to be passed off to you. So who do you want, right? The person who is going to advocate for a $25,000 subsidy to increase the demand of housing, which would in turn increase the supply, right? This would incentivize developers to develop more land to build more housing. Or do you want the person that's going to increase tariffs on the importations of goods to only make your job harder by making you pay more for the importation of the goods that you need to build the housing, and then giving no incentive to the low and the middle class to go out there and buy it because of the income inequities that are created by things such as the TCGA, that are created by things such as the valuation of the top 1% over the low and middle class, which are created things such as a proposed child tax credit that is less than that of Harris, right? What we need to do is we need to stimulate the low and middle class, and we need to reduce tariffs on importation of goods so it's easier on both the demand side and the supply side. And when we make both of those two things easier, then we will see a stimulated housing market in general, and that is what Harris is going to achieve.
Okay, that's what Harris is going to try and promise. Let me hear something, Dean. You talk about it all the time. Do you like the CHIPS Act?
Chips and Science Act, yes.
You do? Why is that?
Why is that? Because it's driven. Sorry, you could go.
Go ahead. No, you can go, Dean.
Yeah, because it's driven investment in manufacturing across
in the United States, correct. So again, it would be the same
for a
exact
specific thing like chips.
Okay, for a specific thing. So it would be the same exact concept. It wouldn't turn to the facet of saying Donald Trump would go out, raise tariffs on building materials or companies.
No, he wants to do it on everything.
Okay, so
he said a tariff on
let me
everything,
finish. Let me
60 to 100% on China.
Okay, so let's even if it's true, not true, I'm just going to argue the point that you're making. If that was the case, okay, he would not just turn around and say, I am increasing the tariffs and I'm not going to produce inside the United States. It would now give the same incentives of this Chips and Science Act to say we're not going to be importing all of our technology chips without building it here inside this country. We wouldn't just stop importing the chips from Taiwan without the Chips and Science Act. It's because of the Chips and Science Act that we will start to reduce the importation of the chips from Taiwan. Same thing. Now, if countries want to do a fair trade, then the tariffs won't be the same. Now, remember, income tax is only, 150 years old? Prior to that, our country...
No, he wants a 10% tariff on every good coming into the country, 60 to 100% on China.
Okay, because of the unfair trades that we're having. He's not
when you say unfair, you just mean that they have tariffs, we don't. But the thing is, putting tariffs on them hurts us because it devalues our goods because of supposed tariffs that they'll place on us because they're mad at us.
Right,
and
because we'll pay more for their products.
No, and because it is the case that we're going to be paying more. So
right, we'll be paying more for their products until we start manufacturing those. Once we start manufacturing those products ourselves,
if you want to look at manufacturing, if you want to look at level of manufacturing jobs, it significantly went up under Joe Biden's presidency and the Harris administration.
I'm not saying it didn't,
Trump.
and I think it's
Look at manufacturing jobs under Trump. They stayed stagnant.
Listen, again, Trump had a great going in the beginning of this. COVID put a whack on everything. Okay, so. It wasn't to the facet that you can even really compare the 4 years of Donald Trump to the 4 years of Joe Biden.
And Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Due to COVID. I mean, COVID was something that I don't care who
Trump has no plan to increase manufacturing. We understand that, right?
Well, that's not true. Trump talks about, made in the USA. He did a tremendous amount for the farmers. He did a tremendous
What's his plan? What he did for the farmers, right? Specifically speaking, what did Trump do for the farmers, right? He increased tariffs, which made their lives harder.
He cut deals to send over, different types of grain and wheats to places like South Korea.
Why did he do that? Why did he do that?
When he was president. I mean,
because he increased tariffs that destroyed the local economies for farming across the U.S.
Japan,
so then he had to backtrack, and he had to cut better deals for them.
Okay, let's go on to a different topic, okay? Because, we can agree to disagree. I agree that this idea that $25,000 given to people is going to lead into a lot more foreclosures unless the interest rates are significantly lower. Okay,
no,
I could buy you a Ferrari.
Interest rates will be going lower.
Listen, that's
going to happen.
Well, you can't say that.
It is going to happen. It is going to happen.
Okay,
I can't say that.
Then what she needs to run on the facet that she's going to make the interest rates lower. Not that she's going to
wait. She doesn't do that though. Listen, granted, she doesn't do that. She has no influence over that. It is just the Federal Reserve that deals with that, and it's going to go down after a particular time because listen. Or I'll fucking mute you. Listen, Jesus Christ, I'm trying to tell you right now. I've let you speak. I've been very patient with you. Please listen to what I'm saying. Okay, right? So, they don't have influence over that at all. We have to wait a particular time period, right, for them to respond due to like what's happening with the market and inflation.
Well, of course. What my point is, but who's causing inflation? The government.
It happened. Inflation. No. It's happened globally. That's such a ridiculous statement.
It's not a ridiculous statement.
It is a ridiculous statement.
What causes inflation? You can still say
what caused inflation was COVID. What caused inflation was COVID. Was the response from the world to COVID. There was a world trend of inflation.
Everybody understands this. So what you're saying is,
okay, if you understand that, then you wouldn't have made that point.
In 2025, the only person that's going to be able to reduce or focusing on reducing inflation is going to be Harris?
Yes, because Trump quite literally has no plan to actually mitigate inflation or to actually allow for us to make things more affordable. In terms of this, she specifically has price gouging laws, right, for groceries. She has specifically, she has, well, let me please address this. She has the cutting of the pharmaceutical drugs, like she's already done as it relates to the context of the infrastructure or the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are things that actually will bring down costs within certain respects. And she has things that will make it more affordable with the $25,000 subsidy for first-home buyers on new homes.
Actual proposed policy. Meanwhile, Trump has
Yeah, but
no
who's the
proposed policy that would reduce
$25,000 per
inflation.
person coming
and then
from?
And then he specifically has said that
Taxpayer money.
he wants to promise to the American people that there will be no inflation if he's elected. No proposed policy to reduce inflation turns around and promises that we'll have none. Okay.
All of his policies all of his policies have inflationary pressure.
Really putting price caps on goods and services? Do you have any idea what kind of
wait.
that's going to be?
Putting price caps on things where people are being price gouged is totally fine.
How is it price cap?
Price caps can have a negative impact if it is the case that there is like a shortage specifically due to a lack of supply. But the shortage isn't due to a lack of supply. The price going up isn't due to a lack of supply. It's because the demand of the good is inelastic.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The demand for pharmaceutical drugs is inelastic. That's why specifically companies are able to charge so much. That's why companies are able to charge so much for these different types of pharmaceuticals, and they're able to exploit consumers. What's up?
I said, if you don't let me talk, I'm going to mute you.
Dude, you're actually ridiculous, bro.
That's ridiculous, but kind of funny.
Listen, what her policy is right now has nothing to do with pharmaceutical drugs as far as prices.
Yes, it does. I already told you. There's price caps on pharmaceuticals.
She's talking about food right now.
No, look at the proposed policies. Has pharmaceutical drugs there too for everyone.
I looked at her webpage. There's nothing.
Literally look up Kamala Harris proposed policies. You'll see it. I promise you.
Okay. Now you want to talk about put price gouging protections onto, let's just call it food for a minute. Okay.
Think of the excuse.
Who's setting it? How much? Like, let's just show eggs. Who's setting the price on eggs? She is.
So the price in terms of the cap?
Yeah.
The cap is going to be established by Congress. Congress is going to set the policy.
So we need more government to set prices for us.
Yes, actually. As it relates to the context of certain pharmaceuticals, due to the inelastic nature of the good, it is the case that we absolutely need government to step in and ensure that there's a price cap to ensure that people are not taken advantage of. It's totally legitimate. You have no clue what you're talking about. You don't understand how inelastic markets work.
Let's ask you this. If you had to mail something, would you rather go to the U.S. Post Office or FedEx?
U.S. Postal.
You would, huh? Because you trust the government.
I go to the U.S. Postal.
Well, then,
FedEx sucks, bro.
What'd you say?
FedEx sucks.
I literally go to U.S. Postal. I'm not joking.
Really?
That was a funny example for you to bring up. That was a genius example.
Okay, but again, which companies are run better? Because the U.S. Post Office is constantly needing new funding, where UPS
actually they literally make money, don't they?
No, they don't make money. They haven't made money in 2 decades.
Wait, no, let me look this up. I'm pretty sure Post Office makes
money. But now
money.
Look at UPS and look at FedEx. Now they make money. But if it wasn't for subsidized money to the Postal Service, they'd be long gone.
Yeah, so the U.S. Postal Service recorded a fiscal net profit of $56 billion. So the U.S. Postal Service, quite literally, it makes money.
Find out how much money. Okay, the Postal Service has to get from the government.
So wait. So they make $56 billion a year, and you think that's bad?
They don't make $56 billion.
They do.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do. I just got this specifically from MarketWatch.
Really? Go back. What year are you looking at?
I'm looking at 2022.
Go back, look through the years. I can promise you that the U.S. Post Office does not make money. Okay? Look, Trump's Hotel used to be a U.S. Postal Service.
It's from 2022.
Right?
Their operating revenue was $78.5 billion.
In my opinion, less government is much better for this country. Always been.
Yeah, so no, that's not necessarily true. So I'll ask you this question. Okay. So you say less government is always better?
Of course.
Okay, so do you think there should be an age of consent?
Say it again?
Do you think there should be a legally enforced age of consent?
Of course.
Wait, I thought you were less government.
I didn't say no government. I said
Oh, okay, but you said government was always better. But then I gave you a scenario where you think government's better, right?
No, again, I think.
How do you feel about border security?
How do I feel about border security? I think it's terrible right now. I think it's ridiculous what's going on with the border.
So we need more government.
So
at the southern
more
border?
government at the southern border.
No, I think what happens.
Less government, so open borders.
No.
You want open borders?
No, I don't want open borders.
So you want more government?
The libertarian always loses the debate. When it goes to the southern border. You can't call yourself like an anti-federalist. Less government is better. We need a minimal small government that only protects.
And then they're like big border, big, very big, very big, very big border,
build a
biggest
wall,
border,
throw
biggest
money,
border,
biggest border.
deport them
I say
all.
what the government needs to be involved in is military, in our borders, protection. That's where our government should be involved in. In private sector, the government should not be involved. Government should not be involved.
You understand that you restricting the free
involved in buying homes for people.
You restricting the free flow of labor quite literally is you involving yourself in the market and restricting the private market from being able to make allocations based upon the market. Right? You're currently the government setting how many people can go over. So it's like the government setting certain conditions in the market. That's literally what's happening.
Also, do you support price caps on pharmaceuticals, like the $35 cap on insulin?
No, he doesn't. There's no way. Yo, granted, you can unmute. I send you an invite, and you can click on your profile picture and click the microphone.
I'm pretty sure that's what pulled me away from like soft libertarianism was like price caps on pharmaceuticals.
I 100% think that I believe that there should be a $35 cap on insulin. I do, but I don't think that we should go to universal health care and get
that is such a contradiction with your view. How could you say that less government is better? Right? You want a small government that only protects its
because you're not using the word right, Dean.
But then say that you want price caps, right, on like insulin.
Of course, Dean. I did not say no government. I said less government.
Well, I mean, like less government would imply like market deregulation.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it would.
That's not what it means, Dean. The government has a role. That's what we pay our taxes for the government to protect our country with our military. We should have the strongest, biggest military by far in this world. We should. Okay, we should have a strongest border in this world. We should. Okay.
Wait. Who's gonna? Wait, I have a question. Who's gonna regulate the price cap on insulin?
Strongest border, so strong, so incredible.
Again, Dean, I am not saying no government. I am saying less government into the private sector. That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
That's literally you having a border is literally more government in the private sector. I hope you understand that because the private sector involves the free flow of labor.
Yeah, a good way to think about it. Imagine you're going to a farmer's market and you have a bunch of goods to sell, but then someone standing out front with a whistle says, "Nope, you can't enter. You can't engage in this market. You can't sell your goods. You can't engage in the."
I would say, okay, why is it full?
There's no room. You can't buy.
Right, but there's got to be a reason. Maybe the market's full. Maybe there's no room for you to come in and sell your goods. There's a reason for that, and that's fine. If I went to a farmer's market to sell something and I got there to sell it and they said, "Sorry, we're sold out. There's no room for you," I understand. No
so
problem.
market regulation is justified with good reason. So couldn't we just provide good reason for like price caps on things such as like the bare necessities to live, such as groceries at the grocery store?
Yeah, but what are you going to say the price cap is? Like, what is it? What is a good price for eggs? How much?
So we'd have to look at
we
current
base it on a
market.
person's income, so somebody have to show a W-2?
Listen. When we base it on this, we're gonna base it on like basically how much there is a difference between the cost of production and the profit that they get from it. So we'd say
right now, if you look at companies like Walmart.
So we'd say like you'd only be able to like receive like 20% profit from it according to your cost of production. So it's based on that.
Yeah, but if you have a company,
the profit margins and grocery stores.
Yeah, but you can't look at it that way, Parker, because
so that's what you'd base it on is typical
but you
profit
can't
margins.
look at it that way.
Yeah, you can.
No, because you're just judging it based on revenue. You got to judge it
it's on profit, genius. I just said profit.
No, but it's gonna be net profit.
Callie, thank you so much for the $80 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Callie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so important. That's so great. Thank you so much, Callie, for the $80.
Parker, you got to judge it by net profit.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
I really appreciate that, Callie.
Net profit, Parker, not just profit.
Yeah, you can also net profit. I'm totally.
If a company is making
the same thing, but
all right. So
that's
let me
totally
ask you
the
a
same
question.
thing, by the way.
All right. So let me ask you a question. If a company
thinks
doing
we're
$5
paid and
million
says that he
a
could
year
prove
in
it.
business, okay, and they're making a 2% profit, net profit. Now the price of goods goes higher. Now the company's doing $6.5 million. Yet they, because of the price of goods, their 2-3% profit margin is the same thing that they were doing at $5 million. How is that price gouging? Just because the revenues went higher doesn't mean the net profit is higher.
Yeah, look at net profit. I'm referencing
Right, so
net profit.
Okay. So net profit, if companies like Costco, Walmart, it's still the same, all between 1.5% to 3%. There's nothing changed inside there.
No, so if there is no change, then there wouldn't be a price gouging suit in case. Right? What they're saying is that they can just increase the Kelly, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kelly. Can we get some Kellys in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Can I ask
Just
Jay a
based
question
on a
real quick?
bad administration running policy
Hey.
over the last 3 years causing this inflation is not price gouging.
What policy have they influenced to get passed that has caused inflation?
All the money that's being printed over the last 3.5 years.
There's been
So
more money
there was
printed
a
in
greater
Trump's
increase in the
presidency.
money supply under Trump's administration. Push the relax. Thank you so much.
During Trump's administration, you had 1.4% inflation. You had
Yeah, but you're not listening. You're not
virus.
listening. You said it was due to the money supply increasing. The money supply increased more under the Trump administration.
Yeah, but the economy was stronger during under the Trump administration than it is now under the Biden and Harris administration. So the
So therefore,
economy was able
increases in the
to
M2 money
it
supply
more.
doesn't cause inflation.
But it didn't cause inflation because it was 1.4%. And on top of that, he had 2.75% interest rates. And on top of that, he had an all-time high stock market. Now we have an all-time high stock market.
Jay Martin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Tony, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
2.9%. Yet we have interest rates still trading over 7%.
Well, actually, they just dropped below 7% for the
Okay,
first time.
6 and 3/4, Dean. Whatever. Okay.
There you go, buddy.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Jay a question. Jay, you said that both me and Parker were paid and you could prove it. Right?
I said that?
No, Jay. Okay, so can you?
Yo,
prove that me and
Lisa,
Parker
thank you
were
for the
paid?
$50 on Venmo. Can we get some W, Lisa's? Thank you for the goose as well. Thank you. Can we get some W, Lisa's in the comment section right now?
Lisas.
Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Holy shit, y'all are going so crazy today.
Hey, Andon, thank you so much for the $2 on
Yeah, we
Venmo.
do hear
I
you. Why do you
appreciate
think we're
for the
paid by
love,
the
Andon.
DNC?
Well, I don't know you guys' last names, but I know Harry. And it's public knowledge. You can look it up. I'll give you the website.
Yeah, so you can look my name up. You don't see anything as it relates to any FEC.
I'll give you my full name. It's Dean Withers. DEAN.
Listen, I hope both of you are getting paid by the DNC.
Oh my God, Granite.
Well, so do I.
Wait, Granite, you think we're paid by the DNC?
No, I said I hope you are.
Oh, okay.
So Jay, what's your evidence here? You said that you could prove
So we're
that me
not.
and Parker are paid.
Well, I could care less.
You just
got to prove that me and
just-
Parker are paid.
All right. Just Google Federal Election Commission, Harry Sisson disbursement.
Wait. So if you think we're also paid by the DNC, but then you can look up Dean Withers and you see that he doesn't specifically show up for any money on the FEC filings. Well, then why are you going to believe the same thing? Like that he's paid by the DNC.
Then hit FEC.gov and it'll give you every payment for the last 2 years.
Yeah, there was nothing for him.
Hey, Dean, let me ask you something.
Wait, Young Grove,
Well, I
you think
know
we're
his
paid
last
too?
name.
Why do you think we're paid?
I couldn't look up yours because I didn't know you guys' last name, but I'll look that up when I can.
Comedy. You can look up Dean Withers.
Hey, Parker, let me ask you something. What's the big deal if you are or if you aren't?
No, I just think it's funny. Like people who think I'm
Are
paid
you
by
not
the DNC,
allowed
I
to
think
get paid by
it's
the DNC?
Maze, thank you for the $25 on Venmo from the DNC. Sources, trust me, bro. Maze, thank you for the $25. W's for Maze in the comment section for the $25 on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you.
Yeah,
Why does everybody make a big deal if
yeah,
you're paid from the DNC? Are you not allowed to be paid from the DNC?
Well, they think it's for some nefarious reasons that we're paid because we wouldn't come up here because we genuinely believe it. Kelly, thank you so much for the $20.
Okay,
Thank
but
you so
are
much,
you
Kelly. Can
allowed
we get
to
some
get
W
paid from the
Kellys?
DNC?
Wait, so Young Groovy, you think that we're paid by the DNC
I
as
hope
well?
so.
Why is that?
I would think I think that would be allowed, legally speaking, but I would have to say that I am. Otherwise, it would be fraud.
Y'all don't listen to y'all elders, bro. Y'all disrespect them and y'all talk crazy, and they have more experience than y'all. Y'all don't know what
Therefore,
y'all
we're
doing.
paid by the DNC?
Okay,
Nah,
wait.
y'all don't know
So
what
you
y'all
should be
doing?
quiet and listen to
It's
Biden.
over.
Wait, Young Groove, you should be quiet and listen
You're
to Biden,
cooked,
right?
gang. I'm not here to talk. You invited me. I'm not here to talk. You're
Because
cooked,
you
gang.
think we're paid by the DNC, right?
Yeah, y'all cooked.
Why are we paid by the DNC? Are you gonna run away, Joseph? Thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. He ran away. What a fucking joke. What a joke. What a joke.
All right, so let's talk
You
about
signed an
like,
NDA?
disagreement
There's
you
no
guys have.
way.
Oh, dude, you saw Dan, and I'm inviting him currently.
Invite
I
him,
literally
please.
just saw that shit. Yeah.
Listen, I want to just disagree with something else you guys just that you talk about. Okay, with
No,
this
I
whole
lost him. I lost him. Fuck.
Who?
Oh, wait. I found him again.
Trisha, thank you for the $25 from the DNC.
Hello?
Thank you so much, Trisha. Can we get some W's
Wait.
for Trisha? Thank you.
Darren, I gotta ask you a question once he loads
Wait,
in. Yo,
Darren,
Darren.
Why are we paid?
Yeah, you said that we signed an NDA as well. What are you yapping about, little bro?
What I want to talk about is we need a president that's strong.
Has had their federal protections for access to
base.
abortion taken away.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get 170 million women to agree to that because a woman that's pro-life, going to be advocating for other women to be pro-life.
Wait, that doesn't change the fact that they had their federal protections taken from them.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't look at it as anything taken from them.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
they don't care if they
somebody's
don't
gotta
look at it that way.
lose
It's
something
true.
for have it be taken from them. And if somebody is pro-life, they're not going to turn around and say, "Well, that was taken from me." They've already agreed with it. So it can't be taking something from somebody who, is in favor of it. So if you want to look at it that way, you got to say half the women in the country, half of 170 million. I'm just saying, you told me 5 minutes ago, hey, interest rates aren't at 7%, they're 6 3/4. So I'm just saying to you, if you want to be specific, you can't just say it took it away from every single woman, because that's basically saying, 3 white guys made the rule for abortion. No, it's not true.
I don't see like where the miscommunication is here, right? Every single woman, regardless of her ideological background, her current beliefs in which she holds, did lose their federally protected access to abortion. That's a fact, and that was rescinded
Well,
back to
again,
the people and
they
their
have
representatives by the
to
adopted
have to be on the other side of it first. Again, you can't take something from somebody.
Wait,
who
1
feels
second. If I was anti 2A, right? I didn't think that anybody should have the right to own a gun, right? And 2A gets abolished, right? I still had my right to own a gun taken away from me. I'm probably just not that upset about it.
No, if you were for example yourself.
Kurt,
okay,
thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I really appreciate you
what's
for the
the word
love.
you
Let's
gotta
get some
use to
W's
say
in the
that?
chat for Kurt. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you.
What's the word you got to use for a? What do you got to call that? The 2A. What do you got to call that machine on this live?
You could say gun.
You can't say the G word. What's the?
Just say pew pew.
You could say gun.
Pew
Oh.
pew. Just say pew pew.
What is this? Oh, that's it. What is it called?
Pew pew.
Say it again. What? Oh,
Pew pew.
All right.
Darren
So
is
if you were
spamming the chat
totally
asking if he could
anti,
talk.
if you were totally anti gun or pew pew, okay, and then the Second Amendment was abolished and taken away, would you
Granite.
feel you
Can
lost
you
something?
let Darren speak real quick? He wants to speak.
What happened?
Darren wants to speak for some reason.
Yeah, he was justifying how we're paid and that we've signed NDAs so we can't tell anybody. Take it away, Darren.
Oh, so what we need is a president that's going to stand up to the world leaders. And it's going to be Trump, not Kamala Harris.
We have leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that proving things that
you
Trump is
remember
easy
when
to
Trump
be
met with
manipulated.
the leader of the Taliban?
We also have Kamala Harris like standing up to Netanyahu. Where did Trump do that?
Can you remember when?
Where did Trump stand up to Netanyahu?
So, yay, let me talk. So can you remember when
Well,
Trump
she shouldn't have stood up to
met the
Netanyahu.
Taliban? And what did he say? If you kill one single American, I will absolutely end your life. And what did he do? He had him a satellite picture of his house, and you know what?
Oh my God. It's just like this one cringe, like, dude, it's cringe that you like try to say this is like some reason that he's like feared,
you love
bro.
to cut people off. Yeah, you're not good at debating. And
Gabrielle, thank you for the $47 on Venmo.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Gabrielle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the $47. Thank you so much.
Maybe thank you for the $5 on
You're
Venmo.
mad. Can we get some baby bottles in the comment section for Darren?
Some baby bottles for Darren. W's for Gabrielle. W's for Gabrielle. Yeah, hey Darren, what happened at Helsinki?
Not one single American was killed in Afghanistan for 18 months. What do you got to say about that?
I have a question.
Someone that's going to stand up.
I have a question. When one was the leader of the Taliban killed?
Alex, thank you for the 10.
Yes. In 2019. Under Trump's admission.
So they actually killed the leader of the Taliban.
Yes, indeed they did.
I mean, listen, I don't have any evidence to believe that's true. If that is true, right? Yeah, like you're right. This is an example of Trump standing up to foreign adversaries. But why doesn't he stand up to the biggest foreign adversaries that exists? Right? Like you mentioned Russia. I brought up a couple good points that I'd like you to respond to there.
Yeah, and Trump was on a plane with Willie Brown.
It was a helicopter. What would you do?
Hey,
I mean, you guys are young
do you think
enough.
a zygote's a person?
What's that?
Do you think a zygote is a person? And Maeve, thank you for the $5 for my 5-page NDA. Thank you. Alexis, thank you for the $10.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I do. Yes, I think once conception, it's now a person. It's like you know, in a stupid analogy.
Damn it! I wish my laptop was
going to say it. You know, it's like putting a cake in the oven, and then you come into my house 20 minutes later, taking it out of the oven.
You watched the Bill Burr thing? I'm cringing.
It wasn't a cake. It was. If you left it alone, it was a cake.
So is this a person?
Will be.
No, that's actually just a microorganism. Do you typically mistake people for microorganisms?
Is it fertilized?
No, it's just a random micro. I just looked up microorganism. Have you done that, Dean?
No, never.
Type a 1 in the comment section if you've never mistook a person for a microorganism. Let's just get some ones in the chat if you've never done that before.
Let me ask you a question, Parker. What would happen if next thing you know, your girlfriend comes tomorrow and tells you she's having a baby? What would you say? Would you say keep it? Would you say no?
Wait.
I'd say it's your choice.
Yeah, me and
I will be there for you with whatever choice you make.
Whatever choice. You're not going to give any. You're not going to give any opinion on it.
Because he doesn't want to control.
I would say if it is the case that you want it, I will step up and I will be able to take care of it and I will be there. And if you don't want to, I am going to be there to support you. Either way, I'm supporting you.
So you're not going to run. You're not going to talk her into it.
Ali, Thank you for the $30. I actually want to ask you the same question, Granite. If you like had a girlfriend, if you had a wife and she was pregnant and she walked up to you tomorrow and said that she wanted to get an abortion, what would you do?
I'd say no way. That's why I have kids.
Oh, yeah. So you want to advocate for men having a control or say over a woman's body, specifically, right, in the context of access to healthcare, right? When have we tried this out historically and it's had good outcomes, right? Typically speaking, when we've given men control or say over the bodies of women, or quite frankly, anybody apart from themselves, we've had very negative societal outcomes.
Yeah, but you know what? There's also responsibilities and actions. Like you guys talk about Trump with the grape and this, that, and the other thing. Actions have consequences. So there are consequences.
But if you engage in an action that yields a consequence, it doesn't obligate you to the consequence. If I smoke a cigarette and I get lung cancer, I
don't even know. I can't even figure out what that even means, Parker.
Well, I kill biological life in my mouth when I brush teeth.
Wait, I have a good question.
So if you didn't brush your teeth, what would the biological life turn into?
Wait. No, but like that's not relevant. The point is it's life.
Of course it's relevant. That's
I have a good question.
Wait, if you took the zygote out of the body and you left it on the table, what would happen?
Again, that's not what we're talking about, okay? You're talking about something that is going to turn into a human being.
Can I please ask a question?
Something that's turning into a life. Would you kill a 1-year-old baby?
Granite, can we freeze embryos?
Say it again?
Can we freeze embryos for like IDF?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we freeze babies?
No, because again, can you
wait? But your whole argument surrounds about treating the unicellular organism that conceives zygote the same way we treat a 1-year-old. In fact, you just use this as an argument against Parker. You said, would you kill a newborn? Right? No, specifically speaking, if we could freeze embryos, why the fuck can I not freeze my my 6-year-old nephew, dude?
I'll tell you why. Because the embryo is not fertilized. If you freeze or don't freeze that embryo, nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to turn into a human life ever. Ever.
Okay, yeah. If you get an abortion, it won't be a sentient human life either.
It would be 100%. It would be.
Wait, by the way, an embryo is alive.
I'll give it 9 months. It will be.
No, it's already alive. Life begins at conception, genius.
Exactly. So if you leave it alone, it'll become a human life.
It already is a human life as an embryo.
When do you think human life begins?
Actually, can I ask him this question? Yeah. So where does fertilization
government
to be pregnant? She should have the
buddy,
baby.
1 second. Weren't you making the argument like 30 minutes ago that the government should stay out of like privatized corporations? Like you were talking about how you build and you develop land and houses. Freedom. And you don't think that like the government should. 1 second, can I speak without interruption?
Can I speak less? And I said the private
can I speak without being interrupted?
And I said not when it pertains to human life.
Please just allow me to finish speaking. Thank you. So earlier you were talking about, right, like setting price caps on the price of groceries, and you were like, oh, who's going to set the cap? Kamala Harris, Congress? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Well, you even made a comparison between USPS and UPS, saying that the privatized means of UPS does it much better, and the USPS has always been in a deficit because the government doesn't know how to run shit. And now you're saying that these white men sitting in Washington, D.C. and Congress that don't know where the hell conception occurs, that don't know what the fuck part of a woman's body, right, an embryo or a zygote or a fetus would develop, should have more control than a doctor and their patient should? Isn't that fucking insane to say?
No, and I'll tell you why. Okay, because what you're talking about, it's like basically turning around and saying, well, you know what, we should just say that unaliving somebody legal. You know what I mean? No, there's rules that the government sets on unaliving somebody, raping somebody.
Wait,
and
you think it's
those are the
murder,
things
right?
What I'm talking about is, what'd you say?
You think it's murder, right?
I do.
Okay, so why should murder be left up to the states?
Damn.
It shouldn't be. It should be left up to the woman and not allowed to do, and not do it. You know what I mean? That's where it should be.
So
Yo,
why are you voting for a candidate that wants to leave murder up to the states, dude? Jesus Christ.
It should, of course, it should be up to the government. It should be up to the states. Absolutely.
Jesus Christ,
Wait,
that's a crazy worldview.
Listen,
what do you say? That the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
Doing this,
Granted, would you say that the right to own slaves should be left up to the state?
You see, again, I could have told you that was like, I'm going to tell you this. After we get into this topic, we're going to talk about the E.G.
It's just a simple yes or no. Should the right to own slaves be left up to the state?
About a child sexuality.
No. We'll talk about climate change. We'll talk about climate change.
We're talking
No. The next thing we're going to talk about is climate change, Granite.
So don't give me this nonsense.
Can I get a simple yes or no to my question? Should the right to own slaves be up to? It's just a simple yes or no. Should the right to own slaves be left up to the states?
Say it again.
Should the right to buy and own slaves be left up to the states?
Dean, again, you're asking a question that you already know the answer to. No, it shouldn't be.
It's a simple yes or no. Okay, so then why should the right to pay someone to murder your child be?
Thank you for the goose.
Why should because again, I don't want the state to tell people that they can murder your child. I want the state to say not murder your child.
Well, if the right to buy and own slaves shouldn't be left up to the state, why should the right to pay someone to murder your child?
You mean to not murder your child?
No. Like you're saying that should be left up to the states. Some states should be. Honestly, I don't even need to explain myself. This is so easily comprehended.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It's a ridiculous statement to compare it to.
It's a ridiculous statement that you can't understand what we're saying.
Well, I do understand. I started out by saying you guys are for the mother and I'm for the child. There's really no arguing on it. It's just a matter of opinion.
No. Let's be totally honest here. You're for a non-sentient embryo, and we're for a sentient mother. So you're for something that literally is like basically the same thing as a sperm cell, right? The zygote is the same thing as it's like literally there's no morally relevant quality that's different between a zygote and a sperm cell other than potential. And you don't care about potential on itself.
Dean, that's not true. That's just not
Parker,
that's not
Jesus
true.
Christ.
Oh, don't go that far, Parker. I think you're smart, but don't go that far.
What? That doesn't even make any sense.
You called yourself Jesus Christ.
I didn't call myself Jesus Christ. I said Jesus Christ.
I am Jesus Christ, Granite.
Well, again, we can leave it, to...
Shit, apparently to y'all.
Tabitha, thank you for the $5. Yeah, Trump is the chosen one. I am the chosen one.
He's gonna die. He's gonna raise 3 days later, bang another porn star. He is the chosen one. Donald J. Trump, yes, sir.
You know why we're talking about and not agreeing on abortion? Because it's part of this election. And that's why it's left up to the people to decide.
Oh, my God.
No. You wouldn't want to leave murder up to the states. Why are you voting for a candidate that wants to leave murder up to the states? Because I'm telling you, I would not vote.
I believe pro-life. I'm a pro-life guy.
If it was the case that someone had a view that they want to leave murder, whether or not it's legal, up to the states, I wouldn't vote for that person. Dean, would you vote for that person?
That's fucking
would you vote for a
insane.
person that wanted to make it legal in some states to murder people?
Like, no.
Do that one-third of people were going to live in states where you could murder people legally like it's the purge.
Oh, opposed.
Like what?
So what you're saying is opposed to leaving it to the federal government so that everybody can murder somebody.
You understand? Oh wait, okay. So you don't understand. Leaving murder up to the states, you'd be able to provide no morally relevant quality that's different insofar as that murder would be able to be legal in one scenario but not the other.
If you leave it to the federal government, then every state can murder. If you leave it to the states, there may be some states that vote.
Yeah, so 1/3 of states have purge.
Okay,
1/3 of states have the purge.
100%.
You'd be okay with 1/3 of the states having the purge.
Would you rather it be up to the state, or would you support a federal abortion ban?
Then the federal government making every single state.
Would you support a federal abortion ban?
Say it again.
Would you support a federal abortion ban?
I would support a federal abortion ban, but I would also have, self-defense for the mother would be inside there. Rape, incest would be inside there. Things of those natures. If would be exceptions to the rule. But yeah, I would say, and again, it's just it's not right, not wrong, and it's totally difference of opinion on here. And again, you guys are for the mothers, and I am for the one.
You're for
let's see how far. Let's see how far you're willing to take that. So let's imagine that you and your wife work at a sperm.
What are the odds of being born?
What?
I'll tell you. 1 in 400 trillion. That's the odds of just being born.
And
400 trillion. If you won the Powerball, that's 1 in 300 million.
Granted, so I wouldn't be here if my mom got an abortion, right? I would have, not have beaten those odds, but I also wouldn't be here if my dad wore a condom, right? So does that mean that we should also make wearing condoms federally illegal?
No, of course not, because it prevents
the...
He's like that one frat boy that's like, dude, you know how unlikely it was that we met each other? 1 in 40, 1 in 4 trillion. It was so unlikely. We were meant to be. It was so meant to be. I promise you.
Here's the thing with you guys. Okay? I'm just going to give you a little bit of life experience. When you are so one-sided on something, okay, and there is a big difference between trying to prove yourself right and always trying to prove somebody else wrong, you guys are going to have a very lonely life.
Granted, we've been debating these topics for years. It's not that we are completely one-sided, right? I know definitely Parker are willing to hear out good arguments, right, for things that we
literally change our minds all the time.
In fact, we've literally changed our minds all the time. But because we've been debating this every day for like 2 years, right, there's going to be a threshold of bullshit where anything that falls below a certain threshold is automatically tossed out of the window for just being horse shit, illogical, contradictory nonsense.
With, but
right? And a lot of the arguments that you've been making on this live kind of fall under that threshold of that bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just easily really able to discredit them and refute them with ease and not really consider them because they fall below our threshold of bullshit.
I hear what you guys do. This is why I support you guys. I do. I support you. Okay? But my problem is, prove yourself right. Not wrong. The same thing. You can't make Harris better by disparaging Trump. It doesn't make her better. You guys got to turn around and start saying why she's better, not why he's worse. Because
actually, literally,
it doesn't matter. He could be a
okay. I'm just gonna give you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
Necessarily make her.
Granted, the reality of politics is that you're picking the best set of scenarios that could happen. That's what's realistic.
Okay, but again,
if we just sit in an idealistic lens and we only talk about what we idealistic support, we're not going to effectively have the most change or the most beneficial outcomes for people that we could have. So
Wait,
I do think there's a legitimate stance that, like,
okay, now let's get into Donald Trump's grape thing. Let's get into grape for a
we
minute with
advocate
Donald Trump
for
and
perfection.
the scenario
We
that
vote
you
for
put up all the
progression.
time with when you talk about how the comparison between graping an adult and graping a child. Would you vote for somebody who sexually graped a child? Okay?
I would never do that.
I agree, but there's a difference between being accused of graping an adult and being accused of graping a child. The big difference is the defense of somebody could say consent. Hey, she consented, but I'm still finding myself here in court. With a child, even if that child, if they turn around and say, well, this 14-year-old consented.
Both of them are great.
Matter,
grape is grape.
No,
grape is grape. Grape is grape.
It's not. So really, if you're falsely accused, okay, and you guys don't know what your future gonna hold, you guys are popular.
Abel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let me ask you something. How often do you guys walk down the street and somebody recognizes you from your lives?
I don't go outside, so it's very uncommon.
I go outside.
You don't go outside?
It's like kind of uncommon, right? It happens I'd say maybe once or twice a month.
I don't think I've been recognized outside since in 8-9 months.
I know this is off
really
topic, but
though.
why don't you go outside?
Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What's up?
Why don't you go outside?
Well, the only times I go outside is whenever I'm with my girlfriend, because I'm constantly working.
Oh, for work. Okay, but my point being is, if something would happen down the road, if you guys you're popular, you're on TV, you're this, you're that, and people are coming over to you, and next thing you know, you get some girl who is falsely accusing you, but you still got to go through it, okay? And that person, and you turn around and say, hey, she consented. I wasn't doing anything wrong. It was consent. You don't have that right if that person is 14 years old. So you can't make
I'd have a lot bigger issues because I'm in a relationship, so that's not possible.
Again, Parker, I'm not saying this is ever going to happen to you, but I'm talking hypothetically. Okay, so just to say how to debunk the thing, to compare a grapist of a child to a grapist of an adult, or the accusation.
If I was held civilly liable, I would hope that people didn't support me.
Yeah, but again, civilly liable.
You have best reason not to.
Let's talk about E.G. Carroll for a minute.
Yeah,
okay?
you'd have a very strong burden of proof.
What you're going to say? Why did it take 23 years?
Rajat, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for Kamala. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, Rajat.
Yeah, literally, the likelihood of
what was the evidence in the case?
The likelihood of a false report is between 2 to 10%. So the likelihood of it being accurate is 9. The likelihood of it being a false report is 2 to 10%. So the likelihood of it being accurate is 90 to 98%.
Right. So you mean like Tara Reid?
So actually, in that scenario, she perjured herself and fled to Russia.
She falls into the 5%.
She was a part of the 2 to 10%.
Of course she does.
Yeah, no, that happens to be a scenario where we can
She's right in there. She is right in that. Listen, Parker,
Granted,
I gotta tell you,
one second, I want to explain this to you.
Can you name me one scenario where E.G. and Carroll lied?
No. Well, I don't know because.
Can you name us one scenario where E.G. and Carroll's own lawyer said there was contradictions within her story?
Trump said he's never met the woman.
But then, there's a picture of them from 2017.
Big deal. You know how many pictures I have a picture with Donald Trump.
And he also said that she wasn't his type and then mistook her for his ex-wife under deposition, right? But
He said no. He said let me clarify that. He said that he wouldn't have sexually.
Let's believe.
He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. There you go.
Right. Then also, I like you gave like a very adverse response when we said that the accusation of Tara Reid would fall in that minority of those in which are false, as if this was almost something that we're just doing because of our political biases.
For Trump in 2024, how long are you going to be on? Till like 7 o'clock. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I didn't kick him. He got banned, chat. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Actually, no, but I want to get...
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You want some debating?
Uh-huh. Are you voting Trump?
How about the reality that of common sense that people lack? I mean, Trump came aboard.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
There's a world that you live in, right? That you believe everything that's in front of you. And there's a world that I live in that I don't believe everything that everybody tells me.
I don't believe everything that everyone tells me. That's why I'm not believing you.
Well, you believe in Harris.
You said that.
You believe in Harris. So you believe the lie.
What lie?
The complete and utter lie being spewed out by the media and everybody that's controlling your mind for you to think that you know what's going on in the world.
Can you give me like what lie specifically?
The ultimate lie, the ultimate abandonment of people versus having
what ultimate abandonment.
This is your reality, right? To get attention, to get likes, to get paid, and to
so who do you think pays
the
me?
Truth is your way of getting paid.
So who do you think pays me?
Well, you pay yourself. You're working your butt off
I
to
pay myself.
Well, you're working here. This is your life. I mean, I've watched you for a long time, and your eyes, the blackness under your eyes has grown because your lack of sleep. I mean, I feel.
No, you want me to show you pictures of me when I was 1 year old with the bags?
No, there's blackness under your eyes. I mean, you just lack sleep.
The bags?
No,
right
blackness. There's a blackness under your eyes. Black circles from not sleeping.
No,
I mean, this is your life.
They're genetic. These bags are genetic.
This is your life.
Do you want me to show you a picture of me when I was a literal child?
Here's the reality that you don't want to live in. Trump was loved by The View. Trump was loved by everybody until he finally stood up and said, hey, what a cute kid.
Do you see my bags, though?
Well, I see a shadow. I can't tell if you had black eyes.
I clearly do. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. Like, I clearly do.
I mean, everybody loved Trump. Remember? There's all kinds of videos out there of people loving Trump.
Okay, just because people like Trump in the past Doesn't mean anything.
himself until
Yo,
Trump
Sig, thank you so much for the $20 for eye cream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sig. Thank you. What were you saying?
Everybody loved Trump.
No. Not everyone
Yes.
did not love Trump.
He was on The View all the time. They were kissing him and loving on him. Come on.
Neha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Okay, just because there was one group that had him on doesn't mean anything.
It was I mean, he had his own TV show, for God's sake. He was loved and hated by many, as he was a Democrat. But as soon as he turned his back on people and exposed himself and exposed the party.
William, I grew up in a conservative Christian household in 2016, 2017, 2018. I liked Trump. I was a Trump supporter.
Okay.
My position changed about him, not because of the media. My position changed about him because of what he did.
What did he do?
Was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Oh, come on.
He specifically tried to
By who?
overthrow the government. He tried to
By
get Mike
who?
Pence to not certify the election results.
By who?
Are you saying who did he sexually abuse?
By the people trying to destroy the man.
No, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a
that
jury.
Are corrupt.
No, unanimously by
by the
a
people that
jury.
you support.
You assume that it's corrupt? King Tay, thank you so much for the $10. Sonia, thank you for the $10 as well.
So you don't
Because
think our government's
you think it
corrupt?
was corrupt? You think it's corrupt, that process, the civil court process? Because you can't acknowledge the fact that he's done something bad.
You don't think that our government was corrupt before Donald Trump came along?
I don't think that the civil court
So
was
now
corrupt.
all of a sudden,
Trump is a liar. I've evidenced Trump is a liar.
You can't say without a doubt that your system isn't rigged.
Wait, what was the reasonable doubt in the E. Jean Carroll case?
You cannot say for yourself that you can trust the system.
What's your
that you
reasonable doubt in the
support.
E. Jean Carroll case?
I don't know who E.J. Carroll is.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you don't even know who the victim is. You just assume that it's a lie and it's baseless.
You believe it because you're
there's
taught
evidence
to
and
believe
there's a
it.
civil court.
Just like you don't believe in God anymore because you
There's
couldn't
no
get
good
the
evidence.
attention from God that you wanted, and the people that guided you through God hurt your feelings.
No, that's not true at all. Actually, I actually had like a good relationship with that as a kid. The reason why I fell out of it, is because I couldn't make sense of the worldview. Right? I had a lot of good community related to religion. When I was a
Exactly,
kid.
the worldview.
I actually went to a church that had pretty good perspectives for Christianity compared to most views I've seen. Now, I have a good responses to it because none of the things negatively impacted me.
Well,
right?
you've taken the good things from it, right? Like how to act and how to treat people.
No, there's plenty of things I've gotten not from the Bible that have nothing to do with the Bible that are way better for me treating people.
Okay. Okay, so you don't think anything comes from the Bible?
Most of it doesn't.
That give you your moral compass?
Most of it doesn't.
Okay, so then you have proof for that.
Well, it just hasn't been
Based
a part
on
of my
somebody
life for a really long
else's
time.
book that you read.
For the past 8 years, I haven't been religious.
Well, your beliefs are based on somebody else's beliefs. Things that you've read, things that you've ingested.
I can give you arguments.
That you walked.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I am not a Bible reader.
You don't know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and yet you want to sit up here and you want to
Yes.
preach these things to me? Get a grip, dude. Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
So-
Jenny, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jenny. I appreciate it. Thank you.
A good person doesn't hold any value to you.
Being a good person holds a lot of value to me.
Like when you're broke down on the side of the road, I'm the guy that's going to help you.
Yeah, and I think
because
that's a good thing
the path
to do.
I try to walk.
Wait, you understand? I can do that as an atheist, right?
Yeah. I'm not saying there's not bad atheists.
You mean good atheists?
I'm not saying that there's not good or bad atheists.
William, you're saying there's no good people in the world.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying that.
Oh, okay. So who's good in the world?
Good people.
Is your mom a bad person?
Well, my mom's not with us anymore, but she was a good person.
But under your worldview, that doesn't make sense because no one is good under the Christian worldview. Everyone sins.
No, that's your belief. Yeah, we're all sinners.
So your mom's not a good... Mom wasn't a good person?
My mother loved me and took care of me. She was good to me.
So again, your notion of good is different from your religious texts. So you actually realize that your notion of good there doesn't come from your religion?
I truly commend you. You're a great speaker. You put a lot of your heart into this. I know this world breaks your heart. And the way people treat one another, I think we're both deeply affected by the world that we live in. But I'm 56. I fought in a couple wars. I've seen how people treat one another in other countries. I have a better understanding of certain things because of my worldly encounters, right?
Linda, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you.
But what I stick to and what I believe is that Trump wanted nothing to do with the realm of politics because of how evil it is. And nobody else has stood up like this guy has and put himself in the middle of a target and has fought for a country that needs somebody to fight for it. Yeah, does he do stupid shit? Do you do stupid shit? Do I do stupid shit? We all do stupid stuff. He's a man. He's fallible. But Harris and Biden and all these people have been living in the political world their whole life, trying to take advantage of making a buck off of people's taxes. And these are the people that you're going to trust. Not the guy that's being assaulted by everybody.
Oh, God.
That's trying to stand up and do the right
Donald
thing.
Trump is the biggest victim you've ever seen. Oh, my God. He's such a victim. Everyone's going after him.
Well, no, I'm
all
not
these
saying
things
that
that he says that all these things that he's done that are bad, they're not real. None of it's real. He's actually the greatest person you've ever met.
No, I don't think
he's actually an alien from a different planet. He's a Pleiadian.
A male chauvinistic pig when he is a young man. He had women flaunting themselves on him his entire life.
Yeah, that was only in his head. Okay? So Donald Trump has a history of sexual violence against women. Donald Trump has a history of misogyny against women. Donald Trump has a history of trying to strip women's rights away from them.
Me that you don't understand gold.
I want you to listen. Shut the fuck up. So, you trying to say that she's a gold digger when you don't even know who she is crazy. Okay, that's fucking disgusting.
I'm not talking about her.
Oh, then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about women that are just gold diggers that go after men for money.
Jesus Christ. You would be the type of person that would literally assume it's most women, right, that are interacting with people.
I said women that go after men for money.
Yeah, why'd you bring that up?
They exist.
Why'd you bring that up?
Because this is what women do that are vain and they want money and they use their bodies to.
So why don't you look at the
money?
Wait. That's a
Same
small
thing
percent.
Harris did in her younger days.
You have no. So not only do you have no evidence of that, but this same thing that you just said. What percentage of women is that? Small percentage of women. So why don't we talk about the men who commit violence as they commit 90-something% of violent crimes? Why don't we talk about that? Because I'm just hearing you talk about women, right? He violently sexually assaulted a woman. Linda, thank you for the $15. Francis, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Francis.
Accused of by the people that want to destroy him.
No, he was held civilly liable unanimously by
liars.
A jury of his peers of 9
Come
people,
on.
2 people that were likely Republican. So the 2 people who were likely Republican set up. The judge set up.
Yeah.
The election set up.
Yes.
Why did he win? If it is the case that everything was set up and everything was rigged, if it was the case that everything was rigged against him and everything was set up, why? Will you answer mine?
You live in a reality that I can't mess with you there because you have all your own answers.
You mean I have facts?
Yeah, your facts.
Thank you for the
Given
garland.
to
Thank
you
so much.
by
Yes, I have
liars.
facts. Given to me by who? Who?
Liars.
Well, how do you know they're liars?
Manipulators.
How do you know they're manipulators?
Because this is the world we live in. People lie and manipulate to become rich.
Oh, so why don't you assume that's
Just
Trump?
like Trump did. Trump lied and manipulated to become rich.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. So if he lied and
And
manipulated,
he called everybody out for.
So if he lied and manipulated to become rich, Donald Trump, why wouldn't you believe that he would lie and manipulate, right, to become president? Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Like he lied and manipulated to his wife.
Because
Like
that's
he
how
lied
the
and
system
manipulated
works.
about the sexual abuse. Like he lied and manipulated about the election. Like he lied and manipulated about so many different things in his life
No,
that
he
you
lied
acknowledge.
and manipulated in his earlier years.
Appreciate the little comment. Thank you so much.
advantage of
How
the
do you know that he's not
system.
doing now? How do you know he's not doing it now?
Because he turned into a grown-up and took accountability for his actions.
He turned into a grown-up. How do you know that he did?
From his actions.
How do you know?
He's holding himself accountable and the people that he's
What
trying
actions?
to put
What
in
actions? The
spotlight
sexual abuse, the
that
defamation,
you're
the
not
fraud, the 34
helping them
felonies.
do.
What is it? The sexual abuse, the defamation, the fraud, the 34 felonies, the overthrowing the government,
Everything
the
that's
restricting
34
women's access to
felonies is
abortion.
based on one thing.
It's not based on. It's a falsification of business records with a predicate crime of election interference.
You keep supporting the people that are destroying our country.
You're supporting the guy that's destroying our country. What do
One
you mean?
guy. We're
What do you
talking
mean?
about
I am.
one guy.
What do you mean? I am supporting the people destroying
We're
the country.
talking
What are you
about
talking?
The only thing that Kamala Harris is saying is whatever the day brings.
Can you name me one policy that Kamala Harris?
Well, she's going to take care of the price gouging.
Can you name me one policy she influenced to get passed that you disagree with? Wait, so are you saying you disagree with price gouging laws?
Price gouging has been going on. Remember when 9/11 happened and Starbucks was selling waters for $20 a bottle? This is how evil our world we live in is. And you support evil.
I don't support evil.
Yes, you do. You just don't know it yet. And
how do I support
when the
evil?
time comes, you're going to be so disgusted.
How do I
with
support
yourself.
evil? How do I support evil?
Have you heard of Operation Mockingbird?
My wife asked, do you know about Operation Mockingbird?
What does she think that is?
I don't know. My wife knows her stuff, so I wouldn't mess with her.
You don't?
Brainwashed media.
Yeah, so how do you know that you're not the one that's psyoped by people on the
Well,
internet?
that's the trickery, isn't it?
So if you don't know that you're the one
find out one
psyoped, oh yeah, so you'll find out one day, but you got no good reason to believe it now, and that's exactly what I mean. Is that you have no good reason to believe in your position, you just do because you feel like it.
Kamala showing up at a concert
Kamala.
where people are shaking their booties and talking about sex.
The,
And being
wait, at the
vulgar
RNC,
is
Amber
nowhere close
Rose,
to being
Hulk
about-
Hogan, Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan, Amber Rose, goes on Aiden Ross's stream, has dinner with Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist, who's denied the amount of people who
Yeah,
died in the
but he's not
Holocaust.
showing up at concerts, right? And using that concert as a ticket to say, look at all the people that support me, and lying to American people about people that support. No, people were going to a free concert. They weren't supporting Kamala Harris.
You
They were
understand
there
that
for a
they had
free
rallies.
concert.
Hey, William, they had rallies after that have nothing to do with the concert.
CGI
So you
rally.
think it's all CGI? I know people that were at the rallies.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But you
and
weren't
they,
there.
And they were live. William, they were live.
And you weren't there.
No, I wasn't there.
Right. So you're just
But
taking
I had
somebody
friends that
else's
were there.
words for it.
They're my friends.
You don't know who your friends are.
William, that's like you saying you
How
don't know
many
who your
friends have you had
William,
that
William,
you don't have anymore?
William, when were you born?
How many friends do you
William,
have
William,
that you don't
William,
have anymore?
William,
1970.
Okay, so how do you know?
I'm just saying we don't know who is.
How do you
who.
know? Wait, how do you know? Because you can't trust your birth certificate. You can't trust your mother. You don't know your mother. So who can you trust? How do you trust your birth certificate?
I trust my heart.
William, how do you trust your birth certificate? You trust your heart, so you just feel like it?
Well, don't you go with your heart on things?
No, I go with the facts.
Oh, the
facts over feelings?
Given to you by who?
What do you mean given to me by who? But that's
The
fact
facts
check.
given to you by people you don't even
reputable
know.
institutions. I get it from
Given
reputable
facts by
institutions.
people you don't even know.
Maze, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. William is one of those Toy Story pulling Woody dolls. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, so now we're. I mean, the reality is, you live in your little world where you can poke at people, right? And talk shit to people without really being held accountable. Because if we were face to face, and I'm not saying we're going to come to throwing blows at each other, but me looking at you face to face would be just a completely different, because this is so this is not a form of communication that we can't look at each other and feel each other's vibration of
what
understanding each
fuck?
other. When you look
Feel
into
these,
another person's
feel each other's
eyes,
vibration. What type of
think you
gibberish,
can look-
yapping
you look
shit is
into
this?
Another person's eyes when you
Feel
talk
your
to them, when you
vibration,
look at the ground.
William. What the fuck do you mean by I'm going to feel the vibration?
You don't know
what the fuck does that
vibrations
mean?
are from people when you can't read
Super
a
hard. Thank you so
room.
much, Gerard. What's your midichlorian count?
You can't walk into a room and read a room.
Jesus Christ, I don't have the
Either
force.
it's a good feeling or a bad.
I'm not a Jedi. I am not a Jedi.
Then you're completely void of any emotional
Push the magic. Thank you. I'm a void of emotion?
connection to people.
What?
You have no emotional connection to people.
What do you mean I have no emotional connection to people?
Like you can't feel like if do you have you ever had a girlfriend?
I do have a girlfriend.
Right. So if you do something wrong, you automatically know by the feeling that she's putting out that you've done something good or bad.
I don't like feel, but I have empathy and I can like see certain things that affect
over platter so you can understand it, and you can't be able to take my words and formulate them into your own thoughts to have a reasonable conversation.
I am having a reasonable conversation. You're the one
you're trying to put me down for the words that I use because you think your way of thinking is better than my way of thinking.
Dude, you think that if I walk into the room, I'm going to feel the vibrations of my girlfriend. What the fuck does that mean?
You walk into a room, like you walk into a place that you don't feel comfortable in because of a certain situation. You feel that.
Okay, so you can say you feel emotions. I get you feel emotions.
Right.
But that is not because you feel the vibrations of things around you. Okay? You don't know anything, young man. I promise you. You don't know anything, young man. Thank you for the naughty. Thank you.
You're a young man to me.
You don't know anything, young man.
I didn't say
you need
that.
to feel the
You're saying
vibrations,
that.
young man. You don't feel the vibrations. You're gonna feel the vibrations someday, young man.
Everything's a joke to you because you act like a child. When
You're the one on my
day you
live.
stand
Wait.
up and act like a man.
I'm the one acting like a child.
You're nothing more than a child.
You're the man-child on my live.
If that's the way you want to see it, I came in here because
that's the way most people in the live
think something of you. I think something of you for trying to stand up for what you believe in, and I think something of you because you're trying to do something with your life.
JR,
and that's why you walk away from God, because God doesn't give you what you want now.
It does not give me what I want.
You don't want to do the work.
Jesus
and you
Christ,
don't want
I'm
to
doing
love
all the
people.
fucking work. Listen, William, I literally have to do things to get people to change their views. People believe in conspiracy. People believe in nonsense. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. If I got everything I wanted, appreciate the boxing of. Thank you so much. There'd be no reason for me to do these debates in the first place. If I got everything that I wanted,
you don't think that
I would just do them for fun. I do them for fun now, but I do them also because it's purposeful. Because people benefit from this. Because people need to critically think. Right. People need to be educated. There's so much misinformation on the internet, so this is very important.
Here,
what's up?
So you think you're the only critical thinker?
To do the best I can.
And that's all I'm doing. I'm trying to
Maze, thank you for the champion. Thank you so much.
And have a real conversation with you on your forum.
Yeah, but so I'll ask you this question, William. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
To me, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
No, just answer my question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexual assault?
Not the way they did it. Not the way they did it.
So no?
It's a corrupt system that you're supporting. The system that you support is corrupted. And he's trying to expose the corruption.
Okay. So do you think that Jeffrey Epstein was rightfully convicted?
He's just another pawn in the game, buddy.
Can you answer the question?
I don't know him. I don't know what tool he is to these sickos that run this world.
So, see what I mean? You don't have the ability to say that.
You live in a life of rabbit holes.
Do you accept that Jeffrey Dahmer Dahmer's conviction was credible. Kate, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
I think it's horrible what that man did.
Oh, but so you do believe it did happen?
Why did he do it?
Wait, so you do?
In the world that we live in, that
not answering my question. So you do believe he did it. So the point that I'm making is that you didn't think it was corrupted in that scenario. Now you also don't think it's corrupted as it relates to all the crimes of people who are coming across the border, because Trump believes there's so much crime coming across the border, and he believes all of those things are true.
Happen?
It's like you don't listen to a single thing I say.
I am. I just can talk and listen at you at the same time.
Not while I'm finishing a statement.
It's just how I operate. My apologies if you think I'm not listening to you.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, what creates these horrible people in our world? It's the things that we ignore and we allow to happen around us. And until we start holding ourselves accountable for the horrible things that are going on around us, and that's what you believe you're doing. And I commend you for that. You think that Trump is a horrible person and Kamala Harris is the good guy. But Judge Joe Brown laid it down for you about the lady. He spent his life with pimps and hoes, and she's nothing but a hoe to him because he knows these people.
You're so disgusting. Can you give me a source? You just fucking literally engage in misogynistic bullshit and propaganda over and over again.
That's what you
fucking
believe.
Gross, disgusting, vile individual.
Shaking
you'll sit up here and you'll fucking hyperfixate on misogynistic propaganda bullshit like that, but you won't believe E. Jean Carroll was raped by Donald Trump. You won't believe that he walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place and bragged about it on Howard Stern. You won't believe that he said to a 10-year-old girl he would be dating her in 10 years. You won't believe any of this bullshit that actually fucking happened with Donald Trump that we have literal fucking evidence for, because every single little thing is rigged. Now you believe every little thing you fucking hear about Kamala Harris, though. Every little thing, everything that's misogynistic that makes her it's not fucking a good look for you at all. It's not a good look. I'm not demeaning him. I'm acknowledging his behavior that's relevant because you brought that up. He cheated on every single one of his wives. He cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star, okay? He said, let's go into detail. He said he liked being smacked on the ass, right? Stormy Daniels said he's got a mushroom. Said that he's got some small balls to the walls. Look at that. So you want to talk about hyper specifics, golden showers with Trump? Let's talk about it, okay? Don't fucking sit up here and try to stigmatize Kamala Harris for consensual adult intercourse, dude.
She's a puppet.
You're a fucking disgusting, vile, misogynistic pig, bro.
Well, it's misogynistic to you. Misogynistic man.
Yes, you are. You have been misogynistic.
I make comments about how people act.
No, because you're specifically trying to stigmatize her engaging in adult consensual sex when you don't do that same thing for Trump or any other man.
I find her appalling.
Jody, think of the hand heart.
You love her.
You find her appalling for what reason?
Yes.
What reason?
Because she does what she got to do to get ahead in life.
Oh, so you have no fucking evidence for any of those claims. You'll believe that, though. You believe those fucking misogynistic lies.
Well, you believe everything about Trump.
I don't believe everything.
Yes,
we have
you do.
evidence for those things.
Hey,
you believe everything they tell you.
Hey, I'll be really quick and I'll leave. William, you mentioned something about Montel Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you
being paraded with
actually talking about?
Being paraded with him when she was young.
Parading with him.
Yeah, he was being like, that was one of his girls back in the day.
Yeah, so what, they dated when he was single?
No, she was just a side piece, like just, just a thing to take around with him.
No. And what are you basing? No. Let me ask you. No, hold on, quiet. What are you basing that off of?
How people act, how people get money and they treat one another.
Really? So it's not based off the fact that you saw probably a news article that had a picture of Montel Williams with two women by his side. One is in a kind of a tank top type of thing. Another one is in a dress, and the person beside the dress.
I take that moment from seeing that and then seeing her with this stallion chick talking about, sex and everything and encouraging young kids.
Did you see that picture?
And that's a representation. Shake that booty. That's the kind of woman she is. That's what she supports.
Was that picture what brought you to that realization?
Putting those two things together, the kind of woman she really is.
Really? So who's in the picture, William?
What are you talking about? Who's in the picture? We're talking about how she presented herself
this
with
is the
Montel
picture that
Williams
everybody
as a young
is bringing
woman,
up. No,
and how she represented herself in Atlanta with some porn star.
This is the picture that everybody is bringing up, that you probably saw, because this is what's been going around. And you clearly don't know who's in the picture. I'm asking you, who's in the picture? Because there's a
I'm
meme
talking about
going
Montel
around.
Williams and her as a young woman, dressed scandalously.
Really?
Yes.
So yes.
And then you take the Atlanta
you mean
concert.
she's dressed in a dress?
Holly, thank you so much for the $10.
And by the
Thank you so
way,
much, Holly. And Nicole, thank you for the $5.
The
Thank
picture
you.
that you're talking about is Montel Williams' daughter. He's next to his daughter and Kamala Harris, who he dated when they were both single.
Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
And Montel Williams makes no qualms about this. He repeatedly says, I dated her when we were both single. So once again, William, what's the big
taking
deal?
a picture of a woman that flies.
So, but I did get banned on my other account. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Is Harry going? I have no clue. I haven't really talked to Harry much recently. Dean didn't get messaged either, so. Feel good to be done with school? Yes, I'm so happy to be done with school. Thankfully. I was thinking about that recently because my girlfriend's going to be going back here pretty soon. And that would just be so brutal, Does that mean you won't be going live tomorrow? No, I'll be live tomorrow. Is the DNC, what time is the DNC tomorrow, everyone? What time is the DNC? You graduated? I did. 10 p.m. Oh, so it's later. All day evening. Should we do a reaction to it, or should we just debate? Actually, chat. I probably won't be live by then. I might be doing tweets and stuff. I probably won't be live. Actually, 10 p.m. I don't know. Watch party. Is there stuff to watch? I mean, I don't really know if there's stuff to watch. Brooklyn, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Harry is on that late? Yeah, he is. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can send it on Venmo or Cash App. Otherwise, I'll just be responding to people before I get off. No debates. See, I got banned on my other account, but I just am about to leave here anyway. So I was gonna leave at 6:30, but I got cut off a little early. We got about 5 hours today anyway. So what happened? Harassment and bullying. Where are you going to hang out with my girlfriend and her family? Would you recommend a master's in economics? Sid, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah, it depends if you like it. More new headphones. Oh, these are the new headphones that I got. Yeah, these ones actually they're pretty decent. They're a little bit of pressure though, But yeah, I'm gonna probably be leaving like the next 5 minutes or so. Did you debate in high school? I did not. No. Do not call your girlfriend partner. Remember? Oh yeah, that person was so insane. Going to the DNC? No, I'm not. I never got invited. Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, they should be inviting me. Like, what the hell, DNC? I do so much, and they didn't invite me. Like, what the fuck? Crazy. As you get so good at economics, I just started liking it randomly. I kind of like got into it because I was like a socialist, and I like would talk to people about it who were like ANCAPs and stuff, and I like kind of got into it. I was like, I want to go into it, and it kind of just like sprue into it because like I didn't really know what else I wanted to do, and I kind of liked it because I've always been good at math, so it was easier to excel in. It's above your pay grade in the DNC. So real. So crazy. Like why don't they invite like me and Dean and stuff? I don't understand. Cuba, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't know if you mentioned this before, but which government system do you align with the most? Probably the Nordic countries in Europe. In terms of governmental structure. Now in terms of like social stuff, I don't know. I'm not really familiar with like the social views of different governments. Or is it like which party? Let me make sure they didn't say that. Yeah, yeah, they said which governmental system. So it's like social democracy for me. It's like progressive liberalism. Wait, did this person just send that? 558. Okay, that was a while ago. So Michael did send $25. Thank you so much, Michael. I think that I might have said thank you to that earlier. Dev, no, I'm not. Last guest was so infuriating. They really are. Are you actually looking for work? I'm not. I'm looking for people. Someone that wants to do like an editor spot. Yeah, I probably will at some point. Like I'm thinking of like someone who do like YouTube stuff, and then someone who kind of knows like what the clips to look for in terms of editing for debate clips. Because most of the job would be just like knowing what would do good in algorithm for videos for like what we talk about on the debates and like editing style for that. So it's honestly dependent on that. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Would you ever? Oh, I saw a decent question I was gonna ask. Do you ever get recognized when you're out and about? Last time it was a while ago. It was probably 6, 7 months ago. I just being a socialist. No really good empirical reason to be a socialist. Um, are you debating Sneeko? I would love to. Say, like Sneeko and someone else called out, and Aiden Ross called out Harry, and I really wish they called me out because I would debate them. I would definitely debate them. That would be so fun, chat. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Are you done debating for tonight? Yeah, I'm about to get off in 2 minutes because I got banned on my other account. No good empirical evidence. I just mean that there's no like good empirical basis that those types of cooperative systems would be working on that far of the system. You got a picture of your girlfriend? I can't show any pictures because people will like look up pictures and stuff and try to find her and harass her. Not saying any of y'all would do that, but I mean I just can't do it in general to make sure she's fine. What are your girlfriend's views? Same as yours? Yeah, they're pretty similar. Very similar to mine. How'd you learn to debate? Just by debating people, just by engaging in conversations. I used to do it on Omegle. Podcast, yeah, maybe in the future I would do a podcast. It's totally dependent on whether or not people would want to hear that, you know? Is this your job, right? Yes, it is. Do you travel? No, I actually never do. Like, I mean, I'm always home. The only times I travel are like last time I did for like the rally. Make a great podcast host. Yeah, I'd love to do something like that. It's hard to get into those positions though. Hard to do that. Attorney, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Do you want to get a job with your degree? Not yet. I'm working on this. How are you paid by the DNC but no party invite? So real. Thank you for the dollar though. I appreciate it. It's very unfortunate. Do you ever get tired of debating? Not really. I really like debating. I really love this. Like, it's literally like, yo, Siddharth, thank you so much. I appreciate the diamond gun. Thank you so much. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you. Like, I literally just like what I love to do. It just blew up. I don't know. I'm so blessed, honestly. Are you gonna do other topics again? Yeah, after the election. Yeah. How'd you meet Dean here through TikTok? What topics did you start with? I started talking mainly. I did like a bunch of different topics. Like I'm a socialist, all these different views, and then I went into like vaccine debates, debated people about the vaccine and COVID and misinformation stuff, and then I went in talking about God for a long time, and then I expanded out to like other forms of social advocacy, so like debating people who think that being gay is wrong, trans rights, abortion rights, all those things. Did you debate Charlie Kirk? Yeah, I've sent him a message. He follows me and he hasn't responded. How do you deal with conservative family members? I talk to them. There's only so much you can do. Like you're most likely not going to change someone. But like you can try to in certain respects. You have conversations with them, you try to see their view, and over time you try shifting their perspectives. Now, I don't think that most of my family doesn't have harmful beliefs, so it's like I'm not really like having to like really argue that. It's mainly like appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, DJ. I appreciate it. Like certain things, like small things, and then like I have disagreements with my family on religion and stuff. Podcast with you and Dean, yeah, maybe. You're very passionate about educating others. I really am. I don't know. There's like literally nothing I'd rather be doing. I really love this. This lucrative enough. To do as a job through college? Yeah, lucrative. I don't know what you mean by lucrative, but I was able to do this through college. I had time, but like I'm basically only like my life consists of appreciate the lucky spray. Thank you so much. Going live and debating, seeing my girlfriend, and that's about it. Like that's pretty much my life. And then I talk to like my friends like Matt and Dean, and that's pretty much my life. Yo, Yvonne, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate that, Yvonne. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. No more debates tonight. No, I'm about to get off right now because my other account did get banned, and I'm about to go see my girlfriend here. But that was so kind, Yvonne. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you ever talk to Harry or Chris? Not very often, no. Can you debunk Ask Cliff? Yes. I mean, I'm going to do similar stuff like that after the election time. I'm going to be doing that in person. But like the other way around. Kind of like the atheist version of it. Where'd you meet your girlfriend? Originally Hinge, and then I kind of like ghosted everyone. And then on Hinge, because I was like not over my ex at the time. And then she was like in my comment section on a second account live. Literally just me talking to the chat. And we like contacted again, and I started texting her a lot, and then we clicked a lot, went on a first date, and the rest is kind of history. Debate the whatever podcast. Yeah, I did ask them, but they didn't go through. Getting married soon? No, it's a bit early. We've barely we're about to hit 11 months next month, like the 6th of September. October 6th is our anniversary for 1 month. Or 1 year, sorry. 1 month is crazy. You pro-capitalism? Yeah. Not like many forms of capitalism, but some forms. Congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So no DNC? No, there's no DNC. Oh, your anniversary's coming up? Yes, it is. It is. I'm excited. I'm super excited. What do you like to do for fun? This. I literally do this for fun. I have so much fun going live that like this, and then like I'll play video games, I've been playing Minecraft, my new Minecraft server with my girlfriend. I got a server for us, a realm, and then I'll hang out with my girlfriend, and that's about it. I literally do that, and I go live. I get to do everything I love, so it's like I'm constantly doing things I love. Really, it's making time for everything that is hardest. What happened last live? I got banned. What's your plan after death? Don't know. Do you want to be a politician? I've had some small thoughts of it, but I never really considered it before. But recently I've been like, maybe it could be something I do in the future, but like, not something I'm like really like, oh, I want to do this right now. And it's not something I would do given that I'm doing this right now. Like if this wasn't the case, then maybe in the future. But like, I love doing this so much. Would you work for the DNC if they offered? It depends what I would be doing. Like if I could help them with social media marketing, like, yeah, I probably would. Yo, Sid, thank you for the $100 for take her somewhere nice. Thank you so much, Sid. Holy shit, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W Sids in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy shit, W Sid in the comment section. Yo, thank you so much. W Sid, I definitely will. How important are politics to you in terms of relationships, political values? They're pretty important. Like if someone had some crazy views, like if you had like some crazy Trump view, I probably couldn't date that person. Like there are views that are so insane where it's like I don't even want to be with that person. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would I want to be with someone that believes the election was stolen and rigged and that like Trump didn't, grape someone, Eugene Carroll, that Trump, like all those fucking conspiracies. Like it's like brain rot. I'm sorry, but I just can't. I don't know if I could do that. And then also it's like it's really important, especially for like family development, to like have like the same sort of like plans and goals as like your partner for like how you treat your kid, like the values you have for relationships, things like that. That's really important. Having the same values is very important. And a lot of people don't put emphasis on that. I think that leads to like relationships not really working because you try to like you try to like come to terms with some of the values, and sometimes it's really hard to compromise on that for some people. So but yeah, it's like finding values close enough where it's easy enough to compromise with the parts you don't. Yeah, having similar common values is really important. But you can do it the other way around. It's just not as typical to work. Why'd you leave Iowa? My family chose. But yeah, everyone, I'm probably gonna be getting off. I'll do 3 more minutes, everyone, because I got banned and I have to leave to go see my girlfriend. So I have like 3 more minutes. You can ask me questions and whatnot. Why are you not real? I am real. Well, did you start learning about politics? I started probably like looking at it at like 16 years old. Probably, no, actually a bit earlier. I was probably 14. I started looking. I was like conservative at the time, and then over time, my views changed. I was like a conservative for a long time. Then I was kind of like a Yang supporter, like that type of social democrat, and then I was like Bernie bro, and then I shifted to like I was like a socialist communist for a long time, market socialist. And then I kind of came back to like social democracy. I was a market socialist for a really long time. A lot of people don't know what that is. It's not a very common view. A lot of people don't talk about it. But like, if anyone wants to know, market socialism is essentially just like every business is cooperative, because the kind of like the view is that it's like more ethical to have companies based upon cooperatives and democratic ownership of the workplace than to have it like such authoritarian control, like what we have under our capitalist system. So it's more about like not necessarily the effectiveness of how the economy is in terms of empirics. It's more of like an ethical based argument of like, oh, this type of method of production isn't like the best, and that like there are more preferable forms of more ethical forms of methods of production. That's kind of like the idea. Yo, Devron, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know. What's your favorite topic to debate? I love talking about politics. I really do. I really do. I really enjoy doing what I'm doing right now. Honestly, I think I might enjoy politics the most. And I think I had a hard time. I mean, I enjoy it so much now. I really love this. I love this a lot. So, like, every 4 years, I'm going to be doing this as long as I can. But obviously, I'll have like times where I don't do politics. But I do love politics the most. I don't know. I don't know. Did you enjoy it when you were Republican? Nowhere near the same. I didn't fall into enjoying it so much until I had these conversations. These conversations got me to enjoy it. I think that entertainment is necessary in getting people involved in politics, and it's one of the things that got me involved, and that's why I think this is so important. But Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Can you make a video of reputable sources they use? Yeah, I could do that. I typically cite them in conversation, though. But yeah, I could probably do that. But all right, everyone, I'm going to get off, y'all. I do love y'all so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash Up in the bio. Thank you to everyone who did support me today. Y'all are incredible and amazing. I love y'all so much. Thank you so much for the Paper Crane. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Is there someone I can raid real quick that is live? Is someone live that I can raid real quick, y'all? Is there someone live? I don't... Here, Will's live. Let's go send everyone to Will. Everyone look up Will's Backup with a Z. Will's Backup. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Will's Backup. WILLZ Backup. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Will's Backup. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much.